Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. It took Scott this long to get his internet back after last session.
Oh.
Yeah. He's been offline the whole time.
Keegan reminded me that's how we ended last time.
I couldn't get it up that whole time.
That's not surprising.
Yeah. Scott, let me out. Let me out. Let you out. I mean, I just opened the back door. It's up to you to actually find your way to the backyard and do your business. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's on you, bro.
You ever seen the movie Look Who's Talking, where it opens up watching like the sperm traveling toward the egg and it's like the talking baby?
Yeah.
I'm just imagining like the third or fourth version of that where it's like shit leaving the intestine. You said opening the back door, so I mean that's where my brain went.
What?
You open the black door, the black back door, and the floodgates open. You know, I like the letter L tonight.
The second movie is not
That's
even about
where we're
babies.
starting,
It's about
okay.
like dogs or something. Like Look Who's Talking Now is about dogs,
What?
I think, isn't it? It's not about pets.
Look who's
I don't
talking.
even
Look who's
remember,
talking to. I don't know what's after that.
Look Who's Talking Now.
Yeah.
So maybe it's baby again, then pets.
Yeah.
I
There's
saw
like
the
3
original.
or 4 movies for
Yeah.
some reason.
All right, cool.
I think like Kirstie Alley's in it or something. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Unfortunately, whenever I hear Kirstie Alley, I the only thing that ever comes to mind, it's not me trying to be mean, it's just because of the show that she was in. It was this TV show she was in called Kirstie Alley Fat Actress. And so every time I hear her name, because of marketing, they aggressively marketed that show. It's like if I say ba 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 ba, you obviously know I'm loving it, or there's like other phrases that if you start with it, that's how it ends because of aggressive marketing.
Interesting. I think
Like-
of Mary
like
Kate
Yo
and
Quiero.
Ashley because I'm
Yo
pretty sure
Quiero
she was in
is
a Mary
Taco
Kate
Bell.
and Ashley movie.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure she was in a Mary Kate and Ashley movie. So I think whenever I think of her name, I think of Mary Kate and Ashley.
Mary Kate and
So
Ashley.
the Olsen twins.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
that they've not really done much in the last like 20 years, but like they were big when I was a kid.
Yeah, apparently they're like fashion rich now or something. I don't remember.
Okay,
Some video
fucking
popped up.
Well,
Twitch.
and their sister's obviously Scarlet Witch, so like they're doing all right.
Yeah.
Twitch is this like
could
opt-out
could be
targeting
doing
marketing
worse.
thing, and it won't go away, so I can't fix my view of chat. I keep saying opt-out, and they're like, so we'll just never get rid of this banner then.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Anyways, cool. So yeah, because of their aggressive marketing that they did back in the day, you say that name, instantly those two words follow because of the TV shows she was in. But cool. Where were we? Let's jump into this. So last session ended kind of abruptly, so I want to jump in right there so we can remember what we're doing. I think Jake had kind of like a plan of what he wanted to do next, but
We were
kind of got,
camping.
like,
I think we were
stopped.
literally going to set up camp.
Yeah. Well, I meant when you guys are looking for the lock or what have you. But just as a quick little update for everybody, two small updates. One, Roll20 had a fairly decent sized release. There's something called Jumpgate is in beta.
So'd your mom.
Heyo, my mom's a beta.
A
So
decent sized release.
okay.
It's a weird day today.
Yeah. got 'em.
Yeah. It's a weird day today.
Okay.
Jumpgate.
Okay.
You don't want to continue?
So, Jumpgate. Roll20 had a decent sized release, and there's something in beta called Jumpgate, which is more or less like an updated way that they handle like a whole bunch of shit, and it's supposed to make it run smoother, faster, so on and so forth. Most of our stuff runs smooth most of the time, but I was hoping this way would actually move quicker for Keegan, as well as just for everybody in general, move a little bit quicker. So if there's any hiccups, that's probably why we're testing Jumpgate, as I duplicated our game into it, rather than converting the old one. All right, for safety reasons. So if the luck dice seem off, I'll just check the other thing and adjust it. And then as for luck dice, chat, you may have noticed that there's only 2 DM dice that are allowed. They work different than how you've known them to work before. There's only 2 allowed per session maximum. What it does is it forces me to do my roll in open roll, and I add a d6 to it. It's only 2 maximum per session. If you do those and I don't use them, I refund them back to you. That way it's not like wasted daddies and something that doesn't even get to get used. So they were once bought before, and I refunded those back to Steve and somebody else, probably like Steve and Roz, several sessions ago. and I refunded them back, and I've only just now I realized I never put the 2 back into the pool. So so just so you guys are aware, that's how that functions. All right. To the game. Last we left off, you came up to the door. You were about to start like punching the door open, checking out so on and so forth, but you stopped and you looked and you listened. And you realized like, oh, that's a spiky door. Let's not touch it. And then you went through all the like searching around the door frame, so on and so forth, and you found not 1, but 2 keyholes. Looking through the keyholes and spending a considerable amount of time trying to clear out the junk that's inside those keyholes, you realize that the keyholes themselves are funky shaped. Not just like a typical slot with teeth that go in or what have you, like a modern day key or even like an old skeleton style key that had like the big jagged teeth that went up to hit the pins. It actually had fins that go in multiple directions. So it actually was a more complex lock than maybe you would expect seeing, considering the era it was made in. You cleared out the debris, like the junk that was inside there. So like the macro junk, like any pebbles or twigs or leaves or anything that, or moss or dead bugs or whatever it was that would have been built up in there over time. You kind of cleared that out, and then it was late in the day, and you're like, we need to go find a place to camp. We can't very well stay here all too well. So you were turning around and you were having the discussion when the internet interrupted as to whether it's going to be better for you to just pass out here in the fields, or out of fear of the curse, you'd want to fall back to the goat trail. You don't have to go far back up the goat trail. It's just back to where the trail was, and then return here in the morning shortly afterwards. It's not an incredibly long journey. It's just over an hour, but it's inconvenient, but at least it feels a bit more secure with, the terrain or what have you around you, theoretically giving you some cover. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you were leaning towards the latter, which is the trail, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. So your characters were preparing to depart one way or the other. What direction did you want to go?
Did we get to RP it out, or did we make a decision? I don't remember.
I don't believe you made.
Thought we decided on the trail, or maybe that's what we were talking about before when we realized that. That's
what you were leaning to, but I don't recall a decision being made because all of a sudden I was furiously trying to fix internet. So we can.
Is anybody opposed to going back to the trail? Koa would be fine with it.
Going back to the trail, that's like a fair way away, right?
About an hour.
About an hour.
About an hour. And what's at the trail? Is it just?
It's just the goat trail that we came in on that we know we think isn't part of this Valley of Doom or whatever. We assume it's safer there, and we know. I don't know. It's kind of our safety net spot, I guess.
Yeah. There was a lot of RP last session about being afraid of what the curse might do. Even if the curse is more practical than something like literal magical curse, then you didn't want to necessarily be so close to where, like, within sight of this keep here in case there was something dangerous even in the keep itself. And so again, the trail was supposed to give you a degree of cover and also remove you from the Valley of Doom just by like backing up into it a smidge.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to honestly camp here, but it probably doesn't make sense, right? So no.
I mean, Aldo's welcome. Like,
to the table.
It would be very interesting to hear Aldo argue for something that's less safe.
Yeah, no, that's why I can't do it.
Okay. So Jake wants to, but Aldo will not. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. That's different.
I think that I remember saying if it was possible, if we could camp in there was a building, right?
No roof, no door,
roofless.
Yeah,
the roofless building that has the walls.
So it's walled, but there's no roof and no door.
There's also no clear floor. You'd have to spend a considerable amount of time just clear out rubble and hope that nothing collapses when you do that.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're going back to the trail.
Okay. So I imagine this isn't like an easy thing. It's one of those like Aldo. I can almost imagine being like, that whole trek back, and however that plays out in game is like maybe not the most sold on having to travel all the way there. But it is the safer path. You guys do feel as though you're at least removing yourself from a place called the Valley of Doom. And at least like back there, you knew there was some degree of food that you could hunt for in case you felt like you had the time or whatever to do it. It's nice to make sure like this isn't some magical place so the trail twists and bends away from us so we can't find it again. There's all layers of security you can have from making that trek back, and whether or not you believe that to begin with, you can convince yourself of it as you're making the journey. The sun is getting low on the horizon, and as you are traveling away from the keep that's there, one of the things that you notice is, because remember when you first came in, you traveled where you believed the keep wasn't going to be. You traveled southward or whatever. So now as you're traveling northward, one of the things that you notice is that the sun is setting on the horizon before you. You know, obviously it's setting to the west and to the north of where you are. And it's just the way that the sun is dipping as you're approaching the trail itself, the way that it's getting low on the horizon, the way the sky is starting to light up, you know, the view that you have from up here in this valley, it is truly a majestic sight to see. There's a small amount of clouds still in the sky from the terrible weather you dealt with a couple days ago. Not like big gray clouds or anything like that, but you know, the clouds that happen to be up here, those are helping to illuminate the setting sun in a way that just gives us like very majestic view. As you guys are making your trek back over to the trail that's there, could y'all go ahead and roll me a perception check, please?
Will do. I also would like to start collecting firewood on the way back.
Yeah, so like
So I
twigs and
just wanna-
branches and anything like that, because there's like no proper trees that are here, but there's definitely more than enough shrubs that would have like had, you know, deadfall over time. So you're collecting a whole bunch of that. All right, cool. Yeah. Hey, would you communicate that to the others so that they can assist you, or?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Makes sense that Aldo's not really paying attention because he's predominantly collecting all the branches and whatnot while you guys are.
Do you want me to roll survival to assist him or something?
No. You're fine. I mean, the three of you collecting stuff as you go, you're good. So as you're making your trek along there, the one person that hears something is Mikhail. You know what I mean? So as you guys are traveling, whatever it is, at one point in time, Mikhail, you hear a strange sound on the wind. It sounds a bit distant from where you are. When I say strange sounds, it almost sounds like a laughter. Like it's just the way that the wind, you know, if you've ever been in certain forested areas or certain near where it's fairly rocky areas and the wind is billowing through there, you can hear the winds kind of like, or even if you're on a back deck, the wind, the way it gets cut up by the solid objects around, it can make like funny sounds like whistling or wailing noises, so on and so forth. It's just the way that the wind is kind of like cutting through the area. As you're going into evening time, the wind is picking up. It almost sounds like a laughter being carried off in the distance. It catches your ear just because you have like an ear for, you know, different tunes, tones, whatever. But probably something that doesn't linger on your minds too much.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he probably doesn't say anything if it's just that.
All right, cool. You guys collect a good amount of wood or whatever it is, and you're able to fall back into the trail. I imagine you don't go too far up the trail because you want to make sure that you're able to get out in the morning. You just want it to be back enough that you can't necessarily see into the valley from where you are on the trail. Just kind of like back it around a corner or whatever it is, and set up your camp best you can there.
Question, real quick.
Please.
How wet was it down there, or like how? We had the big rainstorms in the mountains where we were. Does it seem like the ground's a bit swampy, or is it just kind of like maybe it didn't hit down here, or how wet was our traverse?
No, that's a great question. So it was not incredibly soppy because if you remember when the rain stopped and when you arrived here, there was a few days that had passed. So the amount of incredible downpour that would have happened, some of it would have been just absorbed by the grass or whatever itself. And then others would have just like literally rolled down the mountainside, right?
Okay,
just continue down. So was the ground soft? Sure. But like you're still not in the winter. You're still in the autumn. So the ground's not like frozen or anything. And it wasn't incredibly muddy. Probably left a good footprint though. Like, you know, something that would be easier to track if something were to track. But, you know, you're good. It's definitely something that I could see a hunter like your character, you know, keeping in mind. So when you guys get back there, you're able to set up your camp. I assume you set up your tent. You know, you throw the pythons down, get it locked in a proper area. Get probably a small fire started up so you can, you know, cook up some of the meat that you have. Make like a good meal because you know tomorrow is going to be like a decent day of work. You don't quite know what's the plan is for what's happening tomorrow, but it's a decent day of work. At this point in time, is there anything worth noting that your characters want to RP with one another, or anything you're doing with camp this evening? Anything that's worth note, or what have you? Or
Not for me.
Yeah, I imagine they're probably pretty. Mikhail's probably pretty tired. So
Yeah, Aldo just does convey like whenever someone's on watch, don't let the fire die. But that's it.
Okay.
Cool.
yeah.
So you guys don't have like massive logs or anything like that you can throw into this. Even by the goat trail, there's no like trees that are there. But the good news is because of the storm that blew through here recently, even shrubs, even bushes, even all that stuff has a lot that has like kind of been ripped up or killed. And even any small kind of, if you want to call it a tree that would be growing in the area, that would be like ripped up a good bit from the shallow soil and the high winds. So especially as the ground got very wet. So yeah, you've got a decent amount of wood that it's going to be a low fire, but you can definitely keep it burning throughout the night. That's not an issue. I'm going to have Wade go ahead and roll me a survival check kind of coming into the morning. You do get the bonus from the book.
Okay. So that makes it a 16, I think, because I don't think is it built in by default? I don't think it's built in by default.
It's not. It's kind of like one of those we can mental math every time I say you can use the book. There's a 2. So a 16. Cool. A 16 is pretty solid. 15 was to start. And one of the things that you notice is that as you're, after you finish your, going to bed that night, doing your camping, so your watch overnight, whenever that might be, and definitely in the morning when you're up and getting ready and looking to the skies and whatnot, you can see it's only been a few days since that nasty storm came through, and you can already see an amassing of clouds. You don't think like in the next 24 hours it's going to be anywhere near as bad as what you just experienced beforehand, but the clouds are amassing enough that you're like, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe overnight, like tomorrow, like tonight after you've woken up, right? Or tomorrow morning, if there's like a strong overcast or even a slight rain happening, And so definitely like as the day's getting later today or maybe tomorrow morning, you're going to want to check to see if things are getting bad again. So that's something that you're just going to be mindful of, throughout the course of the day today, but you don't even anticipate it's going to rain before sunset.
This is something when we wake up I would point out to you two as well, so that we can all kind of keep an eye on things.
Okay.
Cool. So as you guys are in the morning, going about your morning routines, you start to break down the tent and you're going through the details of, setting up or whatever. Again, I point out before I jump to my next item here, is there anything worth noting that your characters are working on doing or what have you, or kind of just keep moving, keep trucking?
Aldo is like running water through like the wood ash. He's gonna try and make some lye water. And he'll just say to you, if either of you look over, he'll say, we managed to clear the debris out of those locks, but they've been sitting like that unopened for a long time. Sure, the key will help, but I think if we're going to have any chance of really getting it open, we're going to have to do more than just clear the debris. I think we have some acid as well, right, Mikhail?
Yeah, we do.
Well, with a mixture of maybe putting some of the acid in there and then the lye water, possibly I might be able to get these locks a little bit cleaner. At least give me a better chance at being able to do it at any rate, because we can't touch that door.
Yeah, the one covered in spikes.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
I was also wondering if perhaps we should bring the climbing equipment with us. The one entrance is very high up, and I'm not sure if we have enough rope to get up and down from it, but if the inside has had any of the collapses or issues that the outside has had, or if we have to make a hasty retreat perhaps from that door, it may be necessary to have that equipment with us to navigate if we do manage to get inside.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If if the locks don't work, then I think there is not really any option but to try and climb, right? Because that door is just I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if people are just dying just from touching the door, and that's why this place is called the Valley of Doom, because everyone who comes here just for some reason bashes on that door, and yeah,
That would be interesting. But yeah, we've got about 200 feet of rope, looks like.
Does that include the climber's kit, or is that separate?
So, Climber's Kit has ropes in it, but because it's only 5 pounds, it's not ropes noteworthy in like some great lengths. It's more ropes to make sure that you can secure yourself or secure your equipment as you're doing things without taking from your regular. On the horses, you have 200 feet of rope. Do any of your character sheets have any lengths of rope?
Yes.
No, I do not.
How much do you have, Keegan?
It's just rope hemp, which I think by default is 50.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wade, I believe you did have some when we started the campaign, but it was chopped up several times as you were tying up various slavers and bandits and so on and so forth along the way. So
It might have been.
So
I don't have it written down.
which is why you wouldn't have it any longer. Yeah. So yeah, this sounds like you have 250 feet. Again, you didn't know how high up that was. It's not like any of you guys have like a laser measuring guide. But if you had to spitball, your spitballing was about 300 feet. So unless you're able to, affix some more stuff together or whatever it is, you might end up coming up a bit short for the amount of rope to properly scale that if you wanted to just dangle a rope and like gym class climb or whatever the situation. That's how that is right there. Again, you might be able to fasten something along the way. Maybe shave all your heads and start braiding, whatever it might be.
I will not shave my head for you. My hair is a precious commodity.
I'm sure it is for your poor character, Wade.
Oh, right. I'm not Koa.
No fantasy.
I was role playing there.
Yep. Yep. All right, cool. So, anyways, yeah. So as you guys are kind of like going about this, and so you have, kind of like planning and maybe starting to break down the tent or whatever it is, you can see that one of the ways that the tent is kind of, held. Oh, yes, Wade.
Before we get out of the camp, I think you asked us all if there's something we would be doing.
Oh,
we had
yeah,
that moment
please.
of RP. Koa is, every time we're around the camp, going to be looking around for things to hunt because I imagine it's going to be kind of rare to find a lot of stuff here. So he will be kind of like, maybe not venturing far, but just keeping our food ahead of the game rather than potentially falling behind is something he would be thinking about. So Koa will be making sure we have the climber's kit and the rope or whatever, but then he's looking around for food. And that will probably be like a daily thing if we're back out here. Is like let's make
one
sure we
thing
stay
I
up on
do,
food.
like especially seeing Koa do that, I will say, when we're in the valley, can you see if you can see any signs of game? I wonder if things there might be some type of beast or something. If what we know about the curse is true, I wonder if there's no game in the area.
If so, you'd think that whatever was hunting them would be dead itself from starvation. But yes, especially after the recent rain and potentially future rain coming along, finding tracks, I wouldn't imagine would be super difficult.
Yeah.
I don't like this place. Too quiet.
It's
Koa
funny.
will yell really loudly.
Oh, okay, perfect. This is too quiet. You yell really loudly. Roll perception checks. I'm going to give Aldo, I'm going to be a jerk and give Aldo a -2 because he was surprised by Koa's like sudden like, ah! Like, ah!
I might luck mine.
Okay.
I
had the highest
Yours is
roll,
probably the only
so-
one worth
I
it. Yeah.
will say go easy on the luck because if I'm disarming traps and things like that, I may need it.
That's fair.
Cool. So, we're
Good
good
we
here.
had left on luck. Yeah, I definitely will start going easy on it.
I believe that's true. Do you need me to confirm in the other channel?
No, we did use a decent amount last
Yeah.
session, so I would
Yeah, we
believe that
used
we're
it.
down to that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I will go light on using luck this session. Let's just hope we roll well.
Awesome. So, where were we? Making sure it's working because somebody just gave you a luck. They did, and it's working. It's ticking correctly. Everything's working fine. Cool. All right. So, you with your 15 total, I think. Yeah. So you're like, ah, and probably chuckling to yourself as poor Aldo was like, jumps or whatever from
It
your
was a combination. It was like a joke. It was to see if I startle anything around us, and it was to see if there's like an echo. It was just kind of like I don't know. It was an instinctual barbarian roar, but also he was kind of like, I wonder what'll happen.
So you hear an echo that comes back. So like that comes back. It's like as you hear like this strange, almost laughter that is echoing through there as well. It's like a, I don't know, almost like an animalistic laughter. Laughter might be the wrong sound, almost like a cackle. It is a strange sound. You don't know if you've ever heard this before. As a matter of fact, because of your background, Wade, why don't you go ahead and roll me a nature check real quick?
That description gave me goosebumps, by the way. So
Yeah, that was uncomfortable.
So
Yeah.
with your 17 total, actually, you have heard stories of this as a boy by a campfire. Heard stories about creatures that have a laugh, a cackle that's just like this. You believe this is it's kind of like a wolf, but more vicious. It's kind of like if a wolf bred with a cat and had all of the worst features of them combined. It's this horrible, almost demonic creature that you've heard stories about as a child. And so as you hear that laughter, like not sure what it is, you spend like that moment or two thinking to yourself, like, what the hell is that? And then it kind of like starts to come to mind, this like childhood like horror story that you heard. And it's like, oh my God, I hope these things aren't real. And Wade, as you say whatever it is that you want to say, or Aldo maybe interrupts you with like, you fuck, or whatever, that's up to you guys. But as you do so, why don't you go ahead and do me a tiny, teeny, weensy little favor and click on your minis and roll initiative.
Oh, yeah, I was hoping.
Is that working? Oh no, is it broken? Oh no.
I see some. Oh, I saw a lot more than I was supposed to see, I think.
Yeah, so did I.
Somehow the dynamic lighting broke on me.
Whoops.
Luckily for you, I wasn't paying that much attention, but
Yeah, I was still
Keegan's
like,
like, I
what's
wasn't
happening?
either. I saw everything, guys. I got notes. I screenshotted. Go.
Just pasting it in chat now.
Nice.
Knit, right?
Ugh. Yep.
That's the best knit roll I've had this campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Koa is 17. Mikhail is 6. Aldo is, so I have to delete these other ones. This 14 I'm deleting, and the 7 I'm deleting. Those are now correct. Cool. And I have to do my init that I have right here. But first, I don't know who wants to say. I don't know if you're going to react first, Koa. Aldo, because you were surprised, or if we're going to have him. I don't want to. Please go ahead.
Would you guys say anything before Koa speaks?
as you scream, yeah, Aldo just like almost spits out at you. He's like, "What is wrong with you?"
I wanted to test something, but I heard there was a noise. There's a legend, a rumor about a cat wolf-like beast that I don't think they're real, but there was laughter on the echo. Did you not hear the laughter, the cackle, the horrible? That wasn't the noise I made.
No.
Be ready.
Shit.
Cool. Aldo, startled as you were, you're actually able to act first. Just so you guys know, in case you're a little disoriented at the moment, the way out of where you are and into Valley is down this way.
Okay.
Right.
Do I know what direction it sounded like that echo was from? Behind us, in front of us?
Unfortunately,
Valley.
it seemed to echo down this way, but because you're inside of a cavern. Wait, you had an 18, didn't you? A 15. Yeah, 15 perception. Yeah, 15 perception told you it came from here. If you had rolled lower, I would have told you it came from like all these other places as well, right?
Okay. Down the valley, a little off to the left, it sounded like it was... The echo was different that way.
Aldo was straining water and that ash and water and stuff into like a flask. So he just toppers the flask, puts it down, and picks his crossbow up and loads it. Saying that's probably all he can do for his action. Because I stopped the flask, Scott, I didn't just drop it. I guess that's a standard. Right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Otherwise, it'd be a free action. You are correct.
Yeah. So I will. Yeah, I'll just arm my crossbow as a swift, and yeah.
Cool. Awesome. So standard action to make sure that what he was collecting, the lye water, as he was saying,
Yeah.
which you're saying flask, or even an empty water skin, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's
to
what I
collect
mean.
it.
Yeah.
And to be clear, how is he's making this lye water? Actually, the way that you pitch your tent is almost like bamboo, if you will, or like hollow, like strong, like a grass wood, right? Like a bamboo style. Wood is what you use because it's lighter weight to carry and pitch your tent with. You would literally be packing that with the ash, and like we're talking like putting water down there with it to like strain through to collect the lye on the other side. But anyway, so yeah, you do that. You stopper that, make sure that is good to go. Put it safely to the side, secure whatever it is. Move action, draw out your crossbow, right, and then swift action, load it and get it prepared. That is your whole. You can technically free 5-foot step if you have an area around you to do so. You can step one step to your right if you would like, but otherwise you are limited in movement. And we're going to move to Koa.
Yep.
Koa whistle for Nightstorm to come up, and he would draw his sword.
Cool. So I believe for you to control your horse is a move action. So you can send your horse like ahead of you and tell it's a guard. You can do it however you'd want to handle it, but it's a move action for you to command your horse.
Okay, can I draw my sword and move the horse?
Yeah. Drawing your sword, if you do it as part of your own movement, is free. If you stand still and do it, it'll take up your standard.
Okay. I would want to at least move to be ahead of the other two. I can't tell if the area that we're in is kind of a bit of a...
I got you. Let's step you forward
Bottleneck?
a couple steps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And you can see
Okay.
that this is just passageways that are over here. And so to the left opens up into the valley.
Okay, I might step back one more for the time being.
Sure.
Just because it feels like a bit of a bottleneck there, which I think, while we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on, feels like the safer spot to be. So,
Yep. And then that movement, which you're using your standard action to do, you can draw your sword at the same time.
yeah.
Cool.
That's it for me.
Okay.
I would
And then
just
what did you
have
want to do with
Nightstorm.
Nightstorm? Where did you want to put her?
How much is there? Not really much space up here by where we're at.
You can definitely put her ahead of you and even to the other side. So her movement's 50. And the terrain here is a bit rough. So she's going to have a hard time moving. Let me make sure I'm snapping here for a second. Snap to center. But she could theoretically, because of how big she is, that's why it's rough for her. Her speed's 50. She can't quite get to there, but if she double moves, she can get over to here, and she can stand on the other side of the opening, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, I would have her go over there.
Okay. Sure. So we'll have her. I got you. And then that would be like most of her movement as a double movement to get over there. Sound good?
Yeah, that's fine for now.
Perfect. Any words that are said, any quick words that are said between your characters as this happens, or is it one of those like once you said that, everybody kind of jumps into action? You know, you say your words and you give her the thing, and as he's loading, you start moving out.
I don't think Koa is saying anything else. I think right now he's probably listening.
Okay.
Because even though he believes that's the direction things are coming from, it's like, is it? And maybe nothing's even coming. Maybe it was just, you know. What he knows and what we know, I think, are two different things right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Give me 1 second. I got to turn off my broadcast to others, make sure I'm not walking too far. And then I have to subtract. So I have to add on to that another chunk of speed because, okay. Not speed, but, you know, movement. Okay. So, give me 1 second, Koa, or everybody. Yeah, we have probably here works for me. Okay. So you have gents. Mikhail's turn.
Okay. I don't imagine he's holding his crossbow. It's probably like sitting nearby. So,
You have a
I guess I'll
crossbow?
spin him. Yeah, I picked one up during the
Oh.
last thingamajig. There was an extra one. Oh, you know what? I didn't have bolts initially, and I don't remember if we bought them during that downtime. I put them in the ammo section, so I assume we went over that already.
Yeah. You could have bought some bolts. That's fine.
Okay. So yeah, I'll spend a move action, like pick that up, and then I guess
Just load it as
standard
a
to load
standard?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And then can I 5-foot step over here? Is this valid?
Let me see. So
Or
I
this
would
one?
say to your right you can, yeah. Otherwise, up there you could
Okay.
get there, but you don't have not with 5 feet of movement. It's a little too rough.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll step over here.
Yep, absolutely, perfectly good spot.
Oh shit. Can I try to extrapolate what creature Koa is talking about based on his description?
No,
Like a knowledge nature check?
Oh, you know what? You're a bard. I can't tell you no. That's a problem bards are known for. So why don't you go ahead and
Yeah.
roll me your own nature check?
Well, okay.
You're like a hellhound?
A wolf cat? Like a hellhound?
Very different start than last session where we had like 3 20s. Now we got 2 1s at the start of this one. Excellent.
Nice.
Yep.
Excellent.
I like the other. I don't like jump gate. Can we go back?
Right. I rolled like 5 or 6 ones yesterday, so it's gotta end sometime.
So because of where you guys are, I'm going to go ahead and have Koa, you're going to roll a perception check. Please understand this, because of distances, y'all have slightly different DCs from one another, but I'll apply on my side, so don't be confused if one person hears even though they rolled lower. Go ahead.
Damn.
Perfect. So,
Only Koa hears this.
Aldo, so you are you're the one that hears it. So as you're reloading, you're reloading so quietly and kind of like just listening with your keen, roguish ears, listening as much as you can. And you actually hear, despite Night Storm, being loud or whatever it is, as soon as Night Storm kind of stops and turns around, that you're like listening as hard as you can. And unfortunately, the sound got disrupted because fucking Mikhail picked up his crossbow and started like loading it, and it was just so loud. But you swear you heard the disturbance of a couple of pebbles, stones, kind of like being moved, like crunched, as something was making its way up that trail. You think something is coming up that trail, like you swear you heard it, and then after that noise stops, and you're like, you think you heard some. It might not be just one; it might be more than one.
Right. Okay. So is it Aldo's turn now?
It is top of initiative. It's Aldo's turn, but before you roll, I have to go ahead and do this. I'm going to roll these real quick. Where's my mod? So you plan your turn. I gotta get this in here because it's top of initiative now. It is plus. Okay, that's it. So I need one. So boom, 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 boom. And sir, you are welcome to start doing your thing.
Aldo just says in like a hushed whisper, enough to get to Koa, but not overly loud. He says, "Can you? There's more than one." And then he'll level his crossbow in the direction where he heard the distortion of the pebbles or whatnot, and I'll hold an action to shoot when I can.
Okay. Oh, damn it. And so you're going to hold your action, so you do not want to attack right away. You want to attack when
I can't see it, right?
Correct, because you're not moving. So you're not going to use your move action. You're just holding your standard action in case you do see something. Yes.
Where is this open or is this wall?
No. That's rough terrain, so it does build up high, but you can like push against it or scramble over it. You just move slower.
I might go to there then.
Sure, absolutely. Are you trying to move stealthily, or are you trying to move?
Stealthily if I can.
Yep, you just move a half speed and you move stealth. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a stealth check, sir? That's a pretty good roll. Give me 1 second to confirm one detail. And thank you so much. So why don't you, so as you stealthily make your way over there, you prepared an action. As you get to that spot, which is for you where you were, that was 10, effectively 25 feet of movement. No, sorry, 10 times 4 because you moved. So that's 30 feet of movement. That's your whole movement speed. You do see something as you like make your way up there quietly, stepping around the rubble, whatever it is, try to be as quiet as possible. You clamber up the rock just a little bit, and as you look over Koa's shoulder, because you're like a good bit above him now, as you're like looking over Koa's shoulder and around the rock or whatever that's set there, you swear you see something. You see something moving. It's not an ultra clean shot, but you can see something. You can take a shot now. You don't have to. You can prepare an action for a cleaner shot, but you can see something now.
It's not a good enough shot, so I'll hold like that prepared action as soon as something comes within my field of view.
Okay, I would call it like improved cover, 3/4 cover, whatever we call it in Pathfinder now. It's just like
Is that a +3?
No, it's like a +5 to its AC. Like it's like a it's like a
okay.
proper, defense.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you're good there. That's the end of your turn. You're preparing an action, but otherwise the end of your turn. Cool. I have to open roll this next roll because Daddy's Dice was used. So my next like proper roll has to be open rolled, and you get to see the modifier for it. So I'm going to go ahead and add a d6 /R 1d20 plus 1d6 for Daddy's Dice, but it's an open roll. Plus my mod, which for this is a whopping 2. Okay, I rolled absolute shit, which is good news for you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I double moved, taking penalties and whatnot for the double move. And you absolutely heard, Aldo, something moving quickly, something not light-footed, rushing its way up here. What were the other perception checks here? So, Aldo, you heard that. Mikhail, you heard something rushing towards you. Koa, you think you heard something moving up too. You're pretty sure you did too. But Aldo specifically, you get this extra detail. The thing moving towards you is bipedal. Like, there's a certain, like, galloping or way that, quadrupeds or what have you move. Whatever's moving towards you sounds like a heavy-footed bipedal creature coming swiftly your way. Cool.
Yeah, okay.
After that is going to be Koa's turn. Oh, I don't know if you say anything, Aldo.
I don't think he does. It's more of a, like, he's got this shot that he can nearly see, and then he hears this, like, heavy, like, bipedal form, and you can honestly, like, he just kind of, like, swings almost to where that's coming from for a second there.
Question: how does flanking work in this? Do we have to be opposite sides of something, or just two engage with one, or how does it work in this system?
It's direct opposite sides, unless you're dealing with something that's larger than medium size. Then there's exceptions to it, but otherwise, direct opposite sides.
Okay, so two being engaged with it doesn't make a difference unless they're opposite sides.
No, there are feats to get around that, but generally direct opposite sides.
Cool. So then I'm not going to... I was going to just have Nightstorm take a step forward. I was going to step forward just to kind of block things up, but... Oh man, I don't know if I like the thought of Nightstorm getting swarmed over there. But if I step forward, then I can... Well, I guess I can still get kind of swarmed, right? I can have 2 or 3 things in front of me right here, too.
I mean, you don't know. You know that you've been told that you've heard stuff, but you don't know. Well,
I'm more so just thinking, like, as a PC, like, the squares with, like, I'm trying to figure out if all the squares are passable, because some of them obviously are, like, partially blocked up or rough terrain. So, like, can something move through, like, this little tiny sliver of a square that's, like, up 1 and 2 to the left?
Can you ping it?
Ping. Which one's the ping?
Just hold left click on the map with your pointer.
ping everyone? That one?
No, yeah, sure.
Like that little sliver? Can something pass through that square?
I mean, this is these two squares are wide open. Like this is.
Oh, it's just my angle. It looks like it's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
these are wide open. You know what I mean? Like.
Because I thought this was downhill, so I'd be able to see it, but it's very like black that direction for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, technically speaking, if you are talking about altitude, technically speaking, you are like they're going uphill and you're going downhill. There's a grade to it, but not so extreme that it's worth noting in combat.
Gotcha. Okay. I think for now, then I just hold and I prepare an action.
Sure. So if something comes within range, you're going to attack it?
Presumably, unless it ends up being like a person like, hey, you want to buy a sundial? But if it's like a creature coming to attack me, then yeah.
Fuck. Got sundials. You want some kids?
Hey, man.
What are you
Valley of Doom
buying?
could be a financial thing for all we know.
Oh, yeah. All right, moving on. So you're preparing an action for something to come in within range. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me go ahead and see where this is. Give me 1 second. Okay. So this is going to boom, move 1, 2, 3, 4, and stop here. And now that you know about that initiative, I'm going to go ahead and change layer to token. And then we're going to have next up is this one. We'll change this layer to token. And this one is going to go here.
I hate that all this is happening in the darkness and we can't see any of the shit that's going on. God, that makes this worse.
Yep. Oh, it's like playing XCOM, right?
Yeah, it very much is.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Awesome. And so yeah, we have after that is going to be this one here. And this one is going to all of a sudden, there's gonna be like a moment of pause, like that calm before the storm. And then you're gonna hear like a hard against the 4-footed creature, like charging forward to attack. And it is going to charge attack specifically at Koa. However, Koa had prepared an action, and so Koa gets to get the attack first.
Didn't Aldo also prepare one? Does he get to go first?
He did, and he can choose when to take that attack. My assumption would be the best spot for him is to do it here, where he has no cover, and you're not in the way.
I'll leave that up to you if you want to use it or save it, but you have first dibs, I think, because you're higher in initiative, or it makes sense to me at least.
I mean, I feel like Aldo is so reactive. So as soon as it dies, like it's almost like trigger finger, right? So
you're taking the
yeah,
shot when you
sure.
see it getting.
I'll take. Yeah, I just take the shot.
Okay.
But that wouldn't do enough damage to kill it anyway. So you'll have to finish it off even if I hit it. But let's give it a go.
Maybe they're really weak.
Yeah, maybe you crit.
Hey!
Maybe you crit.
Maybe
Oh.
I didn't.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe you did.
Is it a ×2 or ×3 crit weapon? I think it's only ×2.
It's
Times
time
two,
to
I
stick
think.
it.
I was gonna say it might be worth it just because if it's
Can you-
×3.
Can you
'Cause it
lock
crits
a
19
crit
or 20.
confirm dice?
Yeah, you can
You
any
can.
D20 roll.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, any D20 roll.
I don't know if you
roll.
want to. I was just.
No.
I never thought about it.
All right, go ahead and roll your damage.
All right. Damage.
Oh, it's D8s? Oh man, that would have been a imagine if you lucked to crit for less damage.
Yeah.
Anyways, cool. That's actually why I generally prefer when the crit is not multiplied, when instead of it's a D8 or 2D8, where it's 1D8 and an additional or 2 additional, depending on it's ×2, ×3 D8. So you add them together rather than being like, are you fucking kidding me? I rolled less on the crit than I did over there. It just like, it feels cleaner when you do that, you know? Maybe we should adjust that. But moving on. So you strike the thing's rushing at you. I'm going to describe it in a second. The thing's rushing at you. As it's coming at you, the thing almost looks like the strangest looking yote, like coyote or wolf that you've ever seen before. It has long, shagged fur, but the fur does not match any coat that you've ever seen before. It has a different texture to it than any that you've seen before. The pattern on there is completely strange. The mouth, the face, everything's structured differently. And as it's coming at you, legit, like lots of slobber coming down to the face, to the point where if you saw a wolf or a dog or a yote with that much slobber coming off its face, you would assume it was a rabid animal and would have to be put down. To be fair, it is coming at you very quickly. With a lot of fervor. So maybe this thing is rabid, and it's a good thing you took that shot. When you hit it with the thing, it lets out such a yelp. It's strange. The yelp that it gives off almost sounds like you ever hear like the double vocal cord noise, like when a wolf howls, like it has that. It's not like a single like ow. It's like that ow. Like it has like almost like double vocal noise. It lets off this howl that just sounds otherworldly. It's strange, but it actually doesn't slow down. It takes the shot in the side, but keeps the momentum going to go up and attack Koa. Koa, you have a prepared action.
Yeah, and question, I've been saying this, but I've not been just making it annoying and being like this every day, but Koa is using the whetstone.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give damage or to hit for the first attack?
+1 damage, right?
It's damage on
Damage?
the first
It's
attack.
damage.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you miss, it doesn't
then-
matter.
Cool. I'm going to swing the greatsword.
Oh. So I have bad
What a
news.
great roll for damage.
I have. It's okay because
Yeah.
the +1 doesn't matter because you missed. So I have bad news and I have good news. The bad, and then I have gooder news. The bad news is you miss horribly. The good news is we don't generally work with fumbles unless it's like a scenario where it makes sense, and this is not. The gooder news is that you missed with your attack with your prepared action attack. But when a creature charge attacks you and you are not flat-footed, oh wait, no, you have to brace against it. Never mind. No, remove the gooder part. I'm thinking of bracing. All right, so yeah, it charged you. I get my attack.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, the subject of the attack doesn't get a...
Yeah. All right, so I take my damage, and then I'm going to go ahead and roll. Ooh, yes. So my total attack against you is a 20, which absolutely hits. My damage against poor Koa here is not going to be a fun scenario. First and foremost, as the creature rushes forward, takes the bolt in the side, which it lets out that like howl yelping thing, but keeps moving on, and then lunges at you and sinks its teeth into your thigh just above your knee. It sinks its teeth into you, dealing 7 points of damage to you. Now, I don't think you have
7?
anything that converts that yet. 7 points of damage, and moreover, as it sinks its teeth into your leg, ripping into your skin, it immediately starts thrashing its head hard to the side, not one, but like keeps pulling and pulling hard to the side, doing everything in its power, trying to rip you to the ground as quick as possible.
Okay.
I rolled an 18 on my CMB. What is your CMD?
Not an 18.
That means that your character is now prone. Okay.
Okay.
That is... We're going to do this guy here. Awesome.
Yikes. Okay.
That is that creature. And now it is going to be Mikhail's turn.
Yeah, Mikhail was going to shoot, but he's going to cast a spell.
Sure.
Yeah, he is going...
Prestidigitation.
He says a
is
few
dusty.
words. He says a few words, and then it looks like he takes like a big deep breath, and it looks like he's screaming his head off, but neither of you hear anything.
Ooh, ear-piercing scream. Yes. Okay, fortitude partial. Ugh. What's the DC? 14, and I guess this is on the one that's attacking Koa.
Yep. That's the only one I can see.
Okay, well, luck has turned in your favor. I actually rolled low. I rolled under a 10 for a roll. So yeah, you let those nasty ear-piercing scream. And the thing, like, as you like release a scream, its teeth immediately release its clench on Koa's thigh as it like recoils and and it lets out this like whimper and this whine as you're letting out this scream. And you can see it kind of like, whimpering and whining. They can't hear the scream. Only it can, but they all hear the whimpering and whining and seeing it recoiling and whatnot as it's as you're doing this. It's 4 points of damage, and he earlier did what, 6? Let me just check my HP. This thing is still standing, but holy shit, it is not okay. It is on its hind legs. It is recoiling back, and it's dazed. For what?
Yeah.
A round?
One
Yeah.
round.
So cool. That is now going to be. The other one is going to. So anything else with your turn, sir?
Yeah, he's gonna. Well, shit. This isn't a valid spot, is it?
Where is it? Oh,
Yeah.
point one more time.
This-
Sorry. That it is. It's just considered rough, like very rough terrain. So what's that? Impassable, I think the word is. So it counts as 4 squares to step into. So you can step 1 and then corner up into it. You're fine.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Quick question. Nightstorm was at 13 out of 15 health. How long ago was Nightstorm hurt? Is that healed up by now?
Oh god, that was forever ago.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah. Everybody was at full health prior to this combat.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. Anything else, Mikhail?
Nope, that's all I can do.
Cool. With where you are, I actually need to give you a bit of a view because it makes no sense. You can't see with where you are because now you have a bit of altitude. So I'm actually going to move you forward some so you can see a bit better, and that gives me an opportunity to show something to you. Before I do this, what you see behind, as you're looking down the area because you get this altitude, you see this thing there. You're like right by it. You're above it. So if you engage in melee now because of your positioning, Koa, Mikhail. Forgot to do this. Turn on. Why does it keep opening the sidebar? Close sidebar. Okay. So because of your positioning, you actually have a high altitude, so you would actually get a +1 on attack rolls if you were like engaged with it in melee or whatever now. Okay. But looking to the side, not only do you see another one of these creatures like bounding down the alleyway now, trying to rush to get into the fight, but behind it, the creature that you see, it's unlike any beast that you've ever seen before. It is effectively one of these, but larger, significantly larger, bigger, more barreled chest, significantly larger mouth and maw, much larger teeth, also seeming to froth around the the jaw, whatever it is, has this crazed look in its eye, standing on hind legs alone, and wearing wrappings around its body, like very basic clothing, though not in a ultra conservative way, if you will. As you see this other creature that's there now, and it's looking like crazed as it's making its way towards you. It even holds in one of its hands a spear, one of its claws, a spear. All right, Mikhail, it's the end of your turn. Now it goes to the other one that's going to start making its way, running its way along. It is going to run up, and it is going to actually, so where you are, is going to kind of try to like climb up the what's the word I'm looking for here? The rough terrain that's before you. It's going to climb its way up it as best as possible. And it's going to try to attack at you. Because of your positioning on this higher terrain, I'm going to impose a -1 on my attack roll because it's easier for you to kind of like kick and pull back a bit.
Okay.
Does an 8 hit?
Thankfully, no.
All right.
No, it does not.
So as it's like trying to get at you, you're kicking stones at it or whatever, and it's trying to like pull back from each one of these stones, and it's looking at you and it bites at you twice. And as you recoil, because the second time kicking a stone is stopping, the most freaky thing happens. It stops and it looks at you with eyes that you swear there's an intelligence in the eyes to this beast looking at you, and it lets out this cackling laugh. There's a cackling laugh at you as it does so. The injured one next to you almost instinctively wants to laugh as well, but it's so injured it like comes out more as a whimper and then it stops. Awesome. After that, Aldo, it is your turn, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking something. Not that it makes a difference now, but going forward, I rolled a stealth check before. Did I beat that? Did I beat that creature's perception?
It did. Oh,
Oh, your sneak attack.
Yeah. I know it's
Yeah.
too late now, but I just want to make
No,
sure. like,
no,
going
it's not
forward,
too
that's
late
what happens.
now. You did roll a stealth check. You
You had
rolled
an
a what? An
18?
18?
Yeah.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
You would have. It would have been flat-footed. Flat-footed, I don't think would have crit. Hold on, let me just check. Flat-footed would not have crit, to be clear. So your 11 would not have crit it.
Yeah.
But you would have been able to apply sneak attack damage. Why don't you go ahead and roll your d6?
Thank you.
Okay. This is how I'm going to let it play out, because it wouldn't have died until afterwards anyways, right? Until after
Yeah.
Mikhail's spell anyways. So instead, as the other one's like does the laughter, and it starts like instinctively trying to laugh along with it, it like winces from the laughter and lets out like a bit of a whimper instead. But then it's too much, and it starts like backing away and whimpering, and this shakes its head a couple of times because of like the ringing inside of its ears still. And as it like shakes its head and backs up, unfortunately, just like the wounds that you had already stuck it with the crossbow shot before ends up digging deeper into a vital organ, and it ends up lying down, and it's just like whimpering and like recoiling and trying to like lick its wounds as it's moving less and less, bleeding out right there on the ground. You with ear-piercing scream did kill it after he did his crossbow shot.
Yeah.
Good catch, Jaaek. That was great. Cool.
All right.
That helps a lot.
It does. It very much does.
Helps a lot.
Yeah,
No,
that makes I can maybe even stand up on my turn.
that means you can stand up without attack of opportunity. That's critical. All right.
I was looking into rules of attacking while prone to avoid. I can't take another hit like that. So.
-4 to attack while prone. All
Yeah,
right.
well,
Yeah.
Aldo, it is your turn, sir.
He's gone.
Aldo died. I assume you're going to reload as a swift action to start your round.
Yep, that's correct. I will reload, and I have a shot on this one, right? That I can see.
Let me confirm. You do, but your friends are providing soft cover.
Normally, I can. Okay, so soft cover. So soft cover is a +2, right?
Soft cover's a +4 to AC, and you're engaged in melee, so that's also a -4 to your chance to say it's an 8-point swing. Attacking from that one from there is a terrible, it's an 8-point swing.
Okay, so I can 5-foot step to here, though.
That gets rid of both of those issues simultaneously. It's not a 5-foot step though, because that you're on very rough terrain. That's movements to get there, but you can do that, and it gets rid of all penalties. Oh, sorry, it's still engaged in melee. It gets rid of half the penalty.
But I see these other ones down the way.
Yes, you do. You see the other one down there, the big boy.
Oh, which I would have yelled about,
Oh,
by the way.
you can see more than one. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for making that clear. No. That's great. Thank you for making that clear. I'm
Dude,
allowed to.
I almost died to the bitch, and now there's more
Oh
coming.
no.
Worse.
I take so you prot an attack of opportunity, but I have a penalty to my attack roll. Give me 1 second. No, sorry, prepared actions. You prepared attacks. Hold on. I put my die away because I'm an idiot. It's hard to get back out of the hole.
How far is the hospital from here?
Pretty far.
I do want to say, we're level 1, right?
I do, yes.
I just want to make that clear.
I do, yes.
Sweet.
So, one of them, he has literally a sling, and takes the sling and throws the bullet all the way over here, trying to hit you, and it ends up hitting a few feet off to the side of where you are, smacking into one of the rocks nearby, and explodes the sling bullet, as well as like whatever rock it hits leaves a huge dent into it. And the other one, similarly, has prepared action. When you come stepping around, they take a step forward, and with a heavy heave, they hurl a spear as hard as they can. But it does not go anywhere near you.
Jeez.
It ends up falling like way off to the side
It
over
misses
here.
so bad it hits Koa again.
It bends around a corner, just it ricochets twice.
He's like, I'm all right. It just goes right through his hand.
all right, now it's your turn, Aldo.
I guess I'm gonna. Aldo lets out it's like one of those involuntary screams, but he clamps it off as he fires this shot. So I'm
hope
gonna
you
be
kill.
attacking this one.
Now's the time
Yeah.
to roll well, boys.
I imagine he was trying to exhale to steady his shot, but it was just like a
Nope.
half scream. Oh,
Now's not a time to roll well, boys.
He's so scared he shoots about as wild as that other guy's thing. So that was your swift action to reload. You moved that way, and then it was a standard action to fire. So it sounds like that's your whole turn.
Yeah, it is.
All right, cool. It's now that creature, the one that's halfway down. Now they're able to start making their movements towards you, and so they're gonna start coming up this way over here. So this is gonna be 5, 10, 15, 20. And that's 30. That's their full movement to get to 30 there. And then from there, they're going to take their spear and they're going to hurl it at you, Aldo. Now, because you know how I always do it when you're directly behind somebody that's also a much shorter creature, no penalty.
Yep.
So, and you're well within range with a spear. So, confirming that actually, range of spear is. Which range of? Oh no, it's a spear's a D8. That's not a short spear. That's not. I don't think you can. You throw a spear? I think you can. Yeah, it has a range thing.
I think you can.
But what's
I
the
think it's
range?
like 10.
Yeah, hold on. Does it have a range for me?
10 for like a throwing weapon.
It doesn't show me. Give me 2 seconds. Pathfinder spear. It might be 10-foot thrown, like you said. 20 foot. Sweet.
20 foot, yeah.
Okay, and I think you're exactly 20 feet away.
Damn.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Scott, you got to move the map a little bit to the right.
Better?
For chat.
Better? Cool. Yeah, that's everything. You guys can see everything there.
We're in there.
Cool. All right. So, anyways, yeah, with your with that 20 foot, sorry. So with my throw, I got a whopping 9 with my attack roll. So they throw the spear at you, but again, I imagine Aldo sees the spear coming in, and just one of those like he's not an idiot. He knows how to play people. He knows how to trick minds. But this is an animal. Does this work? Starts feigning to one side. And they throw the spear, and you immediately pivot and turn back the other way, and the spear flies wildly to the side. This is not a safe moment. You do not feel okay. You're outnumbered. Well, no, maybe not outnumbered, but you're being attacked by these creatures you've never seen before. You don't know what the hell is happening right now. Holy shit, are these the cursed creatures? Whatever it is. But at least they're fallible, like people. All right.
Yeah.
Koa, it is your turn, sir.
Ow. I'm going to stand up.
Standing up is a move action, is it not?
It is.
I would imagine it is.
Okay. So that's a move action, but you can still take a free 5-foot step if you would like.
Man, can I step diagonally on top of that corpse to attack?
Absolutely, you can. Yep, there's nothing stopping you there.
What is our healing situation? Do we have any healing potions in our party right now?
You have one, don't you? Or you don't?
I don't have any marked on my sheet.
Don't forget, if you rage, your health goes up too.
I was going to rage,
Yeah.
but I just want to check our healing situation before I did.
I have none on my sheet.
Did we come out to this thing with no healing potions?
No. You guys have at least one. I thought you might have two, but one of you had one. I thought it was weighted. You were trying to buy
That's
some,
what
you
I
couldn't
thought.
really get your hands on them, but you had one left or whatever.
Yeah, I know we had one. I don't think we ever figured out.
I've
who
got
was
it
holding
marked
it.
over here on like my notes. I don't have it marked on my sheet for whatever reason.
Okay, so you did have one.
Okay.
And then you have 2 mysterious potions you found.
Yeah,
Oh, now's the time.
I forgot
the
about
broken
those.
one.
Should have ID'd those, or tried to. I kind of forgot about them.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead, I think, and oh man, do I want to start raging now? Probably. Real quick, how many are there? I'll say as I stand up from the dirt, because Koa doesn't know what's going on.
I think Aldo can tell you. Well, you saw 2 attacks
I
flying
can
by.
too. Yeah.
Aldo just tells it out. 3 in the other thing.
3 and the other thing. Okay, so I'm guessing 4. Dude, half of 1 almost killed me. All right, great. Yeah. I rage.
Okay,
Man,
awesome.
This has been fun. I'm so glad I'm not going to have to play Christmas week. Thank you guys for having me. It's been fun. Oh, fuck that. I don't want to be here. Oh, what the fuck? No. Oh, can Wade roll a fear check? What the shit is that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is.
Oh, dear God. Okay, well I moved, so now I can't move back. That's it.
You still have your standard.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to kill this now because that means the other thing can step up.
To be fair, it just has to step next to that thing and it can still reach you.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
It can reach you from here. Yeah.
Dude, there's 2 more down the hill.
I know.
I'm dead. I'm about to get Tony Montana'd.
They're far away. The other 2 are far away.
Great. Yeah, Scott missed 3 attacks in a row. You think that's going to continue? I'm going to attack, man. Yeah, I'm going to attack. I'm going to go down swinging. If I'm going to die, we're going to go down swinging. Do I power attack? I feel like my damage is probably enough. Like, I'm rolling, if I hit minimum of an 8, and power attack takes away... Have you hit this one at all? Has this one been hit?
No. He tried to bite me and failed. This one's fresh.
The last one had, like, at least, what, 10 to 12 hit points? Somewhere in that range? At least?
It had at least 11. Or, sorry, it had at least 12.
I hope Gandalf is coming down the other fucking side of the mountain soon, because this is it for us boys.
Koa!
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Koa!
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
Koa. Look at chat. Sorry, roll 20 chat. 8 of the Martyr coming in from Solo Wolf. You have 10
Solo.
temporary health points being added to your character on top of whatever it is that Rage gives you, and you have a +1 to attack rolls and a +1 save against fear.
I'm gonna use the +1 to fear for Wade because like, this is the scariest combat I think I've ever gone into. I'm just feeling I'm the healthy one, man, and that thing could have one-shot me if it crit. So like, this is terrifying. Thank you.
By the time you saw the enemy, you were already fucked up.
Dude, I don't know that I, Wade, have ever gone into a combat more scared than I am this time.
Yeah.
And I've been on Dathomir at least 10 times.
Fuck you, Roz. If you're watching this, Roz.
So, okay. Power attack might be needed then to make sure we kill it. But that does give me a penalty to hit. We don't know this thing's AC yet, right?
Well, you do know that a nat 20
23
hit,
hit? Yeah.
You know that an 11 miss. Even it's
Okay.
flat-footed. So its flat-footed is going to be somewhere between its AC's at 12 plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm dealing... If I hit, I'm dealing right now a minimum of 8. If I roll absolute shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got more health than that. How much does power attack change? I'm so sorry, y'all, for not knowing more about
For you,
this
I think
shit.
it'll add 3.
It's a
Two-handed?
+3 damage, -1 chance to hit. It is a surefire way of killing this thing one shot. You still haven't hit with your weapon yet, so you still get the +1 from your whetstone.
Oh,
yeah.
for
Power
whetstone,
attack only takes
yeah.
away 1. I thought it took away more. It's only a -1.
It's a -1
minus
+3.
Yeah.
Because of your level. At higher
Yeah.
levels, it's a bigger penalty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and we're getting the
bonus.
+1. So let's try it. We're going to power attack. I'm raging. We're power attacking. I want Mommy Wolf to come up here and just rip my throat out. So let's speed it up. That's an 11, which I know misses. So
Well,
I
then, does
have
that
to-
include the +1 from Martyr?
No, that makes it a 12 actually.
And does this include everything from Rage? I assume it does.
I have rage and power attack selected. I
Perfect.
can see if a 12 hits, unless you guys want me to luck. I know we might need the luck later.
I doubt it. I doubt a 12 hits. Like, it's possible. I just kind of doubt it.
It's a matter of whether or not you want this thing still standing in front of you when its teeth start going for your other knee. Hey, chat, by the way,
other one.
I did do this, by the way. I don't know if anybody had noticed yet. Oh, fuck it,
Okay,
like
it's
it,
12
yeah.
right now. I do want to make sure, dude. We got to kill these things. I'm sorry, Jake. I have to make sure I hit.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
We're at a
I think we had
14.
more than I
A
thought we did.
14 hits.
Okay,
Wait.
that's 17 slashing.
I want you to take the moment as your character's pushing himself up, asks the question, gathers his senses, describe what happens from there.
On the ground, Koa's like probably grabbing his thigh, but like quickly trying to scramble up. It's like, how many? And you say there's like at least 3 plus 1 weird one or whatever the fuck Aldo said. And Koa just probably like even from the ground almost gets into like a defensive lineman position in the NFL, like gets to a knee, grabs his sword, and then just like stands, charges, and swings putting his other hand on it, kind of like all in one motion as he like lets out a roar. Partially from pain from standing on a leg that just got fucking torn into, but also like pain and anger are kind of related sometimes. So it's a combination of both, and also one of those, that was not a hit I can take many times. If I'm going down, let's make the gods proud.
Cool. You are drop the thing in the one hit, which is awesome. Just like the chop is just so fucking heavy, so much strength behind it. Absolutely. Okay. Next one's turn. Unfortunately for you, it is the one with the sling. A sling has a range of 50 feet. If anybody used to watch Daelric channel forever ago, you know there were some people that were mad at me with addition blindness because I used a 50-foot range sling in a 5e campaign. Sorry! In Pathfinder, it is 50 feet. So 50-foot range, you're at 90 feet, so I take a -2 penalty to my attack roll. And I'm going to, there's no penalties for attacking right now. I'm going to attack you with a sling. Your AC is currently reduced because you are raging. Okay? And unfortunately for you, I do hit you. I hit the total of an 18 because I rolled very, very high.
Man. If
He doesn't have soft
raging.
cover.
He does not have soft cover. There's nothing living. Sorry. My apologies. So that soft cover would bring it to a 14. You actually are very much correct. That dude does give soft cover. That brings the attack to a 14, which does also hit him while he's raging.
Yeah.
Slings do D4 damage. You take 3 off of your 10
Can
temporary.
you just roll less than half of average, maybe? Okay. That comes off temp first, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
10 before anything else. After that is going to be the one that's immediately before them, and they're going to start moving. 5, 10, 15, 20. So hold on, wait. I screwed that up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 45, 55, 60. That's their double move. Because I did 2 diagonals, so I had to throw an extra one on there. That's their double move. That's how far they can get on their turn. After that is going to be Mikhail's
Here's my
turn.
fear check.
Hold on. I got to roll something real quick.
Yep, not doing well. Not doing well over here.
Okay.
I have a +1 on that.
Well, that's good.
Oh, God, dude.
Okay.
They didn't arrange how I wanted them to at all.
Mikhail, it's your turn, sir.
Well, I think we know what I'm doing. Sandman.
Bravely
I'm casting
ran
sleep.
away. Oh, okay.
So if you're going to Sandman, that's
So-
funny because the range of that is so far. Are you going to go for backup artillery? Are you going to go for who's immediately in front of you? Like, what's the plan?
I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna
Sleep me so I
use
die
one-
peacefully.
Shit, I have to double check. I have to double check the
Let me go in my sleep.
thingamajig.
True, I've already got a pair, but thank you.
It's a 10-foot burst because I don't think I can get 2 of them.
Not unless you prepare an action and wait for them to get closer.
By that time, old boy's gonna have gone. But yeah, no, I think shit. I think I have to. What is this one that's close? What, he's the one with the spear?
Had a spear, threw it at Aldo. Now doesn't have a spear.
So he's currently
Got sharp
unarmed.
fangs and
Just has teeth. Yeah.
Correct.
he's like the rabbit from Monty Python. There's bodies all over the place, but like just a werewolf-looking thing, man, that can throw spears.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna hold the action then.
Okay.
It's like what Scott thinks he looks like when he actually looks like a poodle.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mikhail's going to hold his turn. Nothing with his move or swift, correct?
I will drop the crossbow for free, which probably makes Aldo sad. But I think I will take out my loot. Yeah, I'm gonna take out the loot instead of the sword.
Okay.
I can perform a
So you
trend.
take out the loot, drop the crossbow onto the ground, and you prepare your action. That's that.
Yes.
Thank you. Aldo, sir, it is your turn.
Okay, can I shoot this guy with no problems?
Which guy? Oh,
This guy.
unfortunately, you don't have the. You have to step. If you diagonally step up to here, you can do exactly that. Yes, sir. And you can do that as a 5-foot step with where you are.
To here, is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
What if I step to here?
Oh, I forgot to add this. This came in. I was waiting for Mikhail to do his turn because it didn't matter for that one. This also came in from Solo Wolf, Penance of the Arbiter. And this is +1 on attack rolls, weapon damage rolls, saves, and skill checks for your party. And the same thing, but -1 for all enemies for the rest of the fight. All right, Jake, go ahead, sir.
Solo, you are invested in this game, and I appreciate that about you.
I said, can I step to there and just shoot over, like around Wade or whatever? Because he's directly in front of me, so it shouldn't give me a penalty.
Because there's a gap, you are 100% correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that.
Even if there was a gap, if he's right behind me, is there still a penalty in melee?
I apply it because it's too close, too much. Too much going on. Ugh. Even with the +1 from Penance, that's too low of an attack roll.
Yeah.
My assumption is your character is just being thrown off by how freakish these creatures are. It's just like it's got you.
Oh,
rattled.
100%.
Yeah.
I will reload.
Okay.
Plus, you saw me get like the big fighter take a hit early on and start bleeding massively from the thigh. So like, yeah, there's a good reason Aldo would be a little freaked out. I imagine.
Yeah.
I'm freaked out.
Are you ready?
Probably freaked out.
It moves forward.
No.
So sorry. What is it? It steps diagonally this way to move up to you. Let me make sure I'm good. Yep. Diagonally this way to move up to you, and goes to attack you, Wade. So it does a 5-foot step, and will attack you with its teeth, its claws. Smash and crash, gnashing.
I imagine dental out here is terrible. How good of condition are its teeth in? Because like, I've not seen an orthodontist or a dentist office.
That's a really good point. I will take. I will convert one of those points of damage into crushing as opposed to piercing or slashing, and I will apply. I'll apply rot onto the wound.
It's a little chilly in this valley. I'm
check.
like a hard airhead. I could break a tooth right now.
Maybe it doesn't even have teeth. It might even not have any.
Dude, gum me, daddy wolf.
Jesus Christ. All right.
Going from a fight into a porn real quick.
That's not what I was going for.
All right, listen. I have good news and I have bad news.
You always do, man.
The bad news is that I rolled the total of a 10 on my attack roll against you while you're raging. The good news is Penance of the Arbiter gives me a -1 penalty and drops it to a 9, which I think misses.
Okay.
Because I was using power attack. Pretty sure a 9 misses you. Is that true?
It does.
Okay. So it comes at you with such ferocity. Like it lunges at you. It literally, with one hand, it does an open claw, which you kind of like jump back from. And then it throws a fist and then falls immediately afterwards with a hard crunch of its teeth, with like really trying to rip into you. But with like this big, powerful swings, strong bites. Unfortunately, the ferocity behind it kind of like threw off its accuracy just off its footing just enough that you're able to, you familiar with this fighting style, kind of like hold your own ground. And so it did the 5-foot step up and it, kind of attacked.
I'm picturing Koa like swinging his sword and this thing like catching it with his teeth and just like laughing at him and then like gnawing through the sword like at him. Like dude, this is a freaky fucking feeling fight. I don't know if are these ones cackling too, or is that just the little ones?
So great question. So as you're doing that, there is a bit of like the way that it fights, its growls that it does at you. Occasionally you'll hear like a moment, like a half a moment that almost sounds like in it, but it's not like a full-blown cackle like the other ones were. Just like a moment, like but go ahead.
Worse.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Is it my turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This isn't like Mass Effect where we can just play a ring around the rosy. If we move at all while we're in range, that invokes attack of opportunity, right?
Wrong. You can free 5-foot step and you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm thinking I might 5-foot. Would it be better for Aldo and Mikhail if I were to step one out of the way?
Neither of them are currently wielding melee weapons. Both of them, one has a lute
Right.
and one has a crossbow.
I just don't want to be in the way of them shooting or whatever.
If Koa is thinking defensive, you're in the best spot right now.
Okay. Then I will stay. I guess you can always free 5-foot step out and then shoot next to me again. So okay, I'll stay here and I'll do the same thing I did. I'll 2-hand power attack and I'm raging. So.
Okay. You also have +1 from penance
George.
as well, whether or not it gets mental math in, or if you.
It will be mental math then. So this will be rolled without it.
What? Oh, hold on.
You know, it's okay. I'll take the.
Does that include aid?
This is raw, so this is just my attack. So +1.
Yeah, that's actually a +2. One from arbiter and one from martyr. Okay.
That's a 26 and a 10.
26 and a 10. It's up to you. If that 10 is high enough, it's worth for you trying to luck it. I will describe what they're wearing. They have wraps on their body. They don't have, it's not like they're wearing armor or anything like that. They have wraps on their body.
Last we saw, we have
13 more
7
damage.
Hmm?
Oh, we have 13. That's 13 more damage.
It is.
That's a 13.
Maybe still got 7. Nice.
Unfortunately, a 13 does not critical hit. Fortunately, 15 was enough to do the job anyways. So, why don't you go ahead and describe this kill?
You know, that's okay. Okay, I'm going to go with the
16.
scene I described
16.
before. Koa swings, this thing goes to bite, grabs his sword, kind of like Cackle laughs. I think Koa just like kind of tips the sword a little bit and almost punches it with one fist and just pushes it further into the thing's mouth and then just like yanks it out, slicing, cutting into its head just enough, I guess, to it doesn't like cut its head off, but just enough to get back into like I guess the brain or brainstem.
Mm-hmm.
Yanks the sword out and then is looking down the hill at the other two. I still have move, right? Do their bodies count as rough terrain?
Not unless they're starting to really stack up. I don't usually do that.
Okay. Because these guys were fucking shooting at me, so I feel like getting into melee with them is not a terrible idea, right? Well, it is, because they have their fucking claws and teeth and shit. But we're gonna have to move up, right?
Using 5-foot steps, you are freely allowed to use your move action.
How far can I move?
Your speed is 40.
Can I get to that one then without? Yeah, it's only 30, right?
It's 35 feet, I think.
35?
Yeah, you're measuring from
your
one too
space.
far. Yes, sir.
Koa will like look to you two and just be like, "Press the advantage," and like kind of limp charge. Like at first it looks like he's limping, but then he just goes into full gallop and charges in at the other one. This feels like a terrible idea, but god damn it, I'm playing a barbarian who's raging. We're going in.
Okay. Next one, initiative. Let me go ahead and change layer to token. One had been hiding, sneaking around from the backside, and is going to go ahead and make an attack roll from behind. And give me 1 second. That is definitely a good hit right there. Not a crit,
Not
though.
Jacobo.
Give me 1 second.
Actually, no, not Jacobo. We have all of our shit on them.
Yeah. That's actually a problem.
Get over here. I can't pick it up.
There goes that fucking plan.
All right, there we go.
Do I see that fucker?
You would definitely, it would catch your attention once you hear what happens next.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me just get my damage here. So that is going to be against Jacobo. I only do 9 points of damage with the spear. So pops out and like thrusts at Jacobo with a spear and stabs into it really hard. And you hear the like from the mule as it's in an insane amount of pain, taking 9 points of damage on the poor thing, attacking it from behind. That's what happens to the one from behind. After that happens, why don't we go ahead and jump to the next one initiative? So this one, unfortunately, let me roll this. Okay, good. I rolled well. That's good news. Let me roll this real quick.
That's great news, man.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. That's what I use my natural 19 and natural 20 on. Watch me roll shit here. Okay, so this one right here is going to first attack, and then it's this one's turn afterwards. This one is the one that has the sling, so they're going to go ahead and take their sling, and they're going to try to take the shot with it. I did see a DM's dice comes in, so I do get to add a d6 to this roll. They are not so dumb as to attack you directly in front of their friend right there. They know that that's going to be an obvious miss. So instead, they're going to take the -2 and attack all the way here at Aldo. Same as they did earlier. Let me go ahead and apply my /R 1d20 plus 1d6 from the daddy's dice. Plus their actual range modifier is a it's a 1 because it's a 0 because it's with the penalty. So this is my attack roll against Aldo. And I rolled, unfortunately, Daddy's Dice twice have done shit to me. And so I attack Aldo. Thank you, Steve. I'm sorry. I rolled shit both times. So I attack Aldo with the slingshot because it's so far. I take the penalty. And once again, it crashes into
Does a 9 miss? You guys
stone.
have better armor now, right?
Yeah, 9 misses. Base is 10.
I actually thought a 9 hit, Scott. That's the only reason I interrupted you. I was like, I think a 9 hits them.
No.
Thank goodness, no.
11, I think, used to hit, but now it's like a 13, I think, for him or whatever. But so anyways, Aldo, you are, it misses you. It crashes into the area behind you, which is good news for you. And the one directly in front of you, Wade, this one threw his spear forever ago. And so now that you're directly in front of him, he's also going to gnash his teeth and swing his claws at you. All right. So he tries to attacking you best of his ability and is actually able to sink his teeth in. Actually does get the bite off.
Good,
on you.
Daddy Wade's got one more thigh. Drink up, little fella.
Does to you with the power attack, of course, that they're using. Does to you a whopping 5 points of damage. Okay. I rolled low, but had a decent mod. So.
Thank God for those temp, man, or I'd be dead.
After that is Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, before you do anything, I need you to do a tiny little favor. In roll 20, all three of you can do this, but specifically Mikhail. In roll 20, top right-hand corner, next to the settings cog, there's 3 little hexes. You want to click that to see the macros, and please roll the one that says Blessings of Vroga, but everybody can add it into bar. Because Solo Wolf gave you Blessings of Vroga.
Nice.
Solo, if you won the lottery, you should be in Jamaica or something right now.
This is a +4 to sacred skill check, sacred bonus to skill check, or +20 to your speed. Your choice.
Fuck.
Solo been saving up a lot of init for a long time.
Hey, you know what? This is a good one to probably use it on, because man, oh man.
Yeah.
This fight is scary.
Neither of those is super useful for me. Can I try to identify these things? Because if so, then I'm going to take that skill bonus.
You can. Yes, that is just a nature check. Yes.
Okay, then I will take the +4.
So wait, you also have a +1 from penance, because that says skill checks.
Ooh, okay.
I
don't think Aid of the Martyr helps with skill checks.
Okay, so that is correct.
So total of +5 then?
That is all correct, yes.
All right. Well, good thing I rolled a 3.
Oh, man. So does that include the +5? It does. So you have a 12
yeah.
total. Are you comfortable with that 12?
I'm not rolling luck on this.
Okay, so the DC for this is 10 based off of CR. A 12 is high enough that you can identify details about this creature. So, for one, you don't know what the name is because you already failed earlier on that check, right? So you don't know what the name is, but watching them fight and keeping track of them for a while, you can see... Oh, sorry, we're not doing the ones that are... You didn't fail that check earlier. You didn't roll for this one earlier.
Oh, I rolled for the regular...
You have heard rumors of these creatures before. These are gnolls, and if these are gnolls, those other ones must be what are they called? Hyenas or something like that? Whatever the fuck they're called. Heinous. They might be called Heinuses. Heinous and the anus. So these are called gnolls. You've heard stories of these things, these intelligent animal creatures that are just wild, but they're not supposed to be around here. They're known for living in like warm climates, not up in the mountains in a region that experiences winter. Like this is insanity. They're known for again living in much warm, like far, far to the north of where you guys are, not anywhere near around this. So the idea of this being here is kind of crazy. They speak their own language. You don't even know what the name of the language is called, but they speak their own language, and they are able to verbally communicate. They are intelligent. They typically travel with these Hanuses. But the big thing to note about them is while they are fierce warriors and ambush tactic peoples, they are known to fall back if fights aren't going in their favor. And things are starting to turn. If you press the advantage in enough strength, you could probably get them to just fall back.
Okay. Trying to think of how I'd word that quickly. See,
Koa
Mikhail
also
shouts,
literally just said the words "press the advantage" right before, so I don't know if you want to echo that, but that
Yeah.
was the last thing he yelled as he charged in.
Yeah, he goes, yes, they're gnolls, they'll run. We have to hit them harder. But yeah, Jacobo just got bit.
Yeah, I mean, Scott plagiarized me and then tried to kill our horse, which is bullshit, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, press the advantage, and Scott's like, if you press the advantage. It's like, dude.
Okay, so in one hand, it is the mule. But if it dies, then I probably have to carry all this stuff.
I didn't know if that was a pro or con to help me.
I just realized what you were saying.
I should probably help it. That's a lot of stuff it's carrying.
Okay, I was like, Mikhail sees the mule being attacked. Mikhail doesn't help.
That is a possibility, but no, it's carrying a lot of our shit. Okay. God damn it! No, that's a tough choice though. These two aren't close enough. Yeah, he's gonna deal with that. I can't move my token because I'm stuck in the lighting.
I can move you. Here you go.
But yeah, I was gonna move back that way, where I can tell I can actually see that bastard. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and ear-piercing scream this dude.
Do you need line of line of sight, or how does that work?
I as far as I can tell, I can see him. I don't know.
Yeah,
how,
that's
but
just
I can
because
see
you're
him.
seeing through. I think the horses are sharing vision with you guys for some reason.
Oh, okay. In that
I have
case,
to fix
then,
that afterwards, but
so that was just 5, 10, 15,
and then you have to kind of like
20.
Yeah, stop because of the rough terrains. Yep.
Yeah, but then from there I can see him.
Yep.
Okay.
Roll me
Now
a
I'll
perception
cast
check
it.
for free, please.
Sure thing. I guess that's supposed to have a +4, wasn't it?
Yes, because it's not one skill check. It's for this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
5.
Or
then,
sorry,
plus
+5 because of the other thing too. So it's 15.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you go back there to save Jacobo, and you realize there's not just one of them back there. There's 2 of them back there.
Then I'm not casting ear-piercing scream.
Can you,
I'm definitely
not to
casting
be
sleep.
a pain in the ass, but being as you did the sacred skill check for knowledge, can you still attack, or was that your action?
That's a free.
Yep.
For
It's
knowledge
all of the
checks.
skill checks.
Yeah.
That was a free check. Yep.
Oh,
And
You
as
only
was the
get one.
perception, because I gave him the opportunity to see
yeah,
something. when he
perception
came
I
around
knew
the
you
corner.
said, but I thought the other one might. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
not going to argue.
Right. Then yeah, I'm definitely casting sleep. I'll shout, shit, there's 2 more! And we're gonna go sleep instead.
Roll natural 5.
That's
I
good.
assume you drop in this guy?
And Robin and Yaw.
Can you hit both?
10
Oh,
foot
yo,
burst.
both of them. Oh, shit.
Both of them. Yeah, that's why I changed it.
Yep. Okay, so I actually was cocked between a 2 and a 20, and I shifted my tray, and it landed on the 2. So,
Oh, thank goodness.
yeah, roll natural 5 and natural 2. Both of them are sleepy.
Oh God!
Got
Now
him.
Mikhail gets to go serial killer again. He's like, never mind,
you
I've got
upset?
these 2. gnaws on their throat.
That is your turn. It literally
me.
the next person in initiative was this guy. And so you put him to sleep literally before he was able to do anything. It is now Aldo's turn.
All right.
All right. I can roll with Rogar.
Yeah, blessings.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Ah.
Did you roll a 2 as well? Interesting.
Yeah. Guess I'm going to take the speed, I guess.
Sure.
Actually, Mikhail, you yelled out, right?
Yeah, I yelled there's two, and then I said got him. Yeah.
Can I try and make a bluff check and feign? Because I heard some of these creatures. I heard that creature die. Can I feign almost like another one dying? Because you also said something about press the advantage, try and get them to retreat. So if they think more are being dropped, maybe they might pull back. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That is a fascinating decision, and I kind of love it.
So a bluff check to try to make it sound like one's like you want to try to do a hyena screamy kind of.
Yeah, something's been just another one's being killed, more or less.
And you get a +5 to it, right? No, you took the speed.
No, I haven't done it. If I'm gonna do this, I'll take the skill check, right?
I'm all in on this.
Yeah.
Dressed like
so I can 5-foot step out of their vision. And I mean that's what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna try and cause a retreat. 4. $17.
Is
that with the 5
natural born liar, blessing of Vrogo, penance
did
of
that
the
count?
arbiter.
That count penance?
Does that have the +5?
Yeah, it does. +4.
That's why he rolled a
so
5 and got.
No, you get
17.
1 from whatever it was,
Penance.
too, don't you?
Oh, yeah, one more from
then it's 18.
How long does penance last?
The combat. Jake, are you happy?
I
with
might
18?
luck it. No, I'm
It's up
gonna
to you.
luck it because if I can maybe do this, we can kind of end it. So
Yeah, I don't blame you because it's probably tough. Okay.
So
Hell yeah.
the good news is you're in a position that it works on both sides. But they are asleep anyways, so it doesn't fucking matter.
yeah,
All right,
Yeah.
cool. I like it. That's awesome. I'd like to say they immediately turn and start running away, but I can't because it's Koa's turn. So,
yeah.
Koa,
Power attack rage.
go ahead, sir.
Boom.
Swing away!
Penance. Blessings.
I already clicked, but I
That's
will
okay.
roll it.
Blessings first. All right, with your +5, you would make an extra attack as part of a full attack action. So absolutely, you can take that one if you want to. If you wanted the ability to take 2 attacks, it's up to you. I just don't know how you would be able to.
You can
Okay,
take the
if I
extra
take
speed, and he
the
might be able to
blessings-
make it all the way to the next guy after he attacks that guy, right?
But if I do, then I won't have another attack on it.
Yeah.
No, but he doesn't. Oh no, they don't. I was gonna say he doesn't have a melee weapon, but they're claws and teeth.
I mean, your
so it doesn't
speed's
matter.
40 feet anyways. Even if you didn't take the speed, you can get this far.
I'm kind of metagaming this because I know what my roll was. I
know.
would have taken the extra attack.
Yeah. That makes
Patient
sense.
list, yeah.
I definitely would have taken the extra attack. I mean, granted, the +2 on an attack roll, AC and reflex is nice, but I think I would have taken the extra attack and just tried to finish this thing.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to say I'll take the extra attack. 'Cause that's what I would have done prior to rolling.
So you are able to do extra attack. So you hit the guy with the 18, 19, whatever it ends up being. And you do the 16 points of damage. That's more than enough to kill him. So as you had rushed up beforehand and he was waiting for you as you rushed up and did the whole, like I said, swiped at you with the claw, thrusted the fist at you, tried to bite, ended up landing, I think it was 5 points of damage, whatever it was I said he did to you. And then it's now your turn and you're able to follow through with your finishing blow. Why don't you go ahead and describe it?
So Aldo rolled really well on that scream, and I heard Mikhail say there's 2 more, got him, and then I heard the scream. So Koa's like, oh shit, they're fucking killing him back there too. And so he just like, he's like happy now. Like he's fucking hurting a little bit, but he's like, my boys are growing up. They killed one of these. And he just fucking starts like swinging like a madman because he's like, oh, we're pressing the advantage. Yeah.
So, you attacked. That succeeded.
I do.
You killed him. If you want a second attack with your full attack action, there is technically one thing that you can do. If you free 5-foot step up, which you can, it's free 5-foot step even in the middle of a full attack action. It's a maximum of ×5. You can hurl your greatsword.
I have
maximum
javelins.
of 50 feet. What?
I have javelins.
But you can't draw a javelin.
Yeah, it takes a.
It takes
You need quick draw for
action.
that.
I don't know if I would hurl my greatsword and leave myself defenseless. Like,
I mean, I just say
I am losing my mind a little bit, but that. What would that be? A +0?
I don't know what your modifier normally is, but throwing
My
5
javelin is
times
a +0.
so, I don't know. So that it's you take 10 off of your modifier.
Would I still
Yeah.
be power attacking?
No.
No, it's a power thrower as a separate feat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's you would take 10. You would take a -10 to whatever your normal mod would be.
You'd be basically
There'd be
rolling
no-
a
there'd-
a
dude, I-
-14. or
All
some
I could
shit.
do at best is lose my greatsword.
I'm just saying,
You get that 20 and you still hit him.
technically you could do that, but I'm fine with you also saying no. Obviously.
That other one's 50 feet away, so yeah, I can't get to that one.
No, well, yeah, you can move 40 feet to get closer.
We're pressing. I mean, yeah, I'm raging. We're pressing. He's gonna move. Is any of this rough terrain, or can I move the full 40?
You can move. Oh, hold on. Let me check here. It's actually because the others had to move certain ways too. You actually have to move like this.
Excuse me.
Like the,
And then that takes 5 feet off. So you move
I can't
here.
see what you're doing, so I don't see anything.
Oh shit! I'm not broadcasting. I'm sorry. Because I did this with my guys too. I moved them
Yeah.
a certain way.
It looked like I was gonna have to go diagonal and stuff. So
and so you stop here
okay.
at the 35.
If I stop one to the left of that, like down rather,
Yep.
is that partial cover?
It is unless they move. Yeah,
I'll go there then, if that's okay.
sure. Go ahead. Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, because I mean, Koa's raging right now, so we're not thinking super clearly. Mikhail said there's 2 more. Got him. I heard another scream. I'm thinking you guys are killing like 2 or 3 back there. Like Aldo's roll was just so good, and I'm raging. It's like press the advance. It's like fuck yeah. All of my barbarian will is just like, yeah. Okay, let me take another round off of rage, and that's my turn.
So the first Knoll, whose turn it is, they're sleeping, so I'm going to skip them. The second Knoll, whose turn it is, literally just hears the shit, sees you rip through 2 of them and whatnot, and now you're running at them. Absolutely, they're running away. I actually expected them to flee earlier, but I rolled really high on my first will check. So I rolled a natural 19 and 20, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess they're going to stick around for another round. And that was bad for them. So they're going to turn and start running. So first you double move and then you can start running. So they're going to move a full 60 feet retreats to get away from here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. So they're going to start retreating, getting out of there as quickly as they can. And then that goes to, after their turn, goes to the other Knoll, who is, oh, no, sorry, this one's dead. So then it goes to Mikhail's turn. I don't know if Mikhail like walks up drawing his sword.
He kills the
sidestepping
mule and
Jacobo.
is like, the Knoll did it.
Oh my god, that would be so. Oh my god, just shove the sword into the wound caused by the Knoll. Oh my god.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, me either. Who would think of that? What kind of psychopath would
thanks,
have
Wade.
that thought?
Oh,
So yeah, you go like pet its mane. Like, oh, sorry, Jacobo. Anyway, no. I will.
You need to roll Rogar.
He's. Oh yeah, dude. I guess I technically should.
oh no, it
Hey,
only,
two
it only
again.
lasts
It was
one
only
round
last-
now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah.
I think we got it in the middle of a round because we didn't.
But you all did
Mikhail was the
your
first one to roll it, right?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I rolled it first, so yeah.
But hey, you rolled another
It's
two.
he wouldn't drop his loot. There's no way. So yeah, he's going to put the loot away with his move, and then I guess he'll just convert his standard to a move and come over here, and then I'll draw next round. But that's all I can do.
Cool. So you just start like carefully. I imagine he's putting his loot away, but it's not like he's like super methodically with the loot. He's like almost like a practice motion, putting the loot away in the middle of the action that's going on here. But mostly the reason why he's moving so slowly and getting around there is precariously stepping around Jacobo, but also making sure there's not more than fucking 2 of them, because so far you've seen 5 total. So you're like, this is the last one, right? Like putting the loot away, like looking around, trying to make sure that you're clear, getting way over there. And to that regard, feel free to roll a perception check. And the next person initiative is the other one that's sleeping. So that kicks over to Aldo. Aldo, I don't know how you'd want to engage from this point.
I guess I don't know exactly what's going on with Mikhail, so I would go down.
Good boy.
But I can't grab my guy behind the horse.
I fully
Moved inside
expected
the
you to
horse.
step down and disappear from like being able to see me, and Scott has like 6 more step out where I'm at.
That would be like XCOM, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Or now's when like the super boss appears, like we thought we were fighting the boss, but it turns out like it was the shit ones, the slightly less shit ones, and then the super one.
I get down, I guess, to here, and Mikhail, what are you doing at the moment?
He's
You can see
slowly.
he's about to draw his rapier. Yeah. He just
You
hasn't
could have
got it
drawn
out
a
yet.
weapon while you were walking.
I have a +0 bab. So, Aldo could, yeah.
Aldo could have drawn his weapon.
I also have a 0 bab.
I mean,
Oh yeah, because he's a
but don't forget, they're unconscious, so it's flat-footed attack roll. They're helpless. They're prone. There's all these other factors. So
Can you full round coup de grace? Yeah.
Coup de grace is a full round action, or what's his name? Aldo. Even if he doesn't do the full round, hey Pat. Even if you're not doing the full round action one, he still gets to add his sneak attack to the damage. But I can see you like not attacking it, Aldo.
Yeah, well, I also have to like put down my crossbow, which I do.
Well, you
and
can
then
coup de grace with a ranged weapon. You just have to be adjacent.
Yeah, but
really?
again, as Kajitar is saying, you got time. You have a whole minute.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to waste the bolt.
9
if you
more
don't have
rounds.
to,
so
right?
we're gonna skip past you guys for a moment and then go
Yep.
over to Koa. Are you doing anything worth note when you see this one running away?
Probably stepping out and just kind of looking. Like, are there any more? Was this a trick? Are they trying to lure us into something?
Mhm.
I'm probably dropping out of rate. Like, once I step out, so I guess let me step forward. Like, I don't see anything else, right?
No, you just see that one that's running off. Yeah. The only other thing that you would see. Actually, are you falling out of rage? Sorry.
If I'm taking a quick look and it's clear, then yeah. If I just see that one running off, then yeah. Because Mikhail said it done, and I heard the scream, so I'm falling out of rage.
You can roll perception even when raging, so I'll let you go ahead and roll perception.
Okay, should I do it before or after I drop out of rage?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect your skill.
Okay.
Did it give like a call or anything when it started running?
Not that I heard. Also, I didn't factor in the +4 and 1 if they're still part of this.
Oh, that's a
I
really good
forgot.
perception check.
I forgot the +1. But
Does
that's,
that make this a 28? Are we still technically
You
in
did
combat?
not. You did not. You never got the 4 thing. You just get the 1. So that's a 24. So
Oh, that's
uh,
right. Yeah, so sorry. That's a 24 then.
with your checking out, one of the things that you do see is that the one that like ran off, they ran off so quickly they actually left behind a small sack of stuff that was right there.
Oh, cool.
And we'll.
I mean, I lost my sack on top of the hill. They lost theirs at the bottom of the hill.
Okay. So I imagine you grab that and you're going to start making your way back. So I'll cut over to the 2 of them. For you guys, I don't know if there's any RP before you do it, or if it's just like there's that understanding of what's going to happen next, and both of you just kind of do what you got to do. Or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Please go ahead.
Aldo would just look over to you, and he just like has his crossbow in his hands, and he just like points it, and he looks at you and just nods.
Yeah, get the rapier drawn. I mean, yeah, he would nod back. I guess you would go.
So I guess we yeah. I mean, I'll shoot. I guess.
Sure. I mean, if you're coup de grace, it's a 4-round action.
Yeah.
You automatically succeed. It's automatically a critical hit. You get to apply your sneak attack damage to it. If the damage outright doesn't kill them, they have to make 2 separate saves to stay alive. Let's just assume dead.
Yeah.
You're using your crossbow, so you have to lose another bolt to do that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And for you, Keegan, it's more difficult for you. Why don't you go ahead and roll your damage for me? It's a crit, so once you click it, we'll take crit damage.
Sorry,
so it's a
plus
6.
1 of that because I forgot the prayer.
I failed my first save anyways, so dead.
Cool.
Awesome. Because with his, it was just the damage so high, I knew I wasn't going to be able to make the second save. Unless you're on that 20. So, awesome. So they both died. It was at that moment, and then both of you like, and they're both dead, lying there. Koa eventually comes back with stuff. I'll let you guys go ahead, drop into RP, tell me what it is you want to do. We can kind of take it from there.
I'm glad you made it, Koa. How you feeling?
Not bad. You two did a wonderful job. I heard you take down, what, 2, 3 of them? My leg's
Just
hurting a
2.
little bit. I'll say looking down at just, like, blood. But thankfully
What
the
are
rest
these?
Dog cat monsters.
Is it the
Gnolls.
curse?
No,
I
you
don't
called
know
it
if
out
they're
during combat, yes.
Yeah, I just had to get eyes on them and see them move, but I've heard about them before. They're not supposed to be here.
No, and they were using weapons. And they had a bag of, like, he'll hold up the bag of stuff. I don't know how big it is, but he just, like, produces this bag of stuff. They had this bag with them as well. I mean, what? Gnolls. Do I know anything about gnolls? We need to roll that?
I would say you would not. Honestly, because again, you're not from here originally. Go ahead and roll me a nature check about gnolls. I know
they're the
nothing.
things that live in holes underground, right? Real pesky for gardeners.
Aren't they blind? Yeah. So, yeah, he says, he'll continue and say, no, they're usually in warmer climates, not up in the mountains. This makes no sense. Not to what I've heard. I'm not too surprised they're using weapons. I mean, they're humanoid. Eventually they'll adapt to it, but I don't know why they're here.
Well, they're not
Let me see
anymore.
that.
They're either dead. One did get away. I didn't chase him down in case. Well,
Probably smart. Can I see that bag? Maybe there's something in here.
Well, there is. They're heavy.
So yeah, he'll open it and start examining what's inside.
So you don't need to roll a perception check. Instead, I'm gonna roll a check for you. Let me just look at your, that one. Do your sheet real quick. I clicked the wrong one. I just rolled 20, just going slow. Oh no, because I already had you open earlier and I was just looking in the wrong spot. All right. Cool. All right, so looking through the bag, you find a couple of, another hard knock dice right after Pat. Hey, double raid.
Hello, Hard Knock.
So anyways, you open up the bag and you're looking through there and you can see a whole bunch of different, scraps and bits of leather. That are inside there. Some are chewed up, some are, or cut or whatever it is. Almost like leather may have come off of something larger, armor, who knows what. But it,
Thank you, Solon.
but it was used to, almost like a chew toy over some points in time, right? Looking inside there, you can also see other bits of, details that are lost in there, like a couple of coins are inside there, a few copper pieces and some slivers. Shivs, slivers. That's the word I'm looking for.
Slivers,
Some slivers. A couple copper pieces are inside there. You also see a couple of other bits of equipment, like, a dagger that's all rusted out, a few arrows inside there that are just completely broken, or the feathers are so messed up that the arrows aren't even useful anymore. There's a longbow in there, but the longbow is cracked in 3 different places and snapped in half and barely holding together in another spot, so just utterly useless. So on and so forth. You find a length of rope inside there as well, which is nice. It's about, honestly, if you spend some time working to it, you could probably get it back up to its full length, of rope, and just other junk. Spending some time looking this over and like spending some time like thinking about the curse and everything that you had, you're coming to the conclusion this stuff looks like the kind of stuff you would get off of travelers, just random people. Mm-hmm. And looking at the wound that's on what's his name over there, knowing the rumors that you heard of the curse, got some good news and bad news. Everything you heard about the curse of the Valley of Doom kind of matches to what you would know that a gnoll would do to anybody that tried to come through the area. And certainly if anybody survived or, seeing what was left over of somebody that came through the area. Yep, that matches what you know of gnolls. So the good news is the details you know about the curse are realistically just the gnolls. Let's hope that their band isn't much bigger than what you just encountered. The bad news is you realize you know nothing about the curse in this area.
Mm-hmm. Which I've expressed before. So yeah, he's like sifts through like a few different times, probably examining very useless pieces for like with a lot more thought than it seems like he should.
Cole will definitely be looking at Aldo as you're holding up just like a chewed up piece of leather, kind of like
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Aldo's just drinking.
Yeah, this definitely looks like they just picked this up off of travelers, which is consistent with the people who disappear when it comes to this curse. And
so there is no curse. There's just gnolls.
I think so. Gnawed bones scattered all over the place. It sounds like par for the course for gnolls and the whatever the hyenas, the weird little dog cat things they had with them.
Yes, those hurt quite a bit. They bite.
Strong jaws, clearly.
You know a little about them then. Is this the size they'd usually travel in? Is there going to be more?
Unfortunately, you don't know about those tactics, that kind of macro detail.
Yeah, I don't really know. I know they're not supposed to be here, so the best I can hope is that this is like maybe some disparate band that traveled a long way. Maybe they're not very big, but that's a hope, not a fact.
Do you know how long this rumor of the curse has been going on? Have they been here for like decades? Has this just been like the past few years, or
it's been going on
here a while?
It's been going on for many years. However, many could be less than 10, more than 10. You don't have enough evidence to even say beyond, say, 30. So it's one of those many years. You don't know well enough right now if it's less than or more than 10.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say max of like 30 or so years, but I'd say maybe a decade or so would just be is my own information.
I mean, even 30 years. I'm not sure the lifespan of a gnoll or how many of their offspring they have. They could be established here. There could be a lot of them, or maybe that was it. I
have no idea. I mean, I imagine if they are established here, or at least for that amount of time, it couldn't. 10 people isn't quite enough. Not to fuel a whole generation of creatures inhabiting a spot. But it's also pretty unlikely they sent the bulk of their entire group as a hunting party, right?
That also makes sense, unless that is their entire group. But it would seem doubtful that they would only have what? Counting the bodies, we have what, like 4 big ones and 2 little ones that are dead here.
Yeah, four gnolls and 2 hyenas. That's a quite the loss of life.
And then we know one got away unscathed. I didn't pursue, but that might be a good thing if it was running back to a larger pack somewhere. I know what direction it went off, and perhaps I can follow the tracks, but I don't know that we want to.
Koa, can you maybe he points at the hyena and he says, maybe open one of their stomachs up and see if they're well fed and what they've been feeding on.
Haven't cleaned the blade off yet. I'll slice open the belly of... Did you point to the hyena or the gnoll?
Hyena.
He cuts open the hyena first.
Yeah. So, fun little anatomy thing is your character knew what a hyena was, right, Wade?
I don't know that I rolled on... I rolled badly on my one check, I believe.
Oh, okay.
He didn't know the name. He just knew it was a wolf cat thing.
That's
I
right,
knew
that's
the
right,
rumors of it. I didn't know anything specific.
So one thing that you are, well, we don't need to get into those details. So either way, you cut the thing open and you get to its stomach, and yeah, like usually a creature that would be like a scavenging creature that lives in the wild, would eat like a proper meal, and it could go days without getting another proper meal, and then eat a good meal again, so on and so forth. The fact that there are definitively contents inside the stomach, as well as in the intestines and whatnot, yeah, this thing is well fed. That is without a doubt. Wade, go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Let
apparently-
me see what our luck situation was. We had 8.
No.
Do you guys care enough? Luck that?
I wouldn't like that.
So we had 8. Yeah. Up to you guys.
I'll leave it at 12.
Okay, so the 12, you can't quite make out what it is, meat, but it seems like it's all meat, but it does seem like this thing is well fed, or at least ate recently.
Well, it's pretty full. And we've not seen a ton of game around here, right?
Not that you've noticed so far in the valley.
We've not noticed a ton of creatures for them to eat, so perhaps they're either very efficient hunters, or they have some other way of... Not that we've spent a ton of time in the valley, but they're not starving.
Yeah.
And well, hopefully, with the loss of these ones, they might, whatever's left might give pause to come looking. But it does put a bit of a... We need to get moving and quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to run into more of these, especially in the dead of night.
They managed to find us here outside of the valley. Moving our camp might buy us some time, but also if they found us here that quickly, then where do you suppose we move? Obviously, Jacobo looks a little worse for wear.
If we can make it inside the keep, at least we could maybe shut the door.
The horses aren't going to fit through that door, are they?
It's a big door, but I don't know how big the door was.
Scott, was the spiky door big enough to get a horse through?
It was a normal sized door, but yeah, you just, as long as it's not spiky on the inside when you open it or whatever, or hopefully it opens outward, or but you should be able to get it in. Remember?
Oh, I thought it was bigger than normal.
No. Remember, it's not
these
a
might
double.
be for bugbears.
It's not a double door or anything like that.
It wasn't double. Yeah, I thought it was one of the ones that we thought was like, oh, this might have been for bugbears.
Yes,
about that size.
that is accurate. Yes, but remember, not a double door. Where usually when you think of a horse walking into a building, you're thinking of double doors, like barn or whatever it is. Right.
Yeah.
But wide enough for a horse and definitely tall enough then. Okay. Assuming that the inside has space.
Yep.
I forgot about
probably
bugbear
tight fit,
doors.
but they can
If the door opens inwards, then that means that the spiky part is facing towards where you're walking in, and it might still be dangerous. And you can't see hinges, so you can assume it opens inwards, but you don't know that for a fact. Just as you get past the door, throw a blanket on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be the best idea. I mean, we don't know for sure they were tracking us specifically, but it seems like they might have been.
Do you know if the meat on these, at least the hyenas, is edible? If the gnolls are humanoid, I feel a little strange eating them, but
Right. So Scott, would I know that hyenas are scavengers? Or would he know?
Yeah. The scavengers, but if they're pets, like they seem to be here, then they might be just getting fed whatever. Now, as for what they're eating, is like a moment where you're like, I don't, and then you like remember what you're holding in your bag.
Yeah. It's like, maybe, but there's a good chance they've been fed on people. I don't know if that's far enough removed that you'd be okay with eating a thing that's eating people.
it's a little uncomfortable, isn't it?
I'd rather not, personally.
Well, we're not hurting on food too bad at the moment, so perhaps we'll just look for some of the game that isn't people.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should check over their bodies then and see if the non-hyena ones have anything interesting.
They're not exactly loaded down with equipment, but I guess we can...
No, but maybe they've got something in one of their
loincloths
or something. Well, the ankle wraps, maybe they have a dagger or something. I don't know. They have spears.
He's like kicking one with it, just nudging it with his foot. Yeah, I guess. Just lifts the cloth with his rapier.
I wasn't really thinking about what they were wearing. I was more so thinking maybe they have a map leading to their house.
Yeah.
It was stupid, all right? I admitted it was stupid. It was a stupid thought.
No. I got your point.
He says that and is very obviously still kind of looking.
Unfortunately, the most treasure you find on any of them is a spear that was either at their side or one that they threw at some point in time. And that's that. They have no...
The spear's still functional, so worth looking.
That's true.
You hear the questioning of himself in his...
Well, it's funny because the spears are also very simple. They're not flint. They're they're forged metal, but non-uniform in style and very, very beaten down and worn. Clearly they know how to sharpen the blade, but not to maintain the metal. So the metal's rusted at points and so on and so forth. And you're thinking I'm glad I did not get stabbed by this.
So fair to say that these probably weren't properly forged by them. Maybe they found metal, heated it, and yeah, okay.
That or took spearheads from other people they've killed.
Yeah. Okay. But we got one.
Do we need to... This is the curse, we're thinking, right? There's nothing else we have to worry about?
It's consistent. Yeah, it's consistent with it. The gnawed bones, the fact that they... I mean, they're obviously pretty smart. If they want to stay hidden, they clearly can. It's a miracle we survived. It was rough.
He looks you up and down and looks at Aldo to see how hurt you guys got during the fight, as you say it was rough.
And then he looks at... Aldo is a little scraped, but that's because he was scrambling up and down hills and whatnot, trying to get to vantage points. But he's a little dirty looking, a little scraped up, like on his hands, but no actual injuries. Accentuating your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, you say it's rough, and he was like, "Oh, it was." And he looks, and he's like, "You could probably tell he's thinking probably less rough for you than him, but he doesn't say it."
But speaking of Wade, would you want to stop and do a surgery check on your leg? And
Surgery
Keegan, it sounds like
check?
you're gonna do. It sounds like you're gonna say something, sir.
What's a,
Yeah,
a
you just gonna say,
surgery?
yeah,
to
you
use
got
me
bit
to
pretty
heal?
bad.
I mean, yeah, he will want to take a look at his leg. I don't know. I think Aldo's our best heal, the +1.
Yeah.
I did say surgery. I didn't mean surgery. I meant a heal check for treating deadly wounds. I was conflating that with the old Star Wars thing. But yeah, you guys have a couple of, I don't know if it's on your own sheets or if it's on Simon, but you definitely have, is it body bomb?
Couple looking.
Helps
We do
with,
have body balm.
I think body bomb helps with it.
We have 2
And
body
blood
balm
block.
on Simon.
I'm just checking it right
shit,
now.
closed world end.
Body bomb is +5 on heal checks related to, I know it's diseases and something else. Long-term care, treating poisons and diseases. So you'd want that at nighttime, not now. Is it blood block that does the other thing then?
I think so. Sorry, I accidentally closed World Anvil. Okay. Anyway,
Plus
We
5.
have
Oh, here we go.
2
For
blood
first aid,
block.
treating. Yep. So it's if you use a blood block, it gives you +5 for the check.
Okay, we have 4 blood block between us because I've got 2 on the character sheet and we have 2 on the horse.
Okay.
okay.
If you use that, you do treat deadly wounds. The way treat deadly wounds works for you, Wade, is you immediately restore. Like it takes an hour to do, but you restore 1 health point per level. And if they exceed that check by 5, if they like absolutely disgustingly crush the roll, you can heal a couple extra health points too.
Can we assist in this?
Unfortunately, you don't have 2 people trained in it, so assisting is not really going to be a viable option.
All right.
Unfortunately,
one of you
Jacobo
mind,
needs it too.
One of you mind helping me with this?
Yeah, I can.
I was hoping it would be the other one with the 0 and heal.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was going to help, but if Mikhail speaks up, I will acquiesce.
Oh my god. You want to help me with this? Yeah, I will. And you're like, thanks, buddy. Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's like
while he's helping, he'll
love
ask
our
Aldo to help
conscienceless
Jacobo.
helper.
that's like you're calling across the way. It's like, hey, can I get your number? And somebody else steps up and like, yeah, I'd love to. And you're like, oh, thanks.
Well, I don't want to be a dick now, so I guess.
Right? Like,
But yeah,
Heal
he'll
me.
say, Aldo, if you don't mind getting one of these on Jacobo, he got bit pretty bad. So I'm not helping him. Oh, I think he's on the phone.
yeah.
But,
well, if you're
so I'll roll
offering
for-
for Aldo to do it, I think Aldo was saying that he'd be more than happy to. So he would go over and roll the and he has a +5 to the roll. It's a heal check. Whew, it's not an easy
So,
check
and I-
though. So
And then I'm rolling for Koa.
Yep.
All right.
are you using?
With
You're
a-
each
with a
using the
+5.
blood block, yeah? Cool.
Yeah, I assume so.
Cool.
All right, +5. Here goes.
Okay, 16.
All right, yeah.
Are you happy with your 16? Does that include the +5?
That includes the +5, yes.
Boy.
My
happy
check
with
is
that
normally very bad. Yeah, we'll keep it.
You roll with a minus, so I should have done it myself.
Well, it'd be worse if you try to do it on yourself.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
Wade, you don't heal any health points, but he ensures that the wound is completely cleaned out. So despite how filthy these animals are, you don't have to worry about making any fortitude saves for diseases or anything like that. So you're good to go there. That's good news. And we'll have Jake roll with his heal check for the horse in a little bit. You guys spend an hour working on this and then eventually break down camp or whatever. And I do imagine you still intend to make your way back over to the wall.
Yeah, we want to get in and out of here as fast as fucking possible. What if they come back with like a hunting party twice as big next time?
Jesus Christ.
Oh wait, oh yeah, Jacobo just said it. I think Jacobo got stabbed. I keep saying bit.
No, yeah, he got stabbed. So Jake, you want to go ahead and roll a heal check with a +5 to it?
A heal check with a 5? Okay.
I think 15 is the least that you're looking for.
Nope.
The wound is also very much cleaned out. You know, the blood it stops bleeding, et cetera, which is great news. Jacobo is going to be okay. Just going to be a slow healing process. Awesome. Thank you, sir. And you guys eventually break down camp and are going to head back the other way. And it's about an hour trek, a little bit more than, plus the hour of that, plus the time of combat and the conversation afterwards and the cleanup. And what do you do with the bodies?
Aldo has a suggestion. Actually, he says to Mikhail, he says, "These things." He said that they would retreat, right? If the thing went against them, so it means they have some type of fear, right?
Yeah, they're smart enough to know if they're losing. One of them retreated from Koa.
As distasteful as it is, I wonder if if you cut the heads off these things and pike them. Do you think maybe that might send a message?
Oh, to ward off other attackers. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a little distasteful, but it might work. I think it could.
Relatively
works
horrific.
with people, right? For the most part, and I'm just trying to think. I don't really want these. I don't really want to be snuck up on again. Although I don't want to take them with us. I'm not sure if we pike them somewhere here or something. If it'll stop them coming this way, I don't know.
It might.
I guess taking only the heads would be less weight.
It'd be a lot less weight.
Yes.
We
just
only
thinking
have
of the
one
gruesome
of-
nature of what's being suggested here. We're talking about decapitating and carrying around heads and then shoving them on spikes.
You're right, Ko, but they were going to eat us.
That's a fair counterpoint that I do accept.
We got one of their spears. And
Would it also just piss them off more to see us? If they go back
Well,
to
that's-
retrieve the bodies and they see they're decapitated.
That's what I was getting at. I don't know. That thing threw a spear at me. Like it was walking on two feet. Like I don't know. I'm trying to apply some type of human emotion, I guess, to these things, but I don't know how they work. I don't know whether that would
To
piss
my-
them off or the opposite.
To my knowledge, I mean, they're somewhat cowardly. They don't... I think that they probably would have turned tail faster if, things hadn't turned so quickly. But it took a minute. I think it could work. I'm not sure. I can't be sure. These things are... I'm not from their parts, really. There's not a ton
I mean,
known
another
about 'em.
bite like that, just from one of the little ones, and I doubt I could have stood back up. The big ones,
Yeah.
had they managed to get their teeth into me, we would be talking about a very different outcome. So perhaps what you're saying is worth it. Gods forgive us if this goes against their nature.
I mean, I'm sure it does. All right. If we're trying to think through this, I can understand the hesitation. I mean, we are, in a sense, coming into their territory, right?
Do we need proof
much
of
as-
their existence to bring back for Elliot, or to get anyone to come out here and clear them out?
I'm
Isn't
sure
there
he'll take our word for it, but I mean,
Law or a tooth or something?
I guess in my mind, dismemberment's dismemberment. If we're taking a trophy, it's just.
I
as
don't
bad either
particularly
way.
want a trophy or a decapitated head, but if you think that this might ward off future attacks, and he pulls out his sword that he probably just finished cleaning while we were packing up. Well,
I think a head can serve multiple purposes.
Ew.
I don't know that I want to bring an entire head back across the plains.
Shut up,
We'll
Scott.
just use them on the spike. I think that's fine. Do we have something to make spikes with? We have one spear.
No.
I mean, I guess we could.
You killed 4. All 4 of them had spears.
Oh,
We have 4 spears. There are 4 of them. Do we put the hyena heads on as well, or just the knoll heads?
like a. Oh, you mean like pull one down halfway and then put one on the top? Oh gosh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Maybe
for being the
not.
one
I
to think
didn't
of something
think of that
gruesome, like
either.
putting a head on a stick.
I didn't think of that. I just didn't. I don't know if it's necessary. I think these things are like...
in for a bloody pound. In
we
for a
can, I just
copper,
don't-
in for a gold.
Yeah. Well, we could. I just don't know if it sells the point harder. Like, these are trained attack animals to them, maybe even pets. So I guess it sends more of a message. Like, if I was going somewhere and they had, like, somebody's head on a pike, I'd think, well, that's terrible. But if they had someone's head and their pet dog's head on that same pike, I feel like it's just really bad either way. One's just more work.
You had
You guys
my
can-
head and the Night Storm's head on a stick. It would be very horrible, in fact, to look at.
Yes. It was an interesting conversation we're having. I think let's just get the null heads.
Yeah, just the null heads. Wouldn't want to be monsters now.
It's less work. Koa, if
Koa
you're-
looks up to the sky and then starts decapitating the gnolls.
he will say right before you start, because look, if it affects you that much, we don't have to. I mean,
I think it's smart to do. I just also think it's gruesome and a bit horrible.
I can agree with that.
But we have work to do here, and we can't really afford another attack. Sometimes practicality has to outweigh what we feel, and then this feels like one of those instances.
He's already like struggling to drag one of the other corpses over towards you.
You have to get the hatchet to get the job done too.
The spine on this one won't quite come off. Dragging it as like the spine rips out of the back.
Oh,
This one's head's a little bit loose as I cut into the mouth and hit the back of the brain. It might be a bit tricky to pike.
Anyways, so
Yeah.
you decapitate the heads, put them on the spears, and bring them with you, or you pike
We
them.
put
with
them
it?
in like a... We're probably using their shitty bag if it's big enough to hold their heads. And then we will pike them once we get there. I don't think we're carrying around pikes with us that currently
Okay,
have the heads.
cool. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
All right.
That
That's
feels a
more
bit
accurate.
too gruesome for us.
Just marching around.
This is our
There's only
banner.
three of us, too,
Our
so we
banner
have to,
for our
like-
kingdom. 4 gnoll heads on a pike.
Well, there's also
my-
only 3 of us, so we'd have to. Oh God! So we'd all have one, and then we'd have to have one like strapped to Night Storm.
2 crossed pikes with 2 heads on
Just-
each. 1 head speared twice.
God.
And we make Jacobo has the head strapped to its side.
No, we just strap one of the hyena heads to like the top of his head. Just tie it down.
He's carrying the spear that hurt him.
Oh my god! If you've ever seen the
That's the
actor-
flag. We have to try to tell people we come in peace. It's just fucking skewered heads. We mean you no harm.
Biting
Oh.
half of our torn campsite.
You ever see the actor that plays what's his name? Like, oh, Misa so stupid, sir. Like, what the hell's his name?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar
Jar Jar Binks. The
Yeah.
actor that plays Jar Jar Binks. How he's like a dude that has like a Jar Jar head on top of his head. Like that's Jacobo with like a null head like strapped on top of, with the glasses and everything. Sunglasses.
Wait, Aldo disguises the horse to look like a gnoll on the front.
Oh God.
Oh god.
well, this is where we're going.
Makes it look like a big ass hyena. This giant hyena's just braying.
The Trojan gnoll.
That's not very great.
All right, we've covered it in blood. What were the next steps, Aldo?
Do we
Aldo?
need to roll to get back to the door?
What is happening right now? Are we still
We're going to
playing?
the door, man. We're like, oh, what a
Yeah.
shitty start to the day. Let's go pick a lock.
So you get back
Yeah,
to the
that's
door.
right. Spiky
and
door.
as you're arriving there, again, there's the massing of clouds that happens. It's not going to rain until at least after nightfall. But you're just to set the scene, the sky is partly cloudy. Very slowly, clouds are building in or whatever. But you guys make your way over to the door.
Question: on our way here, I would be looking for footprints or anything Noel like I don't know what direction that one ran off.
You can, but you move at half speed if you do that.
Might be worth it because I think that our safety probably matters. So it takes
I'm good with it.
2 hours instead of 1. Like I think that unless Aldo disagrees,
You can also have them
don't
right
disagree.
ahead and hang back, but you might want to stick together.
I think we're probably sticking together, especially how hurt I am. I can't be off on my own.
Okay, so sure. So hour of recovery time plus 2 hours to get there. So three hours total after you guys plus combat and cleanup or whatever.
Yeah, it's like 11 a.m. now.
Yeah, so it's later in the day exactly as you're arriving there. So it's not quite as early as you're hoping to be, but it's been a productive morning. Go ahead and roll me that survival check, sir. And they are able to assist you. So if somebody wanted to assist you, they're welcome to do so. I imagine the tertiary person is going to be lookout.
Which one do you want to
I'll be
do?
lookout. Yeah, I'll be lookout.
Survival.
Survival. Okay.
Damn.
Okay. Now he actually has a wisdom score, so he gives you a +3, Wade.
Yeah, that would have been a 19 if it was me.
Wow. That's really good. So looking around, you absolutely, at least right by the mouth of the area out of there, you found the tracks coming up. You know what I mean? You saw there was in total 5 of them, of the gnolls, and 2 of the hyenas. Like that is definitively what you encountered is the number that you saw there. You saw where they kind of like came up. You can see where they're as you're making your way back, where their feet converged with yours. So they didn't stumble across you. They actually tracked you there from more than half the distance back to the actual where it is that you're going, to the ruins that you're going to. So maybe they had seen you, maybe they had heard you, maybe they stumbled across your tracks. You don't know. But more than half the trek back to the what's it called? The ruins. That's where their tracks converge with yours and start walking along yours to go to where they attacked you inevitably. And then their tracks are also fresh, very fresh. So they came across your tracks like, it wasn't like, oh, they waited till you woke up to attack you. That'd be stupid. They were tracking you throughout the night. So they just happened to come across you, and by coincidence, you happen to be awake. Had they gotten there an hour, 2 hours earlier, that could have gone very, very differently. And I imagine as you're feeling the sting in your leg, you're understanding that, how dangerous that situation was, right? Anyways, so, and even still, had you not even heard the howling and prepared yourselves, they could have attacked you from behind without, anyways. So,
But it splits off at some point and goes a different direction, or how close to where we're heading?
Yeah, so where they end up coming from, that's a great question. So as you're heading south and westward, to go to that place where the tracks converge with yours, they're coming from the north. Like, they seem to be coming from the other side of the valley. Now, you don't know unless you properly track them back. But that's a complete detour from what your plan is, if you choose to do that.
Well, let's RP it out when we get to that point where it splits off, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah. So again, you're more than half the way. So this is about an hour and change, hour and 15 minutes or so since you actually hit the road, and you see this like break off. You spend hold up, guys. You spend like a couple minutes to like properly like analyze the situation and come to this conclusion that we've discussed. Go ahead, Wade.
If you look here, it seems they came from the north that way. Follow the tracks. And throughout the night, they tracked us all the way back to our camp. So they knew of our presence for probably quite a while, if they picked up on the fact that we were here yesterday. Tracked us throughout the night. And while I suppose we have a decision. Do we care at all to push in and see if there's more of them, and perhaps scare them off more or fight them again? Or do we go on, try to get to the wall, get inside,
I mean, you don't look the best though. So I feel if we can take some cover and at least rest and or anything, I wouldn't want to run into even another group the size we faced.
Even a smaller one. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't even. I don't have any other spells I can cast at them.
I don't disagree. I think that perhaps running into them would be a bad idea. My fear is that they're well aware of where we were staying. And if they tracked us like that, we now have multiple sets of prints and scent and who knows what leading us back to the wall. Who knows what lies inside? Even if we do manage to open the door and get inside, we might be trapped between two horrible things. Or just trapped in general if the place has collapsed. And caught asleep. I do think going to fight them is a terrible idea, but I also think that unless that we scared them off well enough that they're going to leave us alone now, we're in a bit of a scary predicament.
We are. I think our best bet is to get inside that door. Mostly because even if we do find more of them, other than what we've collected, how are we going to scare them?
Death.
Our deaths?
No, theirs. Assuming we would win the fight or go out trying, but I would
Which
say
we've
the
all
odds are not
agreed.
great.
Yeah. And we've all agreed that fighting is probably a not great idea right now, for sure.
I think we just need to get inside. That's the
Let's
safest thing for us.
Yeah. At the very least, we need to know what's in there. If it is dangerous, then we'll have to come up with something.
Then let's push. Let's try to get inside. We can set up the spears with the heads. I'm not sure how close or far we want to put them. But I suppose having them in somewhat close proximity to the door, assuming we do get inside or wherever we set up camp, might be the best way to try to ward them off.
Yeah. Make sure they're visible.
All right, then. Well, let's move on to the door.
Okay.
All right. You make your way the rest of the way to the door. Cautious. Everybody's head's on a swivel. Sure, you're excited to get there, and you're moving with a bit more purpose. But, Mikhail looking down, not Mikhail, sorry. Koa looking down at the trail, looking down at the ground, see if there's any more tracks. Happy just to announce that he sees no knoll tracks over near the door itself, at least anywhere in the areas he's looking. But, Mikhail and Koa, heads on a swivel, looking about, making sure that they're not being watched, tracked, make sure they can't be seen. The problem is, though, now that you know them, now that you've seen them, now that you've fought them, you're looking around at the grasses that are here, and you're like, I don't know. These grasses are awfully green, which is nice, but it's getting late in autumn. If they start browning even a little bit, they'd be able to blend in so well. They'd be able to blend in so well here. You're concerned that they'd be hard to find. But the grasses here are green. They're not insanely tall, like down in the plains and the rest of it here. And you haven't seen any tracks. You have to have confidence in what you've discovered so far, and your ability to fight them off. You get back at the door, and now it's time to properly start setting up. You have Aldo had prepared himself as much as he could with the limited supply that he had of burning twigs and branches from brush and so on. Not proper firewood, which is what would have been more beneficial, but he's hoping that the ash that he used will make enough lie for him to get his trick done. He busts out his water and his lye water, his water, and the acid vials that you guys have to go and start properly trying to, tend to the situation. For you, Jake, your character, what was your plan here? What was that you were trying to do?
Well, we cleared up the debris that was in them, but it's probably a bit of rust and other things. I just want to try and, I guess, flush it out grease it a little, even if you know what I mean. Something that will make this a little bit easier.
Did we take a
Still have
20 on
oil.
clearing out the debris? We did, right?
Yes, but I
Yeah.
believe what Jake's trying to say is clearing out things like dead bugs and whatnot, but things like rust or
Yeah.
or dust.
Right, yeah.
Or,
That's what he
yeah.
wants to do now. I was just trying to remember what we actually had already done.
Yes, to answer your question. So for clearing out the debris, sounds like the plan is drop in some of the acid's pretty corrosive. So I assume you want to put in the acid and almost immediately try to hit it with some water to like water down the acid so it does its trick, and then follow it afterwards with some lye water to neutralize it, so you're not like actually doing damage. Okay, cool. So it's literally trying to like burn out, clear out, flush out the debris. And you're doing this to both sides?
Yep.
This doesn't really require a check. It's literally just like pour. I don't think any check is needed. I think that's fine. That's a good idea. You're properly like cleaning out the area, like giving it a douching, if you will. So that's a pretty good idea. I like that. You also mentioned greasing. Did you have any form of lubricant that you can use to properly grease these up?
Good question.
We have oil flasks, and we still have soap.
Yeah, would that work?
What did you say?
mean-
Soap? What else?
Oil flasks.
Oil flasks would work way better. I would not use soap. It would gunk it up. Even an oil flask, because of the kind of oil that you use inside of like lantern oil. If you've ever seen lantern oil, I mean, I don't think, and maybe I'm just mistaken for when these things were developed in real life. Like I know like lantern, when Grandpa died and I was cleaning out his basement, he had tons of lanterns down there, like old school lanterns with lantern oil and glass containers or whatever. Old kerosene stuff. Because in his mind, if power goes out, I'll go get the lanterns. Gotta love old people. So lots of kerosene, but I imagine kerosene's not what they were burning. I imagine it was more of like a crude oil they were burning back then. Does that sound accurate? I don't know. When was kerosene created?
I know kerosene is actually its own item. If I remember right. Yeah.
Yeah, so kerosene was invented by a Canadian geologist in 1846. So yeah, that's way more recent. So yeah, this rendered animal fat. Yeah, like whale oil. But I don't know how thick whale oil is, like the viscosity of it, So hold on. Viscosity of whale oil. Yeah, whale oil is used as a lubricant for sewing machines and so on and so forth. So, Jake, that's a good idea. I like it. So your lantern oil is a good idea. So first you douche out the thing with the acid and the base to try to like burn away any rust or whatever that's inside there. Try to clear out any gunk so it works more smoothly. And then you're going to apply some lubricant or whatever inside there so that it is like actually going to run more smoothly and try to make this check much easier for you. I like the idea. I will have that affect the DC for you considerably because it is not. It is like a well-oiled machine now that you're going to be working with. Okay. Now you have one key and the other one you're going to lock. I assume you're going to like test the key first, see how it fits in there, see how, even though you don't want to do a full turn, to even see how it starts to like, manipulate inside the walker. You're going to play with this for a minute, Jake?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
So going up to one of the sides and grabbing the key and putting it inside there. One of the things that you notice as soon as you put the key inside there, like as it's moving forward, at one point in time, it almost like at the very end of your putting it in, is almost like it like that last couple millimeters, it almost like lurches from your hands. Not that you lose control of it, but like you feel it pull in. And it almost like clicks into place as the metal like touches the back. The metal of the key touches the back area. So you hear like an audible click because it hit that back area with a bit of strength. And you also feel like a strange sensation in your hand. Like it's hard to describe. It's almost like pulsing is the wrong word. Almost like the key itself is humming, like a gentle hum inside your hand as you have it inside the lock. It's a weird sensation like you've never felt before. It's really weird. But you almost like a hum that's inside there as you have the key inside the lock. You're able to gracefully kind of like slide it back and forth a little bit, get comfortable with it, and then you're able to, with a bit of a tug, you're able to pull the key free, and look at it. When you go over to the other door and you test the same exact thing, the same exact thing happens. The key has that little lurch for the last couple millimeters, like 2 or so millimeters, and it has that like strange humming sensation. It's like almost like your fingers get a little numb after a little while of holding on to it because of like how much of a hum there is to it. It's not audible and they can't see it, but you're experiencing it. You do realize that both the keys, the way that they work is because of your testing, that you want both of them to turn outwards. So the left one's going to turn left, the right one's going to turn right. You come to this realization, which is great. Last thing I want to point out is you can go ahead and roll me a perception check, Jake, to see if you notice it first. If not, we'll see if anybody else does. Great. You do. So you after you pull the key out and you're like examining it, maybe you didn't notice it after the first lock, but you definitely notice it by the time you did the second lock. The key looks weird. When you pull it out, the key, definitely the part that you inserted into the lock and even some of the part above it, it has a strange discoloration to it. It has a strange, almost like film on there. Like an oxidization happens to it. Takes you a moment, but it literally looks like the ring when you guys grabbed it and started having to like give it the proper rub down to clean it to make it look like it's normal. Again, you've seen this metal in how many structures everywhere, all over these lands.
Yeah.
And you've never seen it tarnished anywhere, but except on that ring, and now for the first time ever, on this key.
So am I getting the assumption that maybe whatever that vibrating or the humming is like eating away at the key?
I'm going to leave it to you, Jake, to speculate. And you can RP with your friends.
Yeah. So he just calls out to both of you. He's like, Mikhail, Koa, we're nearly ready to go, but I'm having doubts. When you are turning it, it comes to a point where it's almost like a humming is happening. I've never experienced anything like this before. And it's happening in both the locks. But this, if you look at the key, and I only can tell because of the ring that we found was kind of in a similar condition. It seems like something might be eating away at it or something. And he like shows you.
Having almost no experience with this sort of thing, I see what you're saying, and I'm not sure what the implication is. Are you saying that the key is maybe a one-time use, or that whatever we put into the other side might not be able to turn because of whatever this process is?
Both.
But both of those seem like bad things.
Yeah. I have to admit that's not really my area of expertise either, but it does sound like, so you said it's after a certain point of turning it?
Yeah.
So maybe it seems like it's activating this vibration, this frequency.
Is it possible it's only activating because you're doing it one at a time? If we were to do it simultaneously, perhaps whatever that process is would be stopped?
Possibly. But
And also, it seems like this material responds to... Well, that's interesting. So it's like a certain tone is what causes it to tarnish?
I don't know.
I don't think I hit the proper tone.
I don't either. But do you mind if I try it? Maybe I can figure it out.
Yeah. Just be careful. Don't.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. So
I'll help
take
you
the
like
key.
get it to that point. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and this isn't for an instrument. This is for your knowledge of such things. Go ahead and roll me a perform check real quick.
Okay.
Your strings works, by the way. You roll that. I assume you're happy with your 15. Oh, Jake, you were trying to assist him. You're welcome to roll to try to assist.
What's he
I mean,
rolling?
you have touched his loot before.
Oh, is it also perform?
It's a
Yeah,
perform check.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. All I have to do is beat a 10.
I think he has sing.
I have perform oratory. Do I just roll that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Damn.
Gives you a +3. That's the total of,
Oh,
an,
yeah.
of an 18 for you, Keegan. Are you happy with the Keegan, or did you want to the 18, or did you want to modify that?
I think I'm happy with it. What do you guys think?
This isn't the actual lockpick check, just to be clear. And I
Yeah.
think
No,
Keegan's
yeah, I
concerned
get
about
that. I just, it is important that we figure this out. because
Yeah.
we might
If
only
we can get in
one
this
shot at it.
door, yeah,
Yeah.
I think you use it.
Okay.
Great. 21.
21 total is a great total, sir. You realize you meta, and so to some degree in game, said the right words here. Frequencies, the right word. Vibrations, the right word. I was being vague before intentionally because of the limitations of Aldo, not of Jake. Frequency and vibrations are the right word. Because it's almost, and you're familiar with such things because you actually have experience with magics and other pretty advanced things from the academy. It's a hum from an electronic from an electric pulse. Like there's magnetism here. There's electricity coursing through this, and then electricity coursing through it is causing whatever tarnishing that's happening here. This leads you to realize that some factor here. You don't know how necessarily it plays out in the overall lock picking aspect, but knowing that there is electricity coursing through here, you don't know what level of resistance or resistor or conductor this metal is. You don't know, and you don't have a means of testing that. But this could either be being a resistor, in which case it's making the lock work the right way and it's safe, or it can be a conductor and it's work. But like if it's a resistor and he's about to use metal tools, that could be very dangerous. However, if he's not using his metal tools, how the hell can he get the job done? He needs the precision that they offer. These are kind of like things that are coming to mind for you as you're holding this key made out of the strange metal.
For brevity, we'll say I explain that because he would probably be saying it out loud as it comes to mind. And he gets to the, but you probably need metal tools to do this. I don't know if it means that you need something that hits the same frequency in the other side, or I'm not sure what it means, honestly. But there's definitely electricity going through this.
Can you cover your hands in something or put something on the tools to make it to where it doesn't hit you?
Well, looking at the key, right? It's made out of that same stuff, right?
The key is made out of the same material that you found it like running through as like veins through all the stone. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that the only, like, what else? It's just like a metal key, right? Kind of like whatever.
Specifically
made out of this
that
stuff
metal,
there.
but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, again, it's a very strangely formed one, but yes.
So it's something
The
in.
only- Yeah.
Yeah. So there's nothing that's like stopping it. As in, like when you turn this key, right? It's specific. Like if it's supposed to go this way, it shouldn't shock the person who's opening it, right?
I wouldn't think so. That'd be pretty poor design, but then again,
The door is covered in
to say it's-
spikes, and it's been sitting here probably in disrepair for how many years, so we are also assuming it'll work properly.
exactly. My thoughts exactly.
That being said, we do need to get in, so
Both sides have the keyhole. Did you try the key on the other side too to see if
Both.
it's the same?
Same thing. Yep.
Okay.
And to be clear with your check, same frequency, to the best of your ability to identify.
Okay.
The only concern, well, I shouldn't say the only concern. One of the other concerns I have is, what if the electricity is supposed to hit the key, and perhaps it interacts with this metal a different way than it'll interact with the tools, and then the door still won't work just because of whatever that part of the mechanism is.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess in that case, the door just wouldn't open and/or we'd be electrocuted, right?
Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah, I think if we can figure out something to put over your tools or your hands at least that would break the current, you could at least attempt it, right?
What if I anchored the end of the tools into that ring? It's made out of the same stuff.
Yeah, that's the only other thing we have made of it.
Yeah.
Oh, duh. You could just wear the ring. I think you might be supposed to wear the ring.
No, but,
No, sorry, that's dangerous. Go ahead.
What?
I'm just thinking that maybe
Anchor the tools with a ring or wear a ring, and that will stop you from being electrocuted. More metal equals less electrocuted.
This metal's different. And I can't
That
shake
much
the
I can
feeling
agree
that
with, but
I can't shake the feeling that it's intended to be that you're supposed to use this same material in both sides, right? Obviously, there was probably another key at some point,
on that much we agree.
and it was probably made of the same material. But
Again,
why
I'm with you there.
But why make two keys of the specific material needed if the objective was to shock the people that put the keys in?
That seems foolish.
Right. And I know we've already discussed maybe it's not working properly, but the only other thing we have that matches this material is that ring. It might have served this purpose. So maybe if he's wearing the ring while he uses the tools here and as an anchoring device to for the tools, that might work. Doesn't guarantee that you're protected if it does shock you, though. We haven't solved that.
Well, on the outside we have Spiky Door and Angry Knolls. On the inside we have who knows what. So I say let's try one of those things.
Yeah.
I will
Alright,
also
so you think wearing
state
the
that-
ring?
That's up to you. Mikhail seems to think it could help. I don't think it could hurt, unless the ring itself is some kind of trap.
Shit.
I
Is there
will
enough
say
daylight
that,
for me to examine this again? That ring again? Or did we already do that?
No. You're welcome to look at the ring again. Absolutely, you're welcome to do so. You pull it out of your pocket. You look at it again. It's now nice and clean. It's the same shining metal that you had seen beforehand. There's that same scrawling onto it that you can't properly identify because you don't speak Lin. I have a modern or some old version of it. And the tarnish or whatever is removed. Like, yeah, it's a well-made, smooth ring.
Okay. Nothing else stands out in the proper light?
Nope, not worth noting. I mean, it's not a small ring; it's a big ring. So for him to put it on, he'd probably have to put it on like his thumb or something like that if he's gonna wear it, because it's just just a big ring. It's for a big hand.
I will hand it over to Aldo and say, see if anything's different when you insert the key while wearing it.
Perhaps the writing says wear this while opening doors.
Yeah.
You can tell Koa
Aldo just like slowly turns at you. He's like, and doesn't
you can tell
say a
Koa
single
kind
word.
of thinks this is absurd that like you'd have to wear a ring to open a door, but he's like, you're the magic man, so he's gonna move himself and all of the animals away from the spiky door in case pissing it off means the door like launches outward or something. So he's just preparing for something to go horribly wrong.
If Aldo looks nervous, he'll go, all right, I'll do it. Just give me the key.
Oh no, Aldo understands what you're talking about. He was just looking at Koa about that one particular comment about something being possibly written somewhere and us not knowing how to read it. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances do you wear this while opening a door.
Yeah. So putting the ring on and turning a little bit, anything change?
To be clear, you're putting the ring on, let's say your thumb
Mhm.
of your left hand. And with your left hand, well, I'm right-handed. I'm left-handed, so you probably your right hand. So you put your ring on the thumb of your right hand. With your right hand, you're holding the key and going up into a door and fiddling a little bit. Is that what you're saying?
No, the ring would be for the one using the lockpicks.
I understand that, but I wasn't sure what Jake was saying.
Is that what Mikhail was saying, to see if there was a difference? Is that what you wanted me to do?
Yeah, to see if it made a difference in.
Yeah, because we knew the key was
tone.
already that material, so we were talking about using the ring to have that material on the person using the lockpick.
Understood, but I think Jake's
Yeah.
testing first.
Yeah,
that might
I was
be
asking
true.
to try wearing the ring and inserting the key and see if that
I
frequency
misunderstood
changes.
you.
Okay.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
So Jake's in test mode. He's being ultra careful. So you go over to the door. You have ring on right hand, key in right hand, insert key, and you're feeling the vibrations. You definitely feel the vibrations. There's no doubt about that. And you're holding the key, the ring. There doesn't seem to be any change, any noticeable change that you have experienced so far. After, several moments, whatever it is, you eventually, because you don't want to turn the key all the way, because you have to do them both at the same time. You don't know what the negative effects would be if you don't. So you're not so foolish as like, so you pull the key back out and you look at it, and the key once again has that like tarnishing happening on it. And it's growing up it more, right? It's like forming up more. The ring has no tarnishing or anything like that on it.
Okay. He just takes it over to Mikhail, and he's like, and you can see that seems to be a little bit more than before, but there's nothing on the ring here.
Didn't cause a negative reaction. At least we can see that much.
I was hoping for like a Home Alone Marv electrocuted, like full skeleton reveal.
Right? I figured he'd prank us at least. But I don't know. I honestly don't know if we have anything that would help insulate you from getting fucking zapped.
Do we have gloves?
I think you might.
We were
You might
prepared
have
for like a
gauntlets.
cold trip, weren't we? Don't we have like warm clothes? Wouldn't that entail a pair of gloves?
We would have
I don't think we
gloves.
got winter clothes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, even like a thick pair of like, if they're meant to just insulate from.
I don't know how
Cold.
much he can wear
They're not
without
gonna
like
help you with
interfering with his ability to pick
electricity.
a lock. But like, I would say at least just putting on a pair of gloves to have something.
It's better than nothing. Yeah, I don't see anything else we have that would help and also not be a pain in the ass while trying to pick a lock.
We could pour water on him and try to cancel out his conductivity with more conductivity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is what it is.
Okay.
So we just got to give it a go.
Pair of
think so.
gloves and
Aldo's
a
like-
ring.
Sorry, Wade.
A pair of gloves and a ring. So I assume Mikhail's on the key and you're on the lockpick. I'll stand over here with the horses.
To be fair, he limps over with the horses. Like,
Yeah.
to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he definitely exaggerates the limp this time.
The good news
I have-
is when you put the gloves on, like, thin leather gloves or whatever it is that you have, typical gloves that you would have with you, it does buff out your hands, makes your hands thick enough. And when you put the ring on, it doesn't have to be your thumb. You can actually wear it on like a more comfortable finger for you. It actually fits because your hand is more thick, right? So the gloves are thin, but any degree of insulation works, I guess. You put the ring on, and how confident you are about this situation, but you do know one thing. You can feel when the tumbler, like when you trip the lock, like you can feel almost every lock that you've ever been able to pick. You can feel when it gives. You can feel that start to turn. And you tested this whole time because of how well you cleaned it out. You properly cleared it out. Then you douched it out, like you cleaned it out, and then you lubricated it. You know that you can check for give with the key first. So that means you can confirm that you've successfully bypassed the lock and then say, now allowing you guys to turn it simultaneously. So the hard part is not going to be the turning. He literally just has to be ready to turn when you say now. You just have to get to that point. So because of all the work that you did, again, any trip ups I wanted to have later on, you've cleared away, literally. And you've also lowered the DC a bit, which is great news. But you still have to roll to disable device, and who knows what's about to happen. So you walk over to it. You have your metal lockpick tools in hands. You have the ring on with the gloves. And so you go to get started?
I think the ring is crucial myself.
So first thing I need you to do is go ahead and... first thing I need you to do is, because since Wade's off to the side, he gets to roll this. Wade, do me a favor. Roll me 2d4. And then, Jake, I'm going to have you roll me your disable device check. No additional modifiers or anything like that in this, right, Jake?
There's a +1, which is for lockpicking.
Yeah.
This has got to be how much I heal from standing out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Any other factors? Anything else that you can use or are going to use, or we just fuck it, roll the dice?
I do not have anything else that I can use here.
Fuck it, roll the dice. Let's go.
All right.
And then I'll describe the whole thing. Okay.
Not great.
It's a 14.
Well,
Okay.
15.
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as you insert these things in there, you start to feel like a strange, almost like they're not fully in your control. And you understood the magnetism was going to be there. You understood this. It was warned to you. So you grip hard and you shove them in there further to the areas where you think you need to get the work done. And as soon as you do that, you can feel the jolt of electricity run up the metal and into the gloves. You can feel the sting of it happening. And almost immediately your fingers start to grow a little numb from the vibrations of the metal inside there. However, the ring that you're holding seems to take the brunt of the electrical charge and almost immediately starts to tarnish as you're wearing it, going back to the same coloration that it had when you first had it in your hands. The whole thing from Wade's roll, this whole result that I'm going to describe in a moment with your 15 total, 16 total.
It's a 16, yeah.
The whole results takes a total of 6 rounds to get there. Okay. But because it takes so long, the initial jolt of you getting there, you take, from that electricity hitting you, you take 1 point of non-lethal damage from the electricity kind of coursing through you, though most of it is being absorbed by, or is being resolved by the ring. And then for the additional 5 more rounds of being in there, you take a 2nd point of non-lethal damage, because it's not easy. It's very uncomfortable holding these things and precisely trying to move them. A DC 16 should not be able to pick this lock. However, with all the results that you did last time, looking it out, examining it, so on and so forth, all the cleaning, everything, so on and so forth, and how worn down these locks are over time, a DC 16 is exactly what you needed to pass, so that while your hands are in there and your fingers are literally growing numb to the point where like you're not sure how much precision you're going to have for how much longer, you get to the point where you feel it trip, you feel that slight turn, and you say now. And both of you guys are able to turn outwards. And as you turn it outwards, you can hear inside the grinding happens as the what are they called? The pistons, wherever they are inside, as they start to fall into place to make it so that the door actually unlocks. You can hear the actual door clang and vibrate slightly as it does unlock, and now can start to swing slightly free. Pins, thank you. That's the word from last time. Pins.
Does it split in half and the 2 spike sides fly out and just clamp them both?
No.
Does it open outward or inward?
What was it?
Does it come outward?
So it comes loose slightly, and because it comes loose, it ever so slightly swings inwards, like a couple millimeters inwards. So you do have to push it to open the door. Luckily, you can use like the
terrible design.
You can use your
This
boot.
looks like a job for the stick.
Yeah, a stick, a boot, whatever it is that you need to do. Yeah,
The mule.
it worked. And so as you pull your hands free and you look at the ring and see the tarnishing, I have to say, Keegan, first try, I'm giving you a hero point for that one. The fact that you solved that instantly first try without even a second of hesitation.
Hell yeah.
Like that was fucking insane. Like you got it instantly. You were. I was like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with them. I'm gonna talk about the tarnishing. They'll might figure it out eventually. Let's shock Jaaek a couple times. Let hit him with some lethal electric.
I can't
damage.
wait for you to use that on a girl like Koa did.
Me too.
Dude.
I already used one for a good thing. All right.
That was.
Oh, yeah, I mean, true, fair.
That was awesome. That was great.
Dude, I was so ready for that to be pointless.
First try. Literally, you were like, no, it's gotta be, and then you like stuck to it. You step back for half a second. So, anyways, hero point for you. That was clutch.
I never had a doubt, Keegan. I thought you were right from the beginning.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that should be documented in the video also. Just don't look at that part. Just trust us.
Never a doubt.
Yeah, so it comes free. At the door, clang, and then it shifts ever so slightly. And you can you know heard the grinding or whatever it was, and then you know that you succeeded. You can finally pull your hands free from the thing, and your fingers are numb from it. Again, it's 2 points non-lethal damage. Aldo, you will recover that over the next 2 hours, assuming nothing bad happens to you. No fatigue or any shit like that.
2 points non-lethal. Aldo, how will you ever live?
It could have been less, but you rolled high, Wade.
I just want chat to know my poor party just took 2 points of non-lethal damage. That's serious stuff.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Listen, we're doing our jobs, all right? And you're doing yours. Everybody's pulling their
Scott
weight.
tried to bite my penis.
Jacobo took more. Jacobo took more damage than you. What the
He was inches away. Didn't you? You're like, oh, your inner thigh.
I
High
said
up on
your
inner
lower thigh, just above your knee. Are you hanging that low, Wade?
Koa might be.
I mean, Jesus. Oh my God.
I say an insult to Scott. Scott, yours will never hang that low.
That's true.
But you do. Because you're a little man.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, I mean, as the door opens, though, you see
God damn
Aldo
it.
kind of just like almost like starts shaking his hands, and then he just like leans back onto the grass, and he it's like he's having that intake of breath that he's been holding the whole time.
Hell yeah, we did it! He like runs over, like kind of hits you on the shoulder, gets shocked. Like, ow, jeez.
Koa peers over from behind one of the horses.
We got it. What are you
Excellent
doing?
work.
I
Just in
don't
case
wanna
there
do
was
that
a
again.
null, I wanted to be in a good position of defense.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, it opens inward. Bring the stick over here whenever you're on your way.
The stick. Oh, that, yes.
Yeah, the stick.
It brings you the stick.
Yeah, the staff, but you know.
Yeah. That's
So
the one
just
I
use
was
that to-
thinking. So that's the one he brings.
Okay. Yeah, just use that to open it. What's it look like in there?
So when you take the stick and you,
I'll bring a torch too.
align it, and you have to brace yourself a bit because you can imagine the hinges are very rusted. They haven't been used in a long time. I'm hearing a weird electronic sound.
Yeah, someone's mic's buzzing.
Oh, it stopped. All right, cool. I was like, oh shit, is that my music? Is that me? What's going on? All right, we're good. All right, so anyways,
the door.
it's the door. It's the
The light
door. So that's right, because of the electricity. Nice. So yeah, you push the thing open, and it takes a bit of effort because you can imagine the hinges are very rusted or what have you, right? And so you get some effort behind it, and you heave it forward and push the door open, and it opens up into a boring, nondescript hallway. Light fills into the area. It takes you a couple moments to blink, but you, because of like angling of light, you can't quite see the back of the hallway where it is. Koa, do you walk over and glance inside?
Yeah, I was bringing a torch. I mean, I brought a torch and the stick. So
Cool. So you're bringing a torch. You don't necessarily have to have lit it yet either. But as you walk over, because you can see much more easily as your eyes adjust into the darkness inside there, you can see a bit more detail. He sees a hallway that stretches back, like, I don't know, like 25, 30 feet, whatever it is. You can actually see that the hallway stretches back 50 feet. right? So your character doesn't know exactly 50 feet, but you can see the hallway stretches back 50 feet. However, 35 feet back, there's a turn in the hallway where like there's like an inlet. So the hallway goes straight back, seemingly no doors, not a door at the far end, not a door on the left-hand side whatsoever. But 35 feet back on the right, there's an opening. Like you can turn and walk down another hallway that's perpendicular to this one. The stone in here is well worked. The stone in here, all of down here, it all has that same kind of like vein running through it, same as you've seen everywhere else. Has that whole vein or whatever it is that's down here, which is great news because they're like, okay, cool, we know for a fact this is definitely mole. That makes sense because they've done that everywhere else. But I think that's a floor, the walls, the ceiling, everywhere has it. But otherwise, nondescript stone hallway.
The hallway dead ends after a ways, it looks like, but there is an opening. I don't know, halfway, 3/4 the way down on the right. Perhaps another hallway. I don't see any doors or anything.
How do you see that?
By opening my eyes. It'll physically reach over and like try to peel your eyes open more. Will help.
No. My eyes are already open. I think yours are just better. Is that a free folk thing?
That or perhaps not being electrocuted.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe it fried your eyes.
No, you've seen stuff that we haven't been able to see before. Forget it.
Pay more
I'm gonna
attention.
cast dancing lights.
Cast
I'm gonna
dancing
cast
lights.
dancing lights.
I'm holding the torch, and you're like,
Dancing lights is beautiful because the different color lights dancing off of, like I said, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, all of it have that vein of like ore that runs through it, right? So dancing off of that kind of vein of color, like it just looks nice with all the colors kind of like, gleaming in there as you're dancing around. Not like a crazy mesmerizing look or like a disco ball or anything ridiculous, right? It just has this almost like nice dancing color on the walls and everything around it. It's really nice looking. But that said, you also notice that the hallway is the door when you first walk in, which is a bit wider than a standard door, as previously discussed, but not crazy wide. The hallway when you first walk into is pretty standard size, but then grows wider as it goes back. It opens up a bit more. So by the time you're about 10 feet into the hallway is itself about 10 feet wide, somewhere between 9-ish feet or so wide. So it is wider, and it also gets a little bit taller inside there too, above what the doorway itself is. So the door goes into about 10-ish feet high. In total, it's about 9 by 9 is the dimensions, so 9 by 9 by 50, if you will. So it does open up a bit. You could bring the horses in here. They're not going to be able to move particularly like charging down the hallways or anything like that. And unfortunately, the ceilings are too low for you to really comfortably ride on top of them. You could theoretically sit on their back and swoop low, but in theory, you could do that. The other thing you notice when you pass those dancing lights in there is it does light up the back area well enough that Koa's eyes can see that it's not just like a cut to the right, like it's going to be like a hallway cutting to the right. You can see the shape of the first step down at the base there. That cut to the right is actually the first of, you imagine, many stairs.
Koa will stop you and point. Now, do you see the hallway I was talking about? And do you see what's there?
Yeah, it looks like stairs.
Oh, you do see that. Excellent.
Well, yeah, it's lit up now. It was dark before.
Well, it wasn't lit up a moment ago, and I saw it a moment ago, but it's fine.
Yeah, you've got weird eyes, Koa. Good way weird.
Just normal green eyes. But, in any case, the horses perhaps could come in here. They'd be a bit uncomfortable. Should we try to examine, before we mess with the door, before it finds a way to close itself, how it operates from this side to make sure we can get back out in case it decides to, well,
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I'd love venturing forward and seeing what's down here, but also I don't want to be trapped in here with all the horses outside and our supplies.
No, I agree. It's a good idea.
Great.
So go in. Keep the... Just like push the door further with the stick as I walk in, and then but keep it open.
Yeah. You look at the
being
door from the other
staff.
side. It looks like all of us have seen movies or whatever with submarines. And the other side has a rotating handle on it. It's like a wheel, if you will, like a submarine door would have in modern days or modern day, what have you. That would be what is used to move the pins back in place from this side. So the door would be shut. You'd spin the wheel, and that relocks the door on this side. And obviously, you know how the keys work on the other side.
All right, so we can open it from the inside, lock it and open it from the inside.
Yeah, looks like there's no issues there.
Do you think we can get the horses through without the spikes being an issue?
That being said, Wade, Koa is asking because it's nice to get reaffirmation from his companions, but realistically, it'd be a Koa task to do. It shouldn't be an issue. Maybe drape one of your blankets or something like that over the side that passes by the door, just in case they, get finicky going into a cave area. Storm Fury should be fine. Night Storm.
Great, I hope she's here.
Night Storm.
Yes,
Okay.
Night Storm.
Night Storm should be fine. She
Is
trusts
she the biggest
you.
one?
Okay. Yes, but trusts you well enough not to get because when a horse goes into an area that they're not comfortable, it's like literally a trick that you have to teach them. When a horse goes into an area they're not comfortable, they might get finicky, they might sway side to side, they might rear back a bit, pull back. Storm Fury is not going to be an issue with that. Did I say it wrong again?
Just said it.
God damn it.
Like,
That's why I have it on the map in combat. Go back over. Night Storm. Okay.
Oh,
you just
Night
said it
Storm,
right,
great.
like 20 seconds before.
Listen, I don't do names right, okay?
Koa will, in that case, bring the horses up, and he'll lead Nightstorm through first, and then give her, I don't know, a bite of an apple or whatever food we've got. Kind of like showing the others, hey, come in here. Nightstorm's chill. Also food.
Yep.
It's kind of a way of trying to comfort them into coming in. Kind of like, Nightstorm made it through, got a treat. You want to come through, get a treat?
Yeah, that's a funny way. I'll give you a +1 to that roll. Because you literally are like, apples, manzanas, come on. And so you are can go ahead and roll that.
Okay, I will put a blanket or something up to make sure that the spikes are hopefully not an issue too.
Cool.
Does this handle animal, I'm assuming?
Sí, señor.
There it is.
Double clicked. I accept.
Oh, I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why the first one took so long. I thought maybe it didn't count.
So yeah, you're able to convince the different horses, which you have Simon and what's the other one's name? Daisy, I think.
Daisy's gone. Daisy went
No,
off
Simon and
with,
Simone. My apologies, Simon and Simone.
Yeah.
You have Simon and Simone,
Well, and we have Jacobo the mule who's hurt.
which Jacobo doesn't need a check. Jacobo just goes. Mules are easy and dumb. They're also small, so won't hit the doorway either way. So Simon and Simone are able to make their way in. However, you come to the quick realization that this hallway is not particularly wide, and so as you're going in and you're leading them in and whatnot, and you do go look around that corner and look up the hallway. Wade, those stairs climb you're outside 300 feet maybe. They climb for a long time.
I'm not worried about the horses doing the stairs. It's more so we're away from the knolls and we can close the door.
and lock it.
That is an option to theoretically leave the horses down here in this 50-foot long, 10-foot wide corridor. Horses can be perfectly comfortable in an area like this for an extended period. They usually like to have windows. They usually like to have fresh air. They won't have that here, when they're in a stall. But they can be calm here for an extended period of time, as long as it doesn't go on for too long. You know this. So you're good.
We can't leave them in here for too long like this, or else they may start to panic and freak out. But what would you say? It's got a couple of hours, a day? How long?
Several hours. So a couple of hours, easy. Several hours, likely no problem. If you're going like overnight or some shit like that, it depends on the animal, depends on the situation. Koa can probably keep them calm overnight. A little bit of a nice attention, some, food. But they're eventually just going to start shitting where they are. It's going to be a mule and 3 horses just shitting everywhere in this only 50-foot long hallway. They can't walk past each other very easily. They can't turn around very easily.
So it'll be like we're visiting Aldo at home.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't want that.
Are we setting up the pikes as well before we close this door?
Koa,
yeah,
I assumed that
should.
we'd already done that. I assumed
Oh,
Koa
we'd
would
already
have done
done it?
that right
Sweet.
away.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
While we were working on the keys, it was kind of
here.
like, you guys
Yeah.
do your weird shit. Spike.
Yeah.
Are you piking all 4 knoll heads, or are you going to bring one with you in case it has value inside?
I piked all 4, so if we do take it with us, it's post pike.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll have a hole in it, an extra hole in it.
It wasn't as symmetrical with 3.
I mean, you just do one in the middle, one's at the front.
Didn't like it.
Well,
Get a
anyways,
4th knoll head. Let's get a 4th knoll head.
now I need a 5th one because I really want to center.
Or maybe
it, but,
we want to keep 1 spear, so it's 2 on the one in the middle, and then 1 on each side to make it more like.
You
If it is the
wanna
banner
shish
of our
kebab one
party.
these heads.
The valiant few, and our banners knoll heads on a pike.
the 2 knoll heads turned in, and they're giving each other smoochies. Smoochie.
All right. Well, now that we moved past that,
That, though.
what's next?
I just pictured us like performing the Valiant Few song with the knoll heads sing along at one point. Anyway, yeah, let's go check out the stairs, I guess.
Cool.
I let you know that we have maybe a few hours before I'd worry about the horses, so we can't just go in there and be gone forever.
Yeah.
You lead the 3 horses and the mule in there, and then someone goes to shut the door.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, right?
I think that was
Yeah.
the plan.
Pikes are
shutting-
done. We got everybody inside.
Who's shutting the door?
we shut it. I'll shut it, I guess.
Sure. So you'll
Since I have the stick.
Yeah. I imagine you take the stick and you like wedge it in the corner, and then once you can get better leverage point, you push the door all the way shut. So, and
Before
it
we do
shuts.
close it all the way, Koa would make sure that there's a way, once we turn the handle, there's a way to pull it back open.
I mean, again, it is a wheel, so theoretically you can turn that.
He would still
wheel.
tug on it, make sure it's secure, it's not going to fall off, it's not rickety, breaking apart. Like, he does not want to be trapped in here.
Like test the wheel. Yeah.
Yeah. So before he shuts it completely, gets it like 3/4 of the way shut, you go over and grab the wheel to make sure that you can like give a good tug and make sure everything's safe. Awesome. You make me a fortitude save?
Oh, yeah. Gladly, man. I'm doing great.
That's a
Cool.
good one.
Good news is great roll. That's awesome. The bad news is when you grab the
me.
wheel and try to give it a good pull, it doesn't make sense to Koa, and it probably doesn't make sense to Wade. But the wheel itself is also not safe. So when you put your hand on it and just start pulling, you immediately feel a sting of pain in your hand. And you can like within seconds have blood rising up to your hand as it does rip into your hands that way as well. I'll have you suffer another point of damage, Wade, on your character. And
Lethal, I'm assuming, yeah?
lethal, yes. And any fine manipulation requiring your hands, you're going to take a -1 penalty to your skill check. Not like swinging a sword or anything. And that requires fine manipulation. You can take a -1 penalty to
No masturbation tonight, boys.
Okay. Well, you can use the blood as a lubricant. So,
What else do I use for eating? Is eating hard? Maybe I should have thought of that first.
eating is not overly hard, but it is one of those things where when you put your hand in there and you pull the thing, when you look down at your hand, you're like, oh, this is not good. Like, holy shit, I shredded my hand. This is not okay. And you're remembering what they were saying beforehand about getting the rust in there, and you're thinking to yourself, I hope I passed my fortitude save. And then I imagine you stop and bandage the wounds or blood block, or do you use something to treat this?
Yeah, he definitely bandages it up. I guess he'll like you'll see him react. He kind of like falls back and looks at his hands and like kind of flashes them this way, so you
shit.
probably see him. He's looking at both sides. Perhaps the door's not so safe to open from this side after all. Ow.
Apparently not. Damn. Shit, you have bandages, right?
Yeah, you don't think well, it was on the inside, right? What are the odds of this side being? I'm sure it's fine. Bandage
Hopefully.
up his hands.
Um,
So now what do we do about closing the door if we can't pull it back open? Why would they trap the inside of the door?
because they're assholes. Is there... Is there...
Maybe I
So
should
the
warn
thing
the room.
turns, right? It's supposed to turn. I wonder if maybe using blankets on it, we would be able to turn it without it shredding hands.
Something like that.
how
You could also
big and
theoretically
sharp are the...
you can wedge the stick in the spokes of the wheel that's there too, because the wheel has to be framed up. So not
That's what
not
I was
that
going to ask about.
it's not
Yeah.
easy to do, but you could get the stick in there, and then it's a slow and arduous task, but you can get it done that way.
Does it have the little spikes on it?
It does have the little spikes. It would scratch up the stick or whatever, but that's fine.
I was more so thinking about my hands.
Oh yeah, no, your hands are fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably like rig up, like tie a rope in between it and stuff too, so that we can also just pull the rope to pull the thing. That would take longer though. I'll test it with the stick to make sure it turns.
Okay, you go ahead and do that. Wade, are you're bandaging your wounds, but are you properly treating them? Like, are we like gonna grab like blood balm or are we having like Jake here do an actual like heal check on your hands?
While Mikhail's doing that, I mean, he would be going to bandage it. I don't know, would Aldo say anything or step in, or would he just let him bandage?
Definitely, I'll assist because I want to look at your hands too and see if it's the same little like spike things that are on the door, or it was like So I'm just looking at your wounds as well.
Yeah, so he'll
It is.
show you.
Yeah.
It is, and you can use either blood block or the other one there, the body bomb, to give you a +5 to this check if you would like. But to confirm that, it is yes.
We have 2 of each left, I think.
Correct.
And
Yep.
luckily the DC for this one's lower than what you were rolling against earlier, so just don't roll complete shit.
Yeah. Well, would you like me to use one of them? If so, which one?
I don't remember what each one does. The
Either two.
body balm is the one that's more about diseases, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd
diseases,
say go with
poisons,
the
that
body
kind of
balm.
stuff. Treating
Probably
probably
that
the
would be
one
the
that
one that
we
would
use
make more
then.
sense here,
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
think.
All right.
Yeah.
And that gives a
Because we want-
bonus.
+5.
Yeah,
there.
+5.
That's fine. All right.
Because we want the blood block in case someone's fucking dying.
Dude, I am starting to look like one of the wet bandits from Home Alone.
Oh,
I'm closer.
14.
14 total. I can tell you definitively that the DC is 15. This isn't like a secret. It's raw.
Yeah, just go ahead and lock it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got in.
The good news is that with you passing the 15, you actually are able to heal his hands to the point where in the morning when he wakes up, that negative penalty that he's suffering is going to go away. I'm not going to say, sorry, Wade, your hands still hurt. You still have that -1, so on and so forth, because it's going to take forever to heal. You're actually able to properly treat the wounds, get the ointment on there as needed, get the pressure and the bandaging on there as needed. So that, again, Wade, when Koa gets some time to rest, his hands will be fine tomorrow. But he doesn't know that right now, but his hands will be fine tomorrow, right? So that's good news. Anything else about this? Let me just double check one more detail.
I don't heal any hit points, right?
I'm just confirming that right now. Actually, you don't take the penalty to your skill checks. It removes the penalty as well.
Oh, okay.
Also immediately removes the penalty as well.
Nice.
Yep. And no, that does not heal any health points. That just heals that penalty that was going to last on you for days. Cool.
Who needs health points?
Yep.
I'm sure that all the bad was the door and what's outside.
Yeah. That's usually how dungeons work. Like once you get in them, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of, at this point, are we moving on?
Koa's like,
did the wheel turn?
Oh, yeah. So it took 10 minutes for him to bandage that up. It took less than 10
Yeah.
minutes for you to get the thing properly pinned up, get the thing in there. And, like, because your character is not particularly strong, it's hard for you to do this.
Average.
If Koa were the one to do this, because of how, like, just beefy his delts are and his lats, you know, he'd be able to get that, like, that proper churning motion to get the thing in there. So your character's just, like, struggling, trying to get, like, a lever wrench, please. Like watching somebody that doesn't know how to use a pipe wrench try to do some plumbing. You know, it's really funny. So either way, eventually he gets the thing sealed up. You're confident, you're comfortable, and because you want to make sure I'm not screwing you over, you do unlock it, pull it open,
Okay.
and lock it back up to make sure things are good. Unfortunately, your beautiful staff is all scuffed up everywhere, all over the place from just the amount of scratches and scrapes or whatever that are in there. But it still functions. It's just
he would have wrapped it with a blanket.
Oh,
he would
sure,
have
that's
100% wrapped it with a blanket.
still would be scuffed up, just less fucked up. So cool.
Yeah.
That blanket, however, oh man, that is
It already got used on the spike door, so
Yeah.
you know
Yep. All right, cool.
we're not gonna sleep in the blanket that was used on a set of rusty spikes anyway to sleep in.
I've got torso, neck, head, and other leg that still haven't been stabbed yet today. So let's move on.
Well, listen,
We'll put
we're
you
not
in the
we're not
rusty
playing
blanket.
GURPS. Where you're hit doesn't matter. Okay. If we were playing GURPS, though,
It does to me.
To man stabbed. It doesn't matter where you were stabbed. It's
Uh,
your hit points are collective pool.
hey, Kenny's here. Kenny's got you. Kenny's bringing the pills. Okay, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I don't know what kind of medicine Kenny practices, but there's still time weight implies I'm gonna get hurt more.
That is so
Does not
threatening.
sound like a healing
I don't
message.
know why that's so threatening.
Awesome. All right. So you make your way up the 35 feet up the hallway. You turn.
Yeah.
You look up, and the stairwell is itself about 8 feet wide, and the ceiling here is about 8 feet tall. It's like you guys don't have a ruler or anything like that, but you get the general idea. So you can walk, you know, shoulder to shoulder if you want to. You can walk two abreast if you want to, or you can walk single file up this. It's just if you go shoulder to shoulder, it's not the most. You don't have a ton of maneuvering room, right? It's a little tight. So it's up to you guys how you want to walk up these stairs, who wants to go first, so on and so forth. But to describe it, the stairs simply go up. The walls simply travel upwards of the stairs. The walls are not perfectly smooth or anything ridiculous like that. There's, you know, a bit of texture to them, of course, but it's that same kind of, you know, stone, that same kind of metal running through it, and that's going along the stairs that make their way up, the ceiling, the walls, everything. So as you're holding the torch, it's dancing that light back off of you, and if you send, you know, your dancing lights up ahead a little bit, because those last for how many minutes? There's only 1
It
minute.
only lasts like a minute.
Oh, those died
Yeah.
forever ago. But
Those
when
are
you
gone,
first
yeah.
got there and you sent them up to go check it out, the 100 feet or so, you actually saw that they went up, and the stairs kept going, and you're like, oh, it's a long ways of stairs of dancing lights going, and it seemed as best you could tell at that point, nondescript the whole way.
Oh boy.
Aldo,
Mikhail's
please
a
keep
little
an
bit
eye out
excited.
for-
Oh, good.
Aldo,
Oh,
please
so
keep an eye out for traps. We're just gonna keep talking over each other.
Right?
No, you hang up first.
I
Okay,
heard
we
you.
both hang up.
Mikhail's a little excited, so he would probably be leading unless someone steps in front of
Dude,
him.
I'm
or
the
something.
Scott Sterling of the day, so whatever order I'm in, I'm the one getting hit in the face with a soccer ball.
Aldo does put his
Fucking
hand on
Scott
you,
Sterling.
and he says, "Remember the other place.
We'll get that
All
reference.
right, you need to look
Yeah.
for pressure plates, anything that could be a trap. All right, so maybe walk
Oh.
next to me, and we'll
Okay.
take this slowly."
Gotcha. I'll hold the torch if you don't mind, Koa.
Hold the torch. Yes. He does it, but you can see the wince of pain as he closes his hand around it.
No, he said, I'll
Or
hold the torch.
he's saying he'll hold it.
Oh,
yeah,
I
he's
think
gonna
you hold the torch,
from you.
Koa. That's okay.
The fact that he does that, he's like, no, like, and then like Mikhail's like, did I miss the word aisle in his excitement? Like, oh,
No, I got it. Like, yeah, he'll take it.
Excellent.
Yes.
Watch out, they could have spiked the stairs too, these sick bastards.
When did the torch get spiked? What happened?
Why in the world would they put a trap on the inside of their fortress?
Aldo's just growing spikes. Everything's spiked.
Dude, Nightstorm Saddle's gonna really suck.
Oh no!
Freshly spiked taint.
Oh. Nope.
They couldn't have spiked the water, no. Couldn't have had more alcohol, no. Gotta be spikes.
Okay.
Oh.
Did you have a plan here, Jake? You put your hand on his shoulder and said, "I'll go first."
No, I said you can walk next to me. Just don't lead. You know,
I know.
We'll both look.
But you had a plan. What's your plan?
Nothing. We're just going to like the only other place like Mole Ruin thing that we're in had like pressure plates and things. So we're just going to be taking it easy, keeping an eye out, and making our way slowly up the stairs. I guess, right?
Yep.
Sounds great to me.
I'm doing exactly what
rapier.
they do. I'm not gonna look at the wall and be like, oh, this looks interesting. I'm not touching anything.
Okay. As you're walking up the stairs, why don't you go ahead, because you're moving slowly. Your character is clearly, I don't even mean half speed. Like, you're moving slowly, taking your time. This is allowing for you time to properly study where it is that you're stepping to make sure it's safe, and allowing almost like a degree of edging for Mikhail, you know, working his way towards the excitement at the top of the climax of this stairwell. So you are.
I've ever told you I really disagree with your word choice sometimes. Ever told you that, Scott?
I still haven't heard you say that. So
Carefully move
I'm
the
saying
stairs.
it now.
Scott, you gallop up the stairs without a care in the world.
So as we're edging to the top, you are go ahead and roll me your perception check there, Jake. Before you do so, sorry, I said go ahead because I'm an idiot. Mikhail, are you actively looking for, or are you looking for anything that could be traps? Or are you more looking for things that are going to be like signs of mole detail?
It would normally be the second one, but Aldo specifically told him to keep an eye out for pressure plates and told him to be careful, so he's looking for traps.
Okay.
Koa is just looking exactly where they step and exactly what they do, and he's following it.
Hi. Oh, that's a really good roll. But my first ooze was for Tyler. Tyler. Ask Wade what his character just did.
I spun a wheel and got stabbed by a bunch of spikes.
He put his hands on a wheel for locking a certain metal door. And he spun it, and his hands are all ouchie. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the warning, Tyler.
It's like when you mess up using
Merry
mandolin,
Christmas.
you know.
The good news is
You know where we are. Great.
the good news is he rolled a really high fortitude save unlike other people. All right. A 25 perception is insane. Unfortunately, you're the one aiding. The person that has the disarm trap ability, the trap finding ability. That's a +3 to you, Aldo.
Look.
Oh, I didn't notice you already rolled.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, it says a 13. I was waiting for you to roll decent, but you did not, sir.
14 if it's against traps. And 17, yeah.
Is it a 14 against traps? Does he have a +1 for trap finding?
I'm pretty sure trap finding applies to finding
I
that
think
too.
it's trap sense. And he doesn't have trap sense at level 1.
Okay. Oh yeah, danger sense. You're right. Yeah.
Danger sense. Oh, which So either way, danger sense I think is barbarians, but that's fine. So or no, it's just 5e. But back to with your 16 total, you guys are edging your way up the stair, making your way up the staircase. Trying to go as carefully as you can as to not like find yourselves into trouble. As you're making your way up there, there's a moment where Aldo is looking, trying to see what the traps are, and he's excited for it. He's excited to search. Not excited. He's searching carefully, trying to make sure everything's safe, so on and so forth. But despite all of this, Aldo himself is still a little thrown off. I mean, he was just getting electrocuted for almost a minute straight before. he has a lot of stuff that's gone on his lap recently. Today's been a stressful day for him. Not like anybody else in the party. He's had a hard day today. Knowles try to eat him, all sorts of stuff. People throwing spears. Mikhail, however, he is the one that found himself in that dangerous scenario before wherein you became alerted to, and were the reason why you're kind of paranoid about traps here. So it's when Aldo goes to take a step forward that Mikhail actually stops him and gestures towards the ceiling, where he was looking up at that moment, whereas Aldo was looking down. And you guys can see in the ceiling where you are, there's a whole bunch of different small holes in the ceiling. They're actually really small holes, to the point where it was almost invisible to find them because of how it is that it's structured. If anybody here has ever seen the third Indiana Jones movie, and how the stone bridge was structured in such a way, spoilers, the stone bridge was structured in such a way that it looks like there was no bridge there. It was an optical illusion. It looked like there was nothing, and you had to take the leap of faith. Same kind of optical illusion happening here. When you look up, it looks to Aldo as though there's just a flat stone ceiling. But Mikhail happened to have the right angle where he was holding the torch, looking at the perfectly right angle, so on and so forth, that he noticed something that just caught him off guard, and like stops Aldo and pulls him back and points upwards because like something caught his eye. Aldo spends that moment and sees all the little holes that are inside there. These are wide enough that these definitely aren't just going to be arrows. This is likely more like a spearhead coming down, especially with how they're shaped. It's a really good chance that it's just a whole line of spearheads that would thrust down from the ceiling.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Yeah, I mean, you told me to look for it. That was close. Also, I was right. You do get a bonus on perception checks to find traps.
See, well, that's great to know.
Yeah, makes
Is
sense
it half
for a
his
building
level?
called trap finding. Yeah.
Is it half his level rounded down?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have trap
Minimum one.
finding.
Well,
I don't think I have it, 'cause
you don't.
Yeah, no, I mustn't have because
archetype.
I'm a charlatan rogue, right? I'm pretty sure it takes trap finding, so I don't have it anyway.
This whole time I assumed you had trap finding and you've gotten away with it because I didn't realize your archetype.
Yeah.
Wait, or maybe he might have something else that only gives the bonus to.
It's not in
no,
my
it doesn't.
features or
It's
traits
just
or
not there.
anything, so I'm assuming I don't.
Oh yeah, natural born liar replaced it. Well, never mind.
Wow.
Okay, we were both wrong.
So in that case, Mikhail should
You
have
were
been
more
the one
wrong,
to
but
look
we
because
were
he has the same perception. Or better.
If you don't have trap finding, there's some traps that you legit can't find. No magic traps can ever be found. Traps with a DC above, I think, 20 can't be found.
That's old rules. It's just magic traps and Pathfinder.
Is it just magic traps? So I'm confusing it with 3.x? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's you're limited if you don't have that ability. But that's right. You are correct because it unlocks magic traps and just gives you a bonus. Whereas the other one didn't give you a bonus. It unlocked magic traps and traps with DC of 20 or higher, I think is what it was. But
Yeah, exactly.
either way, or DC.
Oh yeah, we do have the same perception. Oh well. Anyway,
Cool.
we found the thing. Sorry to sidetrack.
Yeah, you found it. So by the way, so you just struck you saw something, and it's what's his name? Aldo is the one that is able to identify. Okay, no, there's a bunch of these here. There's a lot of traps that are here. This is a problem. The issue beyond that is you're able to find where the danger is. You're not able to find the trigger point, the pressure plate, or whatever it is that causes this to release. You have not found that.
Well, that's the part that's gonna hurt, but I don't know what sets it off.
This feels like the part where I lean against the wall to think about it, and that is in fact the wrong spot, and then everything comes raining down. So I will not lean against the wall to think.
Yeah, if this was a play, that would definitely happen.
That being said, again, I ask, if it's this hard to get into here, why is it this hard to navigate once you're in here? Who is supposed to be in here, and for what purpose?
That is
Good question.
A fantastic
I suppose
question.
that's what Elliot wants to find out, right?
Yep.
I thought this would be like a place where there were books and shelves and bedrooms. Not spiked doors and spiked spinning doorknobs.
I wouldn't trust a chair or a bed in this place at this point.
I don't trust the floor.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know, Aldo, do you see a pressure plate or anything?
I don't, and we can't really move past here without finding it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can roll disable device for me, Jake. Go ahead, Keegan. I didn't mean to speak over you.
I mean, he was just going to kind of trail off and probably not say anything useful.
Cool. So we disable
plus
device.
1 to lock picking.
Yep.
There we go.
That's probably why I thought. Anyways, so,
yeah, so that still applied to the other thing.
You do know there is something that could work. If the three of you pass the dangerous spot at the same time, the pressure plate happens to be on the other side, you don't have to worry about it because you'll all already be across. Effectively, an option is to literally have all three of you jump across at the same time. That would save you from it skewering any one of you. You'd be moving too quickly to be caught. Nobody would be left behind. Anything like that.
Yeah, well, I suggest this then. Because other than that, and I don't know that that's going to work 100%, but yeah. It's either turn back, I guess. Or trigger these.
Yeah, I feel like trying to trigger. We don't know exactly what it's going to do, but we just have a good idea.
I'd imagine
Might not be the worst way.
arrows or spears or rocks or other bad thing.
Looks like spears.
Well, the gnolls may not be the only ones who end up with their heads on pikes today. What exactly do we need to do? Jump across? Jump up? Run?
Yeah, if all three of us go at once.
Yeah.
Go where exactly? How far?
Just jump over there and he points. He's like, yeah.
And we're
Should
sure there's
work,
no
right?
trap there.
I am definitely not sure.
Yep. That's
I
where
hate
we're
this
at.
place and I hate whoever designed it. Elliot's a fool for caring about this society. They're clearly horrible monsters and they designed this place because they enjoy torture and pain. Alright,
Don't
let's
disagree.
I guess,
do it.
yep. I guess we could try to throw something heavy over there to see where we'll land and make sure nothing happens, but...
What if that's the trigger point that sets it off and kills us here?
Yeah.
Yep, that's the butt. That's... Yep. So all three of us jump and be ready to jump back.
Yep, sounds great. And, Aldo, if I don't make it, make sure that you're the one that feeds the animals because Mikhail can't get along with any of them.
It's just Jacobo. Okay,
I'm
it's
just
mules.
preparing. It was just the other one before. I get it.
Will do.
Okay.
Are we jumping like
Anyone else think
across
this is
the
a bad
gap
idea?
or just up?
No,
a
not
step,
a
or-
gap. It's literally up a couple steps.
Oh, okay. Do we need to roll in acrobatics to do it?
Technically speaking, yes, because if you roll in that one and your modifier sucks, it could be a bad thing. It's not a high DC. It's literally, trying to keep this as low as possible, boys. Literally, the DC is 7. If you don't fail by 5 or more, you're fine.
Okay.
Fuck it, we ball. Okay.
Hey, Koa, you passed.
Oh,
Huzzah! Look at that. And oh god, okay. Oh, he has a big mod. Okay,
He has a huge mod, yeah.
he's got a huge
I figured
mod.
I was probably the worst one at this, so.
Oh god, you actually scared me for a second there, Jake. He's always surprisingly has lower rolls than what you expect in some areas and bigger in others, but acrobatics makes sense for a rogue. All right. So, anyways, you guys jump up the steps. Funny enough, Aldo ends up one step higher than the two of you. I don't know. Maybe he just more spring in his old age. Either way, so you guys jump up the few steps. Nothing happens.
But we're still alive.
This is good. This is good.
I
All
would
right,
agree with
let's keep
that,
going.
but does that mean we don't know? We do have to go down at some point.
Yeah, so we'll just... Oh, jumping down's a lot more dangerous.
So it might still be worth trying to figure this out. In case something's chasing us on the way back.
Do we see any kind of pressure plate or anything on this side, now that we're looking from a different angle, Scott? Can we
Nope.
look? No. Okay, we look. There's nothing. You know, I will take out some chalk, and I will mark on the not on the stairs, on the wall where we have seen that there is nothing. Just
Wait, you
as like
touched
a
the
way
wall
that we can
with chalk?
Uh-huh. Yeah, with
You're
chalk.
holding in your hand?
Is my chalk sharp?
I don't know.
I just take the chalk out and immediately start bleeding all over the place. I'm gonna mark on the wall, so that way, like if we're rushing by, we can at least see like a big thick chalk marking on the wall, and know that that's the dangerous spot.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes perfect sense. And I imagine, like, you don't go down the steps to do this. I imagine you do it from here and probably, like, minus 2
I'll
steps.
like point an arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll like just point an arrow at it.
Yeah. Which makes perfect sense, you know. So you put the arrow, you put the marking there, maybe even like, you know, fairly, you don't have to fill it in or anything, but a fairly like scribble dot to like catch your eye. Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds great. No problem.
And I put the chalk away.
Cool. Do you
That
put
way
that
we
on
know
both
to
sides
jump.
of the wall or just the one side?
I would do both.
Both sides? Yeah.
Since we've been able to look at both.
Cool. Sure. And you guys have a fuck ton of chalk, if I remember correctly. So this isn't
We
an
do have a
issue
lot of
at all. Yeah.
Yeah, chalk's easy.
Yep. And cool. So you grab all your supplies and you do the chalk or whatever it is, you know, and start walking up the stairs. Some right?
Yeah.
Plan to me.
Yeah. I just love that our party, the meme is like health potions, chalk.
Cool.
We haven't tried eating the chalk to see if it gives us health points yet.
Roll
You know,
your.
you've had nothing but good ideas yet today. If you say it, we'll probably do it.
I am not going to say it. 'Cause we don't need any other weird memes in this party just yet.
Okay. So you guys are walking up further. Why don't you go ahead and roll me another perception check?
All three of us?
No. You're pulling up the rear, limping. The other one's spotting for you.
Oh, that was almost great.
Cool. So you guys are continue walking up the steps. You go about from where you were, from that step that you believe that there was some sort of danger down below. You stop. You spend a minute and a half, 2 minutes, whatever it is, marking up the walls, doing everything you got to do.
But
make sure things.
sorry, Scott. Before do you guys want me to luck mine or no?
I mean, what I'm imagining is about to happen is you guys are going to step on a pressure plate, but it's actually designed for you to be going the other way. So me behind you, a trap door opens and I fall into some spikes. So now the bottom of my feet are covered on spikes. So it's up to you what you want.
So
I just want to call my shot before it happens, but the ball is in your court.
What do you think, Jake?
Yeah.
I'm a little worried, so okay.
Okay.
That's 15. All right. I don't know if that changes anything.
Yeah. As you guys are walking up the steps or what have you, you're walking up the steps trying to see what's going on, so on and so forth. And then at one point, you actually do notice, Mikhail, that as you're walking, again, that light is just, catching the area ever so just well enough that you swear one of the steps look like it's ever so slightly off of the others. So if you look at the step and how they're all angled, it's all stone. So the angle's pretty uniform for all of them. They don't get warped as easy as like wooden steps or whatever, right? Now, granted, I know that stone steps that are walking over the course of, thousands of feet over the course of years do eventually wear down. So there's a degree of wear and tear. But this one, the angle of it seems ever so slightly off. It barely catches your eye. And you notice that set right there. You're like, that looks like a strange step to me. I don't know what that is.
Aldo, that look at that step. That looks wrong. Am I being paranoid? No, that looks wrong. He's like a little jumpy.
Well, you were right about the other thing. I mean, I take a look at it to just look like a normal step.
I mean, aside from the angle being slightly off, it looks like a step, you know? You could be safe just to hop over it, same as you did before.
We could step over it, maybe. I don't know.
Perhaps we chalk the steps before and after it, so that we know that this is don't step here on the way back.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that. Just like scribble on the step before it and step over it.
Do you think we missed a stair that looked like this before? Because this is awfully hard to notice.
We could have.
Maybe.
I noticed this one.
You mark the step, and you're like, you know, marking the first step. Yeah, you could have. I noticed this one. You step over onto the next one, not realizing that that was the actual pressure plate step. By having you step over the other one, and it intentionally made you put more weight on the real pressure plate step that was there. And so by hitting that, you feel the click under your foot, and your eyes like widen. But after you hear that click under your foot, the next thing kind of throws you off a bit, because it's much further down the stairs, about 20, 25 feet or so down the stairs, where you hear that, and you look down, like whip around, everybody looks to see. And you can see, for two of you, it's hard to see because of like the limitations of the edging of the light. So you can barely see that anything out there, like what happened. But Koa's eyes are easily able to pick up that the step that you guys had marked beforehand, the markings on either side of the wall from him, it looks as though, I don't know, spears drop from the ceiling or sticking into the floor down below. It looks like spears are there, which is kind of strange.
Do you see that? You don't, right?
No. What happened?
Heard it.
He's like not moving.
The spears we were worried about further down the stairs seem to have gone off.
Oh, this activated those?
From up the
I can't
hallway,
tell if they were geniuses or idiots that designed this
grinding
place.
from up the hallway. You hear like a grinding noise happening, kind of like echoing down the hallway from above.
Like continuing? Is it getting closer?
No, it is just a grinding noise coming from up the hallway.
We all hear this?
I feel like that's a bad sign.
Yes, all of you hear it. It's loud enough that everybody easily hears it.
Retreat or move forward?
Let's just keep going, I think.
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna take the chalk and just... He puts like above the step with the trap. He marks again, like, know this.
Like this one.
And you're doing that as they're planning on moving forward?
So whenever I step over the step that was actually the trap, I find the actual this trap.
Cool. So that grinding is happening, and then after a little bit of like you're marking that, whatever it is, you hear that grinding is now starting to get closer and closer. So you stand up and you're like, move forward, right? Yeah, okay, marking this, You stand up, and now it sounds like the grinding is getting closer, and you're able to see what it is. Again, Koa can see it first just because his vision is further, but then everybody eventually sees it. All of the steps are going as each one of them is tilting about, say, somewhere between 30 to 45 degrees forward from where they were beforehand, as all the steps are just kind of like tilting forward some. And that's happening more and more as it's coming towards you, And you can see like very likely where you're standing is also about to tilt.
I asked if it was getting closer.
Yeah, and at first it was not, because it was too far away to hear.
How smooth are these walls? Is there anywhere we can stab into or put a rope?
The walls are not very smooth. As for stabbing into, it's stone with metal running through it. I mean, if you're strong enough or if you have the right kind of equipment, then sure, you might be able to do so. You do have climber's kit. I don't
what
know
I'm
how much of
thinking.
that shit you would have brought the rope and you would have brought the climber's kit from the animals down below. Like, I'm not going to screw you over. I know that was the plan in case that was your only way out. So you'd have the rope, the climber's kit, which means you do have a hammer and pythons as well. So that would absolutely be there, no doubt.
Koa is immediately going to start trying to get that in. I don't think we're outrunning this.
How long does it normally take to pit in a wall? Like, isn't that going to take forever?
I mean, depends on your accuracy, how good of a whack you do. It could take 3-5 whacks. It could take all day, like, depends on the wall.
Anyone has a better idea? Koa's taking out a thing and getting ready to try to slam it.
I suppose we're all into almost like a panic right now. The only other point of reference I have is the other place we had. So I'm going to see if any of the walls are smooth or anything that could indicate that there's a hidden door like before in the other place. So that's what I'm doing.
I guess I'll be helping Koa real quick. I just see he's doing something, so
You're going to hold
Really
him well while
hoping
he
one of you two would
smashes?
have the better idea. Koa rages.
Okay.
Oh no. Well, I'm holding
I need the strength,
pit
man.
Koa, roll me a
Okay.
strength check. Keegan, roll to assist him. No, not a strength check. Sorry, wait. Not a strength check. It's a climb check, which is based off strength. But Keegan, you roll that first to aid him.
I know I'm going to fatigue myself for a round, which is going to suck, but I feel like we need the strength to get this done.
He's giving you a +2 on top of whatever your rage gives you.
Please do not
This feels
destroy
like
my
such
hand.
a bad idea.
Rolls natural 1. Breaks your wrist.
I can't really power attack a python, can I?
No. You're good.
Yeah, I think it's just a climb
Fine.
check with a +2.
It's a good thing you're not taking that -1.
Oh,
All right. Let's go.
Do I luck this?
I mean, without even worrying, a 24 is insanely high.
Okay, well, I'm trying to break through rock with a thing, so I didn't know.
True enough. But a 24 is insanely high. You are literally... He
is
gets
that
the big
with the
line.
+2?
That is with the +2. I added it as a mod.
Okay, then. Yeah, it's still good. It's still fine.
You,
I have a
you,
4 climb that gave me a +6.
you hold the thing and you squeeze your eyes shut as you see the fury of his swing. One hit. Boom! Drives the python 3/4 the way in. You don't need it to be perfect. That's good enough. You're like... you pull
Fucking
another
hand
python and
goes
take another
numb.
couple steps. Boom! One hit. Drives the python in. Take another couple steps. Grabs a third one. Boom! That one's only like halfway. Boom! All the way in. And it's like you got 3 pythons like jammed into the wall. I don't know what your plan is with these, but you get 3 pythons jammed into the wall in whatever pattern you guys wanted to set them up as. Easily.
Roping, and we're just going to hang out.
Okay. Quickly. So you calm down. It takes, we'll say that takes 2 rounds of
fatigued.
rage for you, Wade. And you calm down, passing the rope through there. Luckily, fatigue does give you a penalty to dexterity, but not so much so that you can't fucking pass a rope through a python, hole. Aldo, you were looking for a perception check, I believe.
Yeah. Nope.
You're looking for something that might be happening, and because you're further up from where they are, from where they're situating it, instead all you find is the first person to be in the area where the steps start to go clunk, clunk, as they are. And so you start to feel, oh shit, like the sliding or whatever happening beneath you. Not like you fall or anything like that, but it's definitely like the stairs are continuing to do this. What do you guys want to, you going to run over to where they are at the wall, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I guess I kind of have to, right? Because I'm not going to have a foothold.
The stairs are going to say thing to you guys. You're going to lose footholds, but you've had enough time with that insane climb check. You've had enough time to go over there, to slap the pythons in, to loop through the rope, and to get them tied around your waist. So even when the stairs go out beneath you, you can either fist on the python or grab the rope that's passed through it, whatever it is, and hold yourselves up. You're not falling or anything like that. Cool. And by the time you get, there's a degree of help where, let's say it's, Mikhail reaches out and grabs, Aldo's hand to help cross. pulls him over. He's tying the rope around his waist. You guys are getting situated as you're watching the steps go ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk towards where the spears, I guess, are down below. And then literally the step before where the spears go into, it goes ka-chunk. And then it stops. And in this moment of calm, and with the light that you have with the torch, you know what I mean? That's there, which I imagine you scooped up before the stairs went sideways, right? Which you scooped up. You can see that those look less like spears sticking from the ceiling to the floor, more like a portcullis, or like bars. Anyways, as you're like realizing this and getting ready to describe it in some way, your fatigue is ending at this point there, Koa. As this is like kind of realizing, getting ready to describe it, you start to hear a different kind of like.
See your movement. I don't hear a noise.
Damn it! You hear a grinding noise starting from higher up, and this time not as slow as before, so you can almost immediately identify that it's getting closer. Noise coming down your way.
It's fucking Boulder, isn't it? Okay.
How high up are we from the stairs?
How high up from the stairs, you're saying?
Yeah, like, can we like lift ourselves and be high enough where we think whatever this is, we could go over it?
Depends on. He's assuming it's a boulder. It depends on how big the boulder is. The stairwell is 9 by. Sorry, what was I saying before? About 8 by 8. If that boulder is even 7 feet across.
That's a tight squeeze.
But what are our options? Jump down and slide into the prison bars? Or hang here?
I think if I'm picturing this right, if we hang here and a big ass rock thing starts rolling down.
Well, yeah, against the wall,
we're mush, yeah. Fuck.
Your characters have time. You take a moment, please.
Can I sense motive of the boulder?
Time they have. Can I convince the boulder to go the other way?
Intimidate the boulder.
Bad.
Okay.
Bad boulder.
So we're basically just on a like fucking slide that goes down into bars at this point.
How long have we been hanging here? Is
And
my
then
fatigue worn
stairs
off
on either
yet?
side.
Like I said, your fatigue wore off as you identified that it was more like portcullises down below, or like bars down below.
All right, that's good.
Is there so the where the stair was that triggered all of this? Does that flat section look any different?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Basically, I'm trying to see if I can see where the mechanism that lowered all the stairs are, to see if there's a way to like trigger it again to make the stairs come back.
So I mean, there's the actual bad step that has been clearly marked by you and your crew. However, a way to manipulate it, otherwise you don't know. You can't like see the mechanics beneath it or what have you. You just the results of.
Okay.
I mean, you can clearly identify which step it is, and because of how quickly you went over and slammed Pythons into it's not far from you. It's not even 5 feet away from where you are. It's just a matter of everything's slanty. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, is there a way to rearm the trap, essentially?
Yeah.
Early. If anything, it's probably a really hard impact against those bars. It rearms it. Shit.
I mean, take a moment. I'm not going to rush you guys. It's obviously your characters have a very short period of time, but you as PCs are in the meta and trying to gather you're not actual adventurers. Feel free to look over your character sheets. Feel free to have a small amount of meta chat to come up with your characters to handle. I don't have like a timer.
Yeah, so ability-wise, I've got nothing. Idea-wise, I'm assuming we're in like a big windowless cylinder, which just has a round like staircase or something.
Well, so it's a stairwell. It's like a straight stairwell going up, and then all the stairs went like tilted.
So it's not like round; it's just straight up one side.
Yeah, just stairs, just like a straight staircase, like you're walking up a 45-degree angle staircase or whatever angle stairs are, 20-degree angle, whatever stairs are.
Yeah, like a long hallway of stairs, and then like the stairs just flattened.
Yep.
So there's a slide instead
They're
of
not
steps.
perfectly flat, to be clear. They are not perfectly
Right.
flattened, but they are now a slide. Just
Does
a
it
slide
look
if you went
like
to go.
if
you
we
went,
intentionally slid down toward the bars, we could get on the other side of them very easily?
ooh, the problem is
how,
like
how
if you
close are the bars?
if you were smaller, like a small sized person, yeah, you could almost definitely get squeezed through those bars.
Or just go around the outside one. Or is this like a hallway that has no gap? I'm picturing like a hole in the middle. There's no gap. This
No
is just a
gap.
straight
Yes,
staircase.
yeah. It's just a hallway. Like,
I don't know
you
why
walk
I'm
into a hallway,
picturing
you go up a
a
hallway.
rounded hole in the middle. I think the spears I was thinking was like a okay. I was just picturing this wrong. So we're on like a straight staircase that leads to bars we can't go through, and we're on a wall.
Yep, off to the side to make sure. So you haven't been able. You're not falling. You're not sliding down to those bars unless you choose to. So you have autonomy, which is nice, but it's a matter of what you do with that, with the critical little time you have.
Like my only thought is that we have to try to get back through the bars, which is obviously going to be tough. It's going to take a check for sure.
Breaking metal, to be clear,
we have to try to break.
Is very difficult. Unless you have something to help aiding in the breaking of the metal more rapidly. Breaking metal is very difficult. I'm looking at break DCs. So for
how much higher does this ceiling go from where we're at? Like, how high up on the wall are we compared to how high we could be?
It's 9 feet. So I was saying it's what, like 9 feet by 9 feet, right? So the whole ceiling is only 9 feet up, which means Koa standing up could like tippy toes reach up and touch the ceiling. Were things normal, you know what I mean? So and the ceiling, of course, rises up with the steps, but maintains about a 9-foot ceiling height.
Okay, well, I'm thinking whenever I put the things in, I like lifted my arm up and went high.
Well, he lifted his arm up, but he's not incredibly short. So yeah, you would have
compared to 9
possible.
feet. I agree. I mean, I'm thinking like maybe 6.5 feet off the ground.
Yeah. It's funny. I was actually thinking like about 7 feet or so. That way you had swing room. That you had, absolutely. And that's instinct when you have like pythons to reach up and slam. Yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what's going to be coming down here. If it's so big that it fills up the entire hallway, we're just fucked no matter what, unless we go through the bars like you're saying. But if we can get high enough in like the corner of the wall, maybe if we stand on the rope instead of dangle underneath, maybe that would leave room. So I'm thinking if it's round and rolling, then the corners are the only safe spots to be.
There'll be a pocket in the corner, yeah.
So either we lay down in the corner and hope, or else we go above. Otherwise, like you said, we're going through the bars. I don't know what else we can do other than...
To be clear about what you guys were talking about earlier, because I look up the DC. Standard DC for bending iron bars is a 24. That's a standard DC for bending iron bars. Strength check. Flat strength check, yeah.
Which I had to roll an 18 while raging to do.
Yeah, that's not a reliable choice. That is a 15% chance for bending one bar.
Yeah, so my thought was... I didn't expect us to be able to bend the bars, is that either try to squeeze through them, essentially... fucking escape artist, which I'm not even trained in.
Well, you would bend them to make it so you can't squeeze through them. Continue.
If they're too tight to even try that, then we're kind of in trouble.
Yeah.
Unless
the only thing I'm thinking is
the area around them is weak.
This hallway is trapped, right? But what if like one of them set it off accidentally? Like there'd have to be safeguards to an extent. If we can't like climb above it and we can't get through the thing, I see what other choice we have. Like, that's literally like try and bend bars or squeeze through bars somehow. If we can't climb above it, then what else is there? There has to be a fail safe or a safeguard.
The only other thing I can think of is taking out maybe one of the pythons, having the other two that were hanging by, and just stabbing my fucking sword as hard as I can where the stone was weakened, and hoping that my sword can either slow it down or stop it.
Wait. Hold on, taking out a python. Oh, so try to get your sword in there. So
Big
the sword
python.
I mean, let's assume that let's go with the assumption that this is a boulder. I don't know how much a great sword being slapped sideways by a bouncing.
I don't either, but we're in a hallway with no escape.
Yeah, it's if we had enough time, we could put up like we could just use the rope as a cat's cradle kind of thing to to catch the thing, but that's gonna take a while.
Well, we can't get to the other side very easily because it's a ramp now, not a staircase.
Yep. Otherwise,
Also,
otherwise that
100%
could
true.
theoretically slow it down.
But if a rope could slow it down, metal sword.
So Jake was saying that theoretically, because he popped off, so to reiterate his point, Jake was saying that theoretically there would be a fail-safe in case somebody who was meant to be here triggered it accidentally. And
Yes.
so his concern was about finding some sort of a fail-safe. Now,
Yeah, which I would assume would be near the bars, because if you're designing this and you want there to be a fail-safe, and someone trips it accidentally, I don't think the idea is, they're gonna have pythons and slam them into the wall and stop halfway up. It's that they end up sliding down here and they need to trigger the fail-safe. So it's got to be over there.
I can totally see Aldo calling that out and you trying if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying everybody tries. Maybe you all try different things.
Yeah. Mikhail will try to loose himself from the rope to try to go check. That's probably what he's gonna do.
Okay. Loosening yourself from the rope
just
is very
slide down.
easy. It's not like it was a particularly tight tie. You just did it so you wouldn't fall. So it was very quickly. So you loosen yourself on the rope and immediately you drop down and it's not smooth. It's like going down, like a slate roof, right? But you are able to slide down the 20 feet or some odd, whatever I said it was before, to get down to where the bars are below and put your feet up and catch the bars. Immediately once you get down, you have the torch with you. So you slide down and you have the torch with you, and so you can illuminate the bars better, which is good news.
Yeah.
So a couple details about these bars. One, they are iron. That is true. They're not that weird metal or whatever it is. They are in fact iron. And they've been here for so long, there's actually a considerable amount of rust on these bars. You couldn't see that before. There wasn't enough light. It was too dim even for Koa's low light vision. But now that you're down here, you can see that they're pretty rusted. I'm not saying that their core of them isn't still strong, but there is some degree of rust here, and so that's some factor that you can take note of. There's only details I can kind of give you immediately for how it is that they are. You have to make checks to get any more details. But you were also down here hoping to find some sort of a fail-safe or what have you. What is your plan for that, or do you try to explore the bars further? What did you want to do?
He first shouts up, says, the bars are rusted quite a bit.
Koa immediately is on his way down.
Okay. Koa, I imagine, is
Yeah.
slightly less graceful and cuts the bit of rope and slides.
It cuts his hands.
Yeah, he
Slide down.
slices his hand off. I'll lend you a hand.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I imagine he tries to gracefully cut the rope to swing to get some momentum on his way down, and it just doesn't look good.
but so Koa gets down there pretty quickly afterwards to join you. We'll see what Aldo's doing afterwards. But
I'm going straight for the bars. When he yelled rust, that was an indication open the bars. So
okay,
I would be examining them further, is what I was been doing.
To the bars specifically?
You're not looking for a way out. You're
Correct.
looking at the bars.
Okay, then
Correct.
while he's still cutting and coming down, that gives you a few moments that you can go ahead and roll your perception check. And as he's standing up and getting ready to do whatever he's about to do, go ahead.
Yeah. Because also in character, I know Aldo will be able to do things as well.
Jake, you stepped away, so just catch up. Mikhail went down there, saw that the bars, holy shit, saw that the bars were rusted. That 25 is specifically for looking at the bars, not for looking at everything, to be clear. But I will give you the details. He said that the bars are very rusted, and so Koa immediately cut his rope or whatever and slid down to join him. So they're both down there. I'll get to what Aldo's doing in a second. So you're looking this over as he's getting down there, as he's getting ready to hit it. You notice a couple of details. One, the bars are very rusted. Again, the core of them can still be pretty strong, but they're pretty rusted. So maybe something can happen from that. Two, the way that these bars slit in, they drop from the ceiling up above and they hit down below. But how long are these bars really? I told you the ceiling height is about 9 feet. So at least have to be 9 feet to cover that gap, plus whatever it is that they had to plant it in place above and below. If you could find out how far down they go, maybe rather than looking at the step and how kind of worn and beat up everything is here and how they kind of slam down, maybe it's possible that what you actually want to do is break the stone around where the bars are planted in. That way there's less of a firm hold on holding them in place. That's up to you. Maybe the bars can actually lift up. You don't know whether or not that's possible. You don't have a chance to test that yet. But you do notice that one of the bars that are there has a bit of a wiggle to it. One of the bars that's like one of the ones that's, further to the left side has a bit of a looseness to it. You quickly just kind of like ran your hand across it and you notice that there's a bit of give. So that one, maybe over the years, whatever it is, hasn't like settled in place the right way. So that might be something worth testing, whatever it is, So you kind of like notice all those details pretty quickly. And then the last thing I was going to say is, the way that these bars slide in, it's not just like a hole, like what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a dowel slides into a hole. There's actually similar to that key that was used beforehand. It's almost like the bars actually have a flare out at the bottom that drops down into the step below. And so the same thing up above. So while that's good to theoretically stop the bars from maybe being able to move as much or whatever, it also gives a weak point inside the bars as well that the right kind of vibrations might be able to take advantage of, especially with all the rust and everything that's there. So these are kind of like details that you're able to gather pretty quickly with the bars as they're set with the ceiling drop down into the stairs down below with your fucking 25 check here. The only other thing I would point out, because the 25 is insanely high, so it goes beyond what I expected you to roll, is you do notice that now that you're here looking at this and you see like clearly this trap has gone off before, right? Maybe only once, maybe twice over who knows how many years, but it has gone off before. There has to be some sort of what happens afterwards, whatever it is, right? You do notice a small amount of damage on the stairs. Is before you just assumed it was wear down from a lot of people walking up and down. We've all seen this in real life with real temples, whatever, that are ancient. There's probably from the boulder or whatever it is coming down the stairs that did this damage. Some of that damage actually doesn't just come straight down the center of the steps. Some of the damage rolls across to the right as well, like towards the wall. But you don't know what that means. Cool. Koa,
At all.
you slid down as he's like looking around very quickly trying to get all this stuff. You stand up and you're already getting ready to rage because you've already slid down. You already cut yourself free, slid down, stood up. You're getting ready. You've got the bars. You're taking that deep breath. You're about to be like, "Ah!" or whatever it is that you plan on doing. And it's at this point in time that he finishes his analysis. And if he wants to chime in and say something, he's welcome to do so. Pause. Aldo, you saw them cut. Huh? What is Aldo doing up here, currently holding onto the rope and hearing that getting closer?
I'm gonna follow them. There's not really anything I can do.
Okay.
So maybe I can work on disabling something, maybe down where the portcullis thing is now.
Okay. I have to be a dick. Roll me an acrobatics check. That's fine. So you cut yourself free. You're sliding down there. Koa is standing up and he's getting ready. And you're like, ugh! And you have to like slide yourself to the side and make sure you don't like slam into the back of Koa's legs and have him like topple down on top of you. And
Head first into the rust, knocked out.
and yeah, waste crucial time. You were able to control your fall well enough that nothing bad. Oh God, sorry. Anyways, so you get down there. You're gonna have to act last. Let's go to. Do you chime in really quickly, Kiken, before he starts ripping and tearing? Go ahead.
Yes. Just for brevity, you guys, is it okay if I just say what Scott said? So I don't have to repeat all of that.
And in the amount of time we have, what would be the first thing you point out to Koa? Because that's probably what he's going to act on.
Because you don't have all these words. Yeah.
Right. First thing he points out is that loose bar, the one that's got some give to it.
Okay.
Because that's on the. You said it's the one called the far left.
Yeah.
And then he gets the fuck out of the way because he knows Koa's about to probably go over there.
I rage and I try to just lift it up.
Awesome. You roll me a strength check. You said that. You pointed that out. Are you going to point something to Aldo as well? Or are you just going to kind of like you see Aldo's got gears turning and step out of the way?
He points out the damage that goes to the right because that's the part he doesn't understand the purpose of.
Okay. So he pointed out that damage that kind of like went to the right. Is that what you're going to look at, Aldo?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to have you roll a perception check before I continue, and then we're going to stop, and I'm going to give everybody their details because Keegan's already done his stuff.
Yeah. All right. So perception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, finally.
Woo! I assume you're happy with the 24?
We happy with 24? We are, right? Yeah, probably.
Okay. Couple things
Yeah,
happen.
it's good.
Not much is on the line here.
One,
Yeah.
do you want to luck the 24? I mean, 25 was really crucial before.
Dude, fuck it, like it. Let's go for it.
I mean, I don't care. Like, your dice.
Listen, if we
Cross the
don't,
threshold.
and Jake, we could have had Christmas off, man.
uh,
We could have TPK'd before the first of the year.
all right. So,
Oh god.
Wade, you grab the bar, and because of where it's loose, you pass with the 18. You're able to pass the DC. You grab that thing and fuck your hands, fuck the rust, fuck all that stuff. You just grab it, and with your straighten your back. You bend, you squat low, and you just lift with your thighs, and you rip upwards this one bar that's here. And because it's the loose bar he was able to identify, and because you pass the strength DC, you are in fact able to rip this thing up. It is not properly locked in place the way all the other bars are. This one happens to be loose, and you are able to lift it up. This gives a couple of details. One, it is one bar fully removed. At least as long as it's held up, it is fully removed. Theoretically, you can slide through the two bars on either side. Still requires an acrobatics check. It's still rough to do. If you're wearing armor, if you have backpacks, if you have any of that shit on you, your DC gets higher and higher and higher. So the more stripped down you are, the easier it is. So keep that in mind as you're about to try to slip through there. But you're able to rip that up. And Kikin, with your perception still being high, looking over, because that was one of the things I pointed out, it looks as though the bar actually drops into the step by about 18 inches. Sorry, hold on. My apologies. By about a foot. And then the step itself is only about, how tall are steps? The step itself is only about 8 inches tall. So if let's pretend for a sec he was able to destroy the entire step, that would leave only 2 inches more that each one of those bars are embedded. Does he have enough time to destroy an entire step, or at least enough of a step to get some more? Then there's a couple inches left over. Can he like shoulder them free? Does he have time for that? Like all those kind of like details kind of come into mind. But you realize it's not much deeper than the actual stair itself, that it embeds into the bedrock, if you will, of the hallway that you're in. It is possible. Okay. Just as it's possible that since he lifted up this one, somebody could slip through there. Cool. That's what you see. He succeeded. You saw that immediately. With your fucking 28, you go over to the wall and you realize the scuffing and everything that's over there goes over, and there's a whole bunch of scuffing, not just down the stairs, not just what slid to the side because he pointed it out. You're looking at the walls coming down as well, and all of those walls are, now that you're looking at it, you realize how much fucking scuffing there is coming down the walls too, from the whatever this is, rolling or bouncing, whatever it is coming down here. A few times that it would have had effect on the wall, but not this section of wall right here. Immediately to the right of where the bars are, this section of wall has zero scuffing in it whatsoever. It does not look like it at all. You could assume, oh, maybe because it stopped here. Yeah, maybe because it stopped here, but also like there should have been damage because when it hits the bars, it would like rattle around a whole bunch or whatever it is. No, there's no damage on this wall. Leads you to believe that this wall isn't usually here when whatever that is gets here.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, you immediately start scrambling around and looking for something that can release the wall, something that you can do. You know, touching whatever it is on the wall, and you do find it. You find a plate on the wall. And with like all hope in your heart, and joy in your heart, you go and you press on the plate. You press on the plate. Ah! It's not working. Just like at the area where you were beforehand, it needs a lot of pressure, like to actually get it to go through. And with you being unbalanced sideways on the step that's here, you're not a particularly strong person. It is not easy for you to do. Let's roll back to top of initiative. Kikin, sorry, do you say anything, Jake, about what it is that you noticed? He's raging. So do you say anything, Jake?
I yell and I'm like, it's a pressure plate. The wall. It's not supposed to be here. And you see, he's just like, he's banging on it. That's what he's doing.
All right. Top of initiative. Kikin, what do you do first? And then we'll go Wade, and then we'll go Jake.
Yes. See, if there's a pressure plate, he's gonna run over there and try to like give it enough pressure.
Sure. So
And
the two of you try to
just-
punch
he
it
just-
together?
Yeah. He probably just yells, Koa! And runs over and
Koa's
like,
like,
slamming
"I
anything.
have
Well,
the
Koa's got a
solution."
bar.
We
Yeah,
can
but that
leave.
requires a check. That requires
Now's
a
not
check.
the time to try the wall. I have the bar out.
I have a backpack and armor on.
Me too.
Oh, God.
So I've lifted this thing out. Can I like throw the bar? Like I can just.
No, not to be clear, because the bar dropped from the ceiling. It's still wedged in the ceiling and
Okay, so
wedged in
it's
the
so long that it's still okay.
Yeah, so you're lifting it back into where it came from, back into the hole in the ceiling. Yeah. And mind you, you've lifted it, you broke it free. Now it slides. It's not like it's a well-greased thing. It's not like it's a piston, right? It slides relative ease, so you can push it up and hold it. How tall Koa is. I don't know if you can quite reach 9 feet, flat, but you can reach up almost to the ceiling with relative ease, right? So, you can, as high up as you can hold it one-handed. But he says, and he goes over and he starts trying to hit it too. Does Koa want to try the bars, or does he say fuck it?
Dude, Koa's working on the bars, but he just yelled Koa, and Koa's raging, so I think Koa runs at the wall. I had an out. You both saw the fucking pole going out, but you're both
so in my
freaking out and
mind-
yelling about the wall, so Koa's
Yeah.
running at the fucking wall.
To be fair, so in my mind, it doesn't look like one bar is quite enough. Is why you're saying it requires a check. Like it looks like a really tight squeeze still.
Yeah. The bar to the left of it and the right of it is close enough together that if you weren't wearing armor or a backpack, it'd be relatively easy if you have enough time. You don't know how much time you have. With your armor and backpack on, good luck. It's one of those like you could,
Which I
get
think all of
through,
us
but,
have.
like, yeah,
So
well,
that's
unless you
why
dropped your
Mikhail is leaning
backpacks.
towards this.
Unless you
But
drop
I still
your
have my armor
backpacks and then you still have armor, but at least it gets
Yeah.
much easier. You're less
Yeah.
bulky, right?
But all three. So yeah, in his head, it's like we're all wearing armor. Even if we drop our backpacks, we all three have to
So
try to
Keegan,
squeeze
you've
through
been
here.
to a PAX or some other convention before. Have you ever been there with a backpack and how you slammed into everybody as you went? You gotta have some finesse. You gotta work your way through.
I'm just thinking that like
No,
I had the
I'm
bar
saying-
lifted, and now we're charging to open the wall that the boulder comes through to just be in its path further in.
We'll see. So, you guys are
charge
trying
the
to hit the
wall.
thing, and then he wants to come over. Does that mean like you get out of the way and point at where he's going?
He says pressure
I'm-
plate and Koa. I am charging that spot.
Sure.
I'm probably not even looking over there after I yell. I'm probably just trying to press it. So you might have to open the pressure plate by smashing me into it. Is what might have to happen.
And Aldo?
I'm raging.
I
This
mean,
is my
Aldo's
last
just
round of
like
rage before
looking
fatigue, to
around,
be
trying
clear.
to figure out any way that we can, whether there's like, something I can jam one of my fit thieves tools into. Like he's just looking around, trying any way to get this plate to go in.
Yeah,
So
you
that's
can.
what he's doing.
You can absolutely see a big barbarian with bulging muscles about to bash into it. So that might work. Are you hoping to? Do you want to try to aid him in some way, or are you trying to do this with more finesse before he gets there?
You can move Keegan out of the way.
No, I guess we're trying to aid. I mean, what finesse can I do? Like,
No, that's why I'm
he's
asking.
charging
You're,
at
you're talking about thieves' tools. That's why I was asking.
I don't think I have time.
Okay.
We're just trying to activate it.
Yeah, cool. So do you just want to get out of the barbarian's way, kind of thing? Try to aid him in any way that you can. Just get out of
Yeah.
the way, whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Once he moves, if I've made no progress pressing myself, I'll get the fuck out.
I got you guys. So both of you want to try to assist him, yeah?
Yes.
Why don't you both go ahead and for you, Keegan, you can go ahead and attempt a strength check. For you, Aldo, you go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check. Cool. Wade, I want you to go ahead, and so that actually counts as a 2 and a 2, so it's a 4. Wade, roll me a strength check with a +4 onto it. You can mental math it if you'd like.
14.
Are you happy with that?
I clicked luck. I
Oh,
don't know
I
if
didn't
it's
see it,
working.
sorry. All right.
16.
So what happens is he sees you're coming and he knows he has to get you there, but you want to charge at it. But
Wait.
you're-
+4? That'd be an 18. Right? No, that's a 14 plus the 216.
You want to charge at it, but like you're on a slope. So getting to the exact spot is going to be harder than charging. But seeing you're coming and knowing that you're going to be able to get this, Aldo slides down and just like literally braces himself for you to like launch off of. So as you're like moving across, he can like hold on to the bars and you can use his back and he can like push. So you can like literally push off of his back to get up to where you need to get more easily. Because that's just simply how, like when you're doing a degree of like, difficult maneuvering like this, you use each other as like a chain. And then unfortunately, Mikhail is in the way, but at least Mikhail is pointing to the right spot by trying to hit it uselessly himself. So he's in the way. The only warning he gets is as you're like launching yourself. Because literally as you're launching yourself at it, you're looking to the right up the hallway and you're seeing getting louder coming down the stairwell that's there.
We had a way out. I'm slamming into this wall and it's just like the Kool-Aid man if he was trying to break into prison. It's not going to work.
You hit that thing with enough force, with your strength, with the aid and everything that's there. You hit that thing with enough force. Unfortunately, you throw your shoulder into it with enough force, literally on top of Mikhail's arm and hand because he's in the way, squishing his arm and hand into it. So, ow! But it works. You depress the plate enough that the wall, it's not slow either. It goes up pretty quickly. Not Star Wars Storm Door, Blast Door quick. But it goes up like, moves up with pretty strong quickness. Open up to literally a hallway adjacent to this hallway that your characters can go tumble into very quickly, which I'll describe in a second. I imagine all three of you, one grabbing your forearm and wrist, are all going to go tumbling into that hallway.
Yeah.
Cool. You guys go tumbling into the hallway. The hallway itself on this side is not like the one out there where it's squared, right? Where it's a squared 9x9, so on and so forth. This one in here is actually a rounded hallway or like a cylinder going upwards. But more importantly, in the center of the cylinder, there's this track going up it. It's a strange looking track that just runs up the middle. That's actively moving with like links, like iron links moving up the track. And as you're like looking at this, you see something's like a part way up the track that's actively moving. And you're looking like, what is that? That's to whatever degree that you can see in the frantic state that you're in. But you see there's something like awkwardly moving up the track that's a little bit further. But everybody comes spilling in as you hear the deafening sound of that smashing its way down the stairs. And then as it's getting so close, you're all kind of like curling up, like bracing for whatever impact might happen as it hits the bars. Instead, something comes out of the wall behind you along the track and kind of like grabs you and scoops you and starts moving you up the cylindrical area as you're in, as this actively works like a lift that grabs the giant fucking boulder rolling down the stairwell and smashing into the bars with an extremely loud crash and bang and ringing noise. Fortitude saves, everybody. This is the track that would normally be used to grab that ball and reset it back, because nobody's going to be able to push that fucking thing. To grab that ball
Mikhail
and bring it
10 of
back to the
mine?
top. Nice fail.
Oof.
Oh, that for okay, awesome, cool. This is great. It's not disease, so it doesn't matter. All right, so Koa is fine. You know what I mean? He's good to go. The other two, however, their ears are ringing really badly to the point where like everything just sounds very muffled. Whispered conversation's not going to really be a thing. You have to kind of like yell to them for the next like hour or so that it is. Even the next day, they'll hear the ringing, even if it's not, causing any mechanical effects or whatever. But so it's a really loud ringing noise in their ears that is making that you can't even whisper to them. You have to like yell to them for them to hear. Penalties to listen checks too. Moving on. So this thing scoops you and starts moving you up the track, up the track that's here, getting you away from the area where the stone smashes into the bars and pieces of it come flying off, you're like ricocheting everywhere, whatever it is. You're just barely pulled out of the way of it as you're like being hoisted up the track to safety and away from whatever just happens there. As you're gathering your senses from the explosion, all that stuff that just transpired, eventually you're able to like maneuver, even like squish together on the one plate, if you will, that's holding you together and pushing you up. You're able to see that the ball itself slowly rolls into the track where it is behind you. And eventually one of these things is going to come up behind it and start rolling it up the track as well to reset it. You're just ahead of where it is.
Let's just hope there's room for us up here.
I imagine there's not really much time for even wanting conversation beyond groans of pain and discomfort or whatever, literally holding onto your wrist and your ears are ringing and all that stuff. But eventually you get to the top of the track, the elevator ride, if you will, or escalator ride, if you will, up to the top, where it releases you onto an area where it does have a slight curve to it. And you can imagine there's a slight gradient to it to make sure the ball rolls where it needs to reset back into place. But when you get back up there and this thing eventually just kind of like, it doesn't turn, just the ball will be able to roll off naturally on its own because of the gradient. But that just goes back into the wall. And you imagine it just works on a chain, right, as it goes.
Is this more mechanical than like anything we've really seen?
This is pretty mechanical. I'm not saying this is the only chain-like thing that your characters would have ever seen. Certainly in Galdaria, you would have seen stuff like this at the university. Maybe more mechanical than Koa has ever seen. But mechanical to this scale, this is huge. This is like insane. This is over 100 feet of chain that's inside of a stone and da-da-da-da. It is pretty intense. That said, it spills you out up there, and you look out, and you can see that where the ball is eventually going to nestle and set, the door to where the ball is going to go to make sure it doesn't just roll again is already starting to close. And so kind of like as you guys are spilling out and you have just like a moment to like look around and like take in the sights, you realize almost immediately you're gonna have to try to scramble to get out of here, to get out of the place. So you do so, no checks or anything needed. You get through. Whoever the third one is, you can imagine is like on the ground, like rolling underneath the closing stone door. And like as they're rolling underneath, they look back behind them and see the ball is just starting to come up into place again, and the door closes, the wall closes, and you guys are now at the top of the stairs. Actually, where the stairs would have hit a 90-degree turn and started going upwards even further, you're right at the top of the turn, right where the stairs stop the slant and are solid. And down at the bottom of the stairs, you start to hear the reverse click, 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 as the stairs are starting to reset back into place all the way back up to the top. There's a lot to say at once. Your characters just experience a lot of chaos, pain, and whatnot at once. But you're up there. Go ahead.
Just like we drew it up.
All according to plan.
We're alive.
I had the bar open. We could have gone through the bar.
It was a tight fit. We're all in armor and bags and stuff. I wasn't sure what would be faster.
I felt a crunch. Was that your hand?
And my wrist and my forearm.
My bad.
All of my fingers. You know, it was for a good purpose, and I think they still work. So can't complain.
On the bright side,
what's that
we know
ringing
exactly
sound,
Yeah, good. What? I forgot my ears ringing too.
He said, "What's that ringing sound?" I don't
know what that ringing sound is, Koa. I was asking you.
I don't hear a ringing sound.
Aldo, we're hearing a ringing sound. Do you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh, shit, where's it coming from? You think it's another trap?
There is no ringing sound. It was very loud down there. Perhaps you're just disoriented.
Oh, you don't hear it? Oh, I hope that goes away. I need my ears. Oh, shit.
Well, we're at the top of the stairs, and you marked the one before the thing that set this off, right? So at least we know that.
Yeah, and then Koa marked the one after, I think.
The proper stair is now marked.
Okay.
So...
This is going to annoy me.
I think we have... Don't we have, Clear ear. It takes a few hours. I think it's on the donkey.
Well, that doesn't help.
Koa looks at the stairs. How high up are these stairs? Like, how many stairs are there? There were a lot, weren't there?
It's over 300 feet of stairs.
Mikhail, do you want to go get it?
No, but I will.
Careful on the steps.
Thumbs up.
Aldo like bats at you and he's like, I don't know if there's more traps. We only went up a certain, you know.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, no,
We
I'll
should
just deal
go
with this.
this way.
Yeah, just shout, Koa. It'll be fine.
As long as there isn't a sound-sensitive one. I'm sure there's no
We can
more
only
traps
hope.
the rest of the way.
Yep. But at least we got a torch. So saved it. It didn't go out.
It's the small victories. And he pats you.
Yep. What else is...
Koa looks at his hands. He looks at his leg. He looks at you two, like holding your ears, like trying to clean them out. Yes, I think proceeding is the right idea. We're in
Glad
great
you
shape.
agree. Oh, thanks, Koa.
He just gives you a look of incredulity.
He's already looking around to see where to go next.
He shakes his head and prepares to follow.
I can't believe we survived that.
I'm not convinced we did. He'll say quietly enough to where maybe you can't hear him.
When you guys walk up the next steps, you don't have many more stairs before you are like literally a couple dozen steps before you come through a doorway. A doorway that when you step through, you look to your left. It is a nondescript, boring, plain hallway that is about 15 feet that way. And when you look to your right, there's a nondescript, plain, boring hallway that stretches by another 30 feet out and ends in a door.
We cannot handle hallways or doors in our current state.
It is an exact replica, if you will, of what's downstairs sans. It is not a big rusted iron door with a wheel spinning thing at the base of it or whatever.
Huh. You know, I thought... I was hoping it would be something different. This looks like it's going to take time.
Yes, I was hoping axes would be swinging from the ceiling.
No, I
As
meant
you
like
say
a...
that,
Just fucking takes me out. No, I meant like a room or something we could... You know... Not for a minute, but... Is what it is.
Yes, I assumed after the Boulder murder trap, this place would open up into a nice, cozy lounge room.
I
there's a
didn't say
door.
all that, Koa. But there is a door. Like, someone's supposed to be here. Obviously, that's why there's a fail-safe. That's why there's all this other stuff. So there's got to be an area that isn't just a death trap.
The failsafe is to reset the boulder, not a joyride.
It's also safety. I'm not saying this is a... I'm not saying this is a vacation. I'm just saying there's probably a rest point at some place in here.
Murder hallway or murder door?
Door.
Fuck.
it's only 30 feet away from where you guys are in the door. This door looks very different than the others. It
Koa
actually
does this motion looking at the door.
actually has a nice design on it as you approach. And considering this is a mirroring hallway to what you were at the base of the stairs, it's very likely you finally come to the top of the stairs and are actually there. I mean, at this point, are we going to? I mean, it's 1 a.m. You're calling it. Or do you at least want to feel confident and go up to the door first? That way you feel
Open
like,
the door.
okay. You want to at least
Come
go
on,
up
guys.
to the door first?
Open the door.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, hold on, that's a big leap for open the door.
Well,
We can go up
check
to
the
it.
door.
I'll get within like 5 feet of it. You just want to fucking open. You're just gonna say that.
Koa, do you go up to the door?
I stay back.
Who wants to go up to the door?
We'll go up to the
With a
door,
death
I
wish.
guess.
Aldo goes
Aldo
up to the
makes
door.
sense.
Thank you, Aldo. Can you please remember a reflex save?
Yep.
Fuck's sake.
Are you confident with your 17?
I'm confident with the 17.
As you're walking forward towards the door, you are walking up and you step on a plate. That the plate itself falls away as the section of floor before you literally breaks down into 4 different sections that all swing out simultaneously, and then also a chunk of floor ahead of that does the same thing. They all swing down, and in front of you there is a pit that drops down about 15 feet to where there's some spikes that are there.
Aldo turns around. He just yells, "It's a pit!"
I've been watching happen.
Didn't I say there would be a pit in here?
Fucking Mikhail's just like hands up, just like I don't know. Maybe they just hate everyone, whoever built this.
Too many
Maybe it is the point.
Like, do you have Jesus Christ in your heart? Oh, fuck that. We're making a boulder trap.
Dude, fucking like Mole Jigsaw is the one who built this goddamn place.
I mean, maybe not inaccurate. You have 2 options here. 1, try to find how this resets. 2, jump it. It's a 10-foot pit with a running head start, which you can get. It's literally a DC 10 acrobatics check.
Not doing that. That's a 50-50. See y'all later. Enjoy the door.
I don't have good odds of that either. So, yeah, Mikhail just looked at it. He's like, "Oh, that's impossible."
Hang
There's probably nothing in that stupid room anyway.
Well, yeah, there is a trap.
It's a false door. The door itself is legit just a painted door. It's just fake.
It's probably
Except
not a
for
real
the
door. It's
wall
probably
of
some
spikes.
fucking like bugbear monster that just wearing a door disguise like Aldo.
Wait, do we have any rope with us?
Yeah. 200 feet of, we'll
Well,
call
can
it.
we go back and get our? How badly destroyed were our pittons and rope
I
that
mean,
we had against
you'll
the
have
wall?
to go figure that out if you want to walk back down the stairs. That's up to you. But you probably have a solid 225 feet of rope with you. Yeah.
To try and jump across, if I fall, if you guys can if I tie a rope around myself, like kind of pull me back, so I don't hit the spikes. I might be able to tie it to something on the other side.
Resetting
deep is this
sounds
pit?
like a better idea, but sure.
Oh yeah, if we can find the mechanism. You found the other one.
Yeah, I can look around for that, I suppose.
If you're eager to jump into spikes,
I'm
the
not,
place
hence
to
the
be.
rope, but I guess I'll look for the reset thing.
Roll disable device.
Oh,
If this opens up another pit from trying to reset this.
dude, right? Just
those were the safe spikes.
The pit is inside the pit.
yeah.
The pit opens up to a deeper pit.
It's just the most petty, mean-spirited ass trap.
We look
That's why you
over our
went up
shoulder, we see the
300 feet.
boulder watching us.
You went up 300 feet just to drop.
It's just
another pit.
it's to troll you so that as you fall and like accept your demise, it's like, no, bitch, you fall 300 more feet.
All right. Sorry. So with your 16 trying to disable try to reset this thing in a way that would be safe. And it's one of those things where you can see how they are supposed to reset back into place. The issue is the reaching out and grabbing the different plates. You have to like fold them back up in the right order so they click back into place and they have the firmness as long as you don't step on the pressure plate again. And then even then, how confident do you really feel in, that this old trap doesn't give way on you when you're stepping on it anyways? So you absolutely can, with the one that's immediately in front of you, go ahead and reset it right now. You have the reach for that. But then for you to do it for the other one, either you have to jump to the other side and do it over there, or stand on this one to have the reach to reset the other one, because it's like more or less, imagine 2 5-foot squares if you're thinking like map. So you can reset this one here. I don't know how confident you guys are in it afterwards, though. That's up to you. But your character resets it.
Well, it might hold.
I can't tell how confident you sound, but I'm going to mark the pressure plate you stood on.
Can I just reiterate, this does not seem like the kind of place where we're going to find a book of knowledge. We're going to find the end of a spear, or a hole, or a rock, or knolls.
I mean, do you really think if there's knolls here, they're just easily getting through all this?
Who's reading a book, going through all of this trouble to put it down, just so that centuries later one of us could find it and be like, oh, well, that was nice. It looks like they made their porridge with this.
If we
What
took all
is
this
here?
for,
What is this place?
I don't know. It's mole ruins. I don't know what its design is for, Koa. That's
What were the
point.
What was their purpose? Why did they design this?
You're asking all the questions exploring places like this answers. We don't know.
I don't like this place.
I don't either, but there's a lot of history here. We're paid to be here.
I fucked up my hands on a doorknob.
Yeah, and you kind of smashed mine. That's 1 for 1. All right, fine. What do you suggest we do? Do you just want to leave?
Yes, but I just put a bunch of heads on pikes outside and lowered horses by a spiked door that nearly took my hands so we could climb a murder staircase to get to a pit before this door that clearly after this one, then it will be safe, yes? What more can they possibly do to put it in our way?
I don't know that it'll be safe, but I'm just hoping we find a room that...
Well, did I mention they electrified the lock?
They did do that, too. It's not a fun place. I'm not having fun, but it is interesting.
Oh, yes, it's very interesting, yes. Perhaps I'll feel more interested whenever I feel like I'm not half dead. But,
Yeah.
yes, Aldo, I trust it. Let's walk across now. I'm sure there's only one trigger mechanism for this, right? Let's mark it with chalk.
I think you saw the other one on the other side, right? So we'll just avoid it?
I think so.
Okay. It's not too far a jump. Now.
This place
Right,
is
so that means
thrilling. The
it's not
exploration
5
is
foot.
amazing, and Moretsk and Talindra be with us for it, but it feels like we're walking into our death. Every part of this feels like no one is meant to be here and be alive. Someone was a terrible person, and they built this place to watch them run around and get hit and tortured until they ultimately died from one of the many traps.
It's definitely designed to make us feel that way. I mean, clearly it was meant to keep people out. It's got to be protecting something. As petty as some people can be, and malicious, I can't imagine someone went through all of this trouble to design all of this just to kill people. There's something they're protecting. They're not going to put any use to it.
How much is Elliot paying us for this? Less than we could have sold a box of grain for?
Yes.
I'm starting to regret
Considerable.
giving that away. I suppose the darkness in my heart is coming out now, and I'm feeling like maybe we should have taken that money instead of this job.
Koa, you'll feel differently once you've had some rest.
I like my hands. Hard to ride
Just
a horse
nods.
with no hands. Hard to wield a sword with no hands. I'm in a bad
Yeah.
mood. This day has fouled my mood.
I'm not laughing in character. Just,
You could.
just like thinking of the montage of crazy shit we've just been through. And he's like, I'm in a bad mood. It's like, it's fair. Like, yeah.
Woke up to the horse getting, or the donkey getting stabbed, me getting bit, running
Yeah.
from boulders.
Someone got electrocuted. We've had, just all kinds of crazy shit.
Aldo,
yeah.
please tell me that you're gonna triple check the door before you try opening it, because I can only imagine what horrors it hides.
I'll do my best.
A hook's gonna come through the open door and hit us in the eye and lift us off into some horrible butcher shop.
Jake,
Mm-hmm.
you reset the first pit because they're,
Yeah.
they're conjoining. Do you comfortably walk on top of that to make it so you only have to jump the other 5 feet? Are you comfortable lying on top of that so you can reset the other one? Do you say fuck this? and
No,
just
I'm
jump the whole
gonna-
thing?
I'm gonna tie some rope around my waist, and I'm gonna give the other end to Koa, with enough room for me to like jump.
He goes to hold it with his hands and realizes, I don't trust that, and he ties it like around his own waist, and then like sits down and holds it to just get as much brace potential as possible.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try and make the jump.
And you're gonna do the whole 10
All
feet, right? You reset the 5, but you're not even gonna
Yeah.
trust it. You're gonna jump the whole 10. Cool.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna-
just so you know, the way
I'll
that this
hold on
works,
to Koa.
if you fail by 5 or more, you automatically fall in. DC is 10 because you're gonna run the whole 10 feet and then jump. If you fail by 5
Yeah.
or more, so if you get a 5 or lower, it's bad. If you get a 6 or higher, it's less bad.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
15. You easily clear it.
Oh, you
run.
can't even
Yeah.
go lower than a 5.
Yeah, that's what. When I heard that, I was like, okay, I'm sweet.
Yep, cool. Then you run, you clear it easily. You land on the other side with like a roll on the other side, which is nice and good to go. Now that you have rope with you, you can try to tie it off somewhere. But before you even do that, do you reset the pit on this side too? And then you guys
Yeah, I
can
do.
mark the ground on either side where the pit starts and ends. With
Yep.
your chalk that you have. Cool, great. You can do it on the walls, do it on the floor, whatever. Great. You have rope on this side, but there's nowhere for you to immediately tie it to. So if you want, Koa can. You're pretty low on pythons. You left 3 down below. I don't remember how many you had on.
Three's
you
all
left.
we had because we had to use the 4th one for the tent.
Then climbers kits have a couple of pythons inside them too. So we'll assume you take your climbers kits pythons, you slam one into the wall on this side, and you tie the rope off into it. You toss the other one over to Aldo, and you toss him the hammer. Maybe he doesn't catch the hammer. He steps back and picks it up. Like every time I
Mm-hmm.
try to throw my wife keys, she always just steps away. Like, okay. Anyway, so and then he put slams that python into the wall. It takes Koa like 3-4 slams to get it in. It takes Aldo a minute. And then you guys can tie off the rope. And now as you're walking across, you can like hold on to the rope as you're like gingerly walking on the pit trap area. That way, God forbid the ground ever gave way. You're good. You got the rope. You're comfy. And with that being said, you two holding on to the rope, Wade with one hand, you're able to the less fucked up hand, you're able to get your way across and stand before the door. Now, when it comes to that door, what we're going to do is handle that next week. Thank you guys so much for coming by and hanging out. It was a lot of fun. We are currently trying to see, I keep forgetting to talk to Brittany because of a bunch of stuff going on. We're contemplating playing on the 26th because the 25th is Christmas. And
That's
all
a
of us are
Thursday.
very... Yeah, the Thursday, because all of us are very devout Christians here and want to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Cristo. So, yeah, we might be playing on the 26th to make up for that week, or we might skip the week, which is what we normally do. we'll see how that goes.
Play on
Otherwise,
the 26th or riot.
what was that?
Play on the 26th or riot. I didn't realize your ears were also ringing.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you. Wade.
Play on.
All right. Well, I am exhausted. Anything, Keegan, you would like to say, announce, do, or whatever prior to us ending the session?
Oh, I DM over on the Unnatural Ones channel, which is unnatural_1s, or twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. Usually on Tuesdays, same time slot as this, except normally we end at an hour ago and some change. Sometimes we go over. We'll be doing that next week. I have no idea about Christmas week, what's going to happen. It probably won't be TTRPG. We'll probably do something else. Maybe I'll do something. But at least we have a torch.
Don't lie, that was the small victories. Oh my God.
I fully expected you were going to be like, and all the chaos, your torch went out. Dude.
No, I just, in my mind, I was like, oh, the torches survived sliding and all that. I didn't even think about, like, imagine you guys, like, jumping in and then riding up that escalator thing, and, like, the torch is just, like, your arm is awkwardly off to the side, but torch is just still there. I don't know. I see it in an anime, you wouldn't even necessarily see them still holding the torch. It'd be like a lot of action or whatever it is, and somebody's, what's his name? What's the brother's name in fucking Airbender? At least we still have the torch. You know, like...
Tim?
Sokka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sokka being like, at least he still got the because he was so equipment focused.
What else is he gonna do? Yeah.
Listen, he was a pretty solid warrior and strategist in the cartoon version.
Yeah, but also he's in a party full of fucking wizards, basically. So
He was a good warrior and a strategist. Give him his thing, you know. Like
I did, yeah.
Not everybody
Great
can be a
character.
god class, you know. His power is boomerang. Jake, anything you care to talk about? Anything exciting happening in your life?
Not particularly.
Boring life.
You know, this is the second time I've experienced this keep, and it was as bad the first time as it is the second. It's a terrible place, and I want nothing more to do with it.
God, that fills me with optimism for next session.
You guys have to go back and watch. I think it was it session? I think it took you guys an entire session to get through that door in the other playthrough downstairs, and then the next session got you like up in here or whatever. So it was handled. The door was done differently. I'll talk about it off stream, but the door was downstairs. I had to change it because I couldn't. I can't do things the same for Jake. He forces me to make things unique and different, which is good for viewers that watch the old one or watching the new one. Him being in the campaign forces me to be, you know, unique with stuff, which is good. I can't be lazy. No being lazy. Wait.
Well, my leg hurts, my hands hurt, my throat hurts from yelling. I have a podcast, Distractable. I'm playing a lot of Path of Exile too, some on stream, some off. Very fun, very difficult. It's like Diablo meets Dark Souls. Kind of kicks my ass a little bit, but it's been fun. Got family coming into town this weekend, so probably no streams for me. So watch Distractable, watch the YouTube VODs, and that's not good enough. I guess fuck you.
No, fuck me. Me, fuck you. Cool.
I am playing a ranger, Mary. As a ranger, I can recommend the ranger in Path of Exile too.
Why does that sound vaguely familiar?
As a ranger, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm too tired. All right. I'll get things posted on like YouTube and shit as soon as possible. Hopefully the music was louder this time around. If not, it's your fault for not saying anything over the past 5 hours and change.
It was very quiet before we went live. Like the hello everyone, it's us. The intro was very quiet. I had to turn up the max volume to even tell there was music.
Listen, if our music is too quiet, it's because of YouTube's fault. Because YouTube's the one that corrected the audio, right? YouTube were the ones, not the people that were live watching. It was YouTube comments that corrected the audio. So if the music's too quiet, it's YouTube's comments to correct it. Not the people live watching, YouTube's comments. That's the way it works. Magic.
I'm just glad we're through the worst of whatever this place has to offer.
Yeah. Yeah. All uphill from here.
I mean, it's actually, there's no more hills. It's level now. It's on the pit. It's level now.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
All no hill from here.
All no hill from here.
Koa and I cannot take much more. Dude, I have been stressed since the Knolls showed up. That was the first combat I went into with one hit, and I was like, dude, Graf was full health and died in a round. Koa just got nearly like one tap. A crit would have one tapped him. We gotta go.
If it makes you feel any better, if I had taken all the damage you've taken, I'd be unconscious. So
I've taken 17 points of damage tonight.
Well, yeah, you had 10 temp HP.
That's why I'm alive.
Yep.
yeah,
And you had something else to remember what?
I would be
Okay.
very close to death.
Good night, everybody.
Night,
Bye.
night, folks. Bye.
Hey, this image has value soon.
Oh,
You'll get it.
oh, that image. Yeah.
You'll get it.
Oh, yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Gwen's here?
Oh, I should probably find
Ooh,
somebody to
another
raid.
party member to soak up damage. That'll be great.
Raiding, I forgot to think, because last time I fucked up because I died. Blue? Is Blue going? Yeah, Blue's going. We like Blue. I'm Blue, Davide, all that.
I raided Blue yesterday.
Yeah, Blue's great. I'm trying to start the raid. Is it working now? You
Yeah.
already raiding Blue Aether.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
It is working.
All right, bye everybody.
Oh man, I took no notes. I did so